Hi, everybody. Hi. Listen, can you tell
I can't make
Keegan,
my joke. We're live now.
Can you tell Keegan that I forgot his birthday in November because A, he probably didn't announce it enough. These are
Immediately
obnoxious like the
blames
others
me.
too.
Wow. Holy crap.
Hey, we're being treated separate, but equally.
No. 2, I just had a baby. I was tired, and 3, I was taking care of my mother-in-law who was upset. And D, the community didn't support you in reminding me. Okay, like you have to get them to yell at me for you. That's your job. That's what
It's majority rule, minority wrong.
No, if you take all of the blame game out of that, then you like almost accepted accountability. You almost took accountability if you just hadn't immediately blamed the person you wronged and the community that pays you to do this.
Oh, Keegan, did I forget your birthday and you reminded me for the last 3 weeks? I'll have to take care of you some other time.
Yeah. Some other way.
Thank you all for your support.
Is it weird that my mind went there as well, Scott?
Oh, no.
You both just want to fuck Keegan?
Well, I mean, you got it. All right, these
he stabs without feeling things. I hope you know.
Chat is well on its way and giving you guys some +2s, so which is pretty awesome. But Keegan, I will try to slip it in. But it very well will have to wait a couple of weeks for it to make sense for me to give you the full package. Okay.
We'll see.
Okay. Let's make sure we're on the same page. All right. Last time on Dungeons and Disappointment.
No, sorry, girls, the disappointment, not you.
Oh. I mean, generally.
Having to do something nice felt wrong there.
Why? What did Sorry Girl do?
I gifted a sub.
Aw. Nice. 2 Sorry Girl intentionally, or was it a random one and it just happened to land on
Well,
Sorry
I've
Girl?
been giving them to people who I've seen didn't have one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. It is. So, Sorry Girl, Wade intentionally gave you that sub. So now you must prostrate yourself in front of Wade and
what?
you know, thank it. Prostrate? Not. Do I need to
This is a good indicator for how the stream is going to go today.
I know what that word means, but you know.
I think I first learned that word in reference to Lord Obold, Many Arrows, people prostrating themselves before Lord Obold, Many Arrows, in the R.A. Salvatore, like Faerunian books. If y'all in the community are been around long enough to remember Grumsh is Obold, Obold is Grumsh, that might even still be a command in chat. But yeah, I read those books when I was young. I don't know if it's Obold, command for Obold, or command for Grumsh. I can't remember, but whatever it is. Anyways, go.
It's just one of those words that doesn't sound like what it means.
You can poke around till you find my prostrate gland.
Whoa. You need that the GIF, the GIF. Oh, do you guys watch Minute? What is his name? Is it something Minuteman? He's like the New England archaeologist. He's like probably in his early mid-20s, and he just debunks conspiracy theories and then does like these long form archaeological videos, like where he actually goes to archaeological sites. And you guys watch him at all? What's his name? Minute something man?
No, so what did he do? Like dig up JFK or something? How did he combine those two traits? I
don't know. He's a zoomer. He's funny. Anyways, he recently just released an episode of his podcast, and there was a lot of Vaseline involved, and so you were talking about prostate, and then I mentioned the GIF, and then it just made me think of them. So.
Is Vaseline still safe? It's just baby oil we're wary of, right?
Oh yeah, baby oil. I think Jake threw away all 5 or 6 bottles he had, so we should be good.
I did. In solidarity, you know.
Is it Mini Minute Man? Like Mini Tour? Remember that video? Mini Minotaur Tour, Mini Minotaur Tour, Mini Minotaur Tour.
Mini Minute Man. That's a name. That's a heck of a name.
That might be it. I don't know. I watch it too often for me to not know it off the top of my head. So, all right, randomness.
That's
done?
fitting for your generation, at least.
What? No. What? No. What? No. I'm just tired. You are my generation. Wait, we're like 4 years apart.
I wouldn't have forgotten.
You're the
Mini
second
Minuteman
oldest
if I
person
watched
on
him
the stream.
consistently. Oh no, I'm not.
Aren't you?
I'm the second youngest. I'm barely younger than Jake, or I'm barely older than Jake.
Oh, okay. So
I'm barely older than Jake.
I'm 39. Wade is 41, or looks it. Jake, how old are you, Jake?
34.
34. In Keegan?
I'm not even 36 yet.
Oh, so you guys are both 34?
I'm also 34.
I'm
yeah.
not 36 yet. I have 3 hours and 52 minutes left of not being 30.
You're turning 36. Cool. That sounds fun. Great. Do we do something with the number 12 or the number 3, or multiplying 3 by 12 or something like that for him? Or maybe it's the 3 coins that were 3 gold pieces. Sorry, the 6 gold pieces stolen by each of 3 of you from the bank. What the hell is that?
This is my coin I flip on the podcast when someone says unfair. It's one of our rules. You said 3 coins. I immediately thought of... I'm in podcast mode today for some reason.
It looks like plastic.
I don't know. It was the cheapest fucking metal coin I could find on
I didn't know if it was
Amazon,
heavy as fuck or if it was, safe.
It's got some weight to it.
Right.
It's not... Yeah.
Okay. So level 2 hype train has been completed. Level 3 looks like it probably won't be, but it got 20 seconds left. We last session had a whole bunch of chatting. Wade got engaged. Molly supported
Let's differentiate Wade and Koa.
And then you guys traveled to Loshev, and while you were there, you had a couple more conversations, and I think the session literally ended with the door to the prison slowly closing as both Mikhail and Aldo were removing things from their pack.
Are you talking about like the serenade of Dan?
Yeah.
I'm gonna intentionally.
I didn't like the way that you
badly.
worded that, Scott. The prison door closes as you remove things from your pack.
It's like, what are we doing in here?
What are you?
I told you, there's a theme to this session. And keep coming out.
Apparently, it's baby oil.
Are you gonna prostrate Dan before you play?
How old is Dan? Does he need that right now? Is that?
Moving on. You guys, yeah. So you go and you put a serenade on or whatever it is for Dan, just to give him a bit of ribbing or torment or whatever it is that you do. Nothing. It's not.
You also throw fruit at him.
I was going to say
rotten
no physical
fruit.
harm, but never mind. You throw fruit, but like you forgot that things like peaches or avocados have pits. So even though they're rotted, they explode with them.
It's really light berries. It's just like peppering. It's kind of annoying, but not painful.
Throwing weapons is dexterity, right?
Someone.
Throwing weapons is dexterity, yes.
Good. Okay, I'm right on the money then. Okay. Wait.
The damage adds strength, but yeah. God, throwing a rotten avocado at someone,
at least I can hit.
Throwing a rock. That'd be crazy.
Depends on kind of avocado, I suppose, but like are you in green or Haas? But yeah.
That pit's still something serious.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, because a green avocado, the pit of a green avocado is almost the size of a goddamn Haas avocado. Like they're huge. So
yeah.
But okay, cool.
Poor Dan.
Yeah. So you guys go down there, play some music or whatever it is for Dan to tease him or what have you, and the night slips away. It's the next day. You do have a list of responsibilities or actions that you want to take. I didn't know if you had a particular order that you wanted to do them in. So I will leave it to you guys as you reconvene in the morning to go to your separate ways. As a reminder for who is actually here with you, you did take all of your individual horses, donkeys, mules, steeds, whatever. You did take, you left behind, you took the cart with you. You have a lot of goods that you brought with you along the way. And you also have Leon and his own horse that came with you. As soon as you guys kind of got here, Leon went his own way. He seemed very comfortable where he is and knew where he was going. So went a separate way. Jake, I think you had the lamb was sent ahead. So you had it probably sent directly to the butcher in Loshev. to then be brought over to the councilman, or did you have it sent live to the councilman?
I had it sent live to the councilman with a very heartfelt note.
Oh, okay. I don't remember what the heartfelt note was.
It was ChatGPT written, so it was really good.
Oh, really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anyone can bullshit their way
Full of
through a
emotion.
note, it's this. Like, this is the guy who can write a hall pass that gets him off for a week.
Right.
Cool. So, you guys, and it was from Aldo, yes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, moving on. All right, cool. So the next morning, you guys get together, or at least two of you do. The two of you roll out, and I don't know if you're like giggling to yourselves or just not mentioning the evening beforehand, but you're down there getting ready, waiting for Koa to come back from his morning jog. So, he kind of like ran out as you're planning the day. We can kind of jump into RP between the two of you if you'd like, and define where it is that you want to go. I'm sure you remember the list of tasks that you want to do. I think you wrote them down at the end of last session.
I believe Koa, who went out for that walk, wrote them down at the end of the last session.
Oh,
But
Yeah, that might be the case.
yeah, I mean, Aldo would see you in the morning and just says, well, back in Loshev again, hey? Let's hope we're not lingering too long. What do we got to do today? I know we've got to see the councilman and Hinter. Anything else?
I think it's mostly that. Well, Councilman plural. Nathan's technically one of them. You need to talk to him, and then I think Curve Rock we might still be talking to, and of course Gemsmith. But other than that, I don't think there's many other tasks. I guess we need to figure out if we're going with Leon to Dresstone, but I don't really think we'd need to. I mean, on the one hand, I do want to make sure that Roxxon's okay, but without Elliot here, since we were going to take him to that keep, I don't really want to have to make a third trip there. And I figure we just kind of get that all done at once whenever the next time we're back up here.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I don't think it's really necessary for us to go to Dresstone, especially if Leon already has a relationship there and can kind of kickstart that for us. It is, concerning with what we know about how they are in Dresstone. I hope. What is it? What's his name again? Hobgoblin. He just mentioned.
Roxxon.
Mm-hmm. Roxxon. I do hope that Roxxon is okay. But I can't imagine what we'd be able to do really if he wasn't, especially with what we know.
Yeah, without causing some kind of incident, especially.
Yeah,
it'd be pretty difficult. Yeah, so I guess it's just a matter of
Koa walks
talk
in
to those
from his
people.
morning jog. Go ahead, continue, Keegan, sorry.
It's a matter of talking to those people and I guess preparing for the Twisted Grove.
Yeah. So 3 councilmen today, and Hinter.
What are we discussing? Just getting the morning calorie burn going.
Yeah, just our plans in Loshev, and we need to talk to Nathan, Curve Rock, and Gemsmith, and then of course, you need to visit Hinta to get your weapon.
Yes, and Philomena is in town along with Philip.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
You're supposed to go on
right.
that walk.
I thought that was where you just were, right? You going 2 walks today? Oh.
No, that was a run. I'll do the walk after.
Oh, yeah.
This body doesn't build itself, Aldo.
I see the work you put in, Koa. Very envious.
Come with me on the run tomorrow.
No, I just might.
Excellent. I'm going to make Mikhail as well.
Yeah, today was my
I'll
rest
deliver
day.
it to you.
Yep, today was my rest day. So, is it sometimes okay to have 2 rest days? Is that a good thing? You know, if you're just
Eventually,
really
you might
smart,
earn that.
you have to earn them.
With me.
Oh, right. Well, yeah. You have your meeting with Philomena that got set up. Oh, and then the Dradstone. We were just talking about that too.
Hmm.
Oh, yes. When do we leave for Drystone?
Well, that's the thing, is I think maybe we don't need to go right away. Um, I mean, as much as it'd be nice to check in on Roxanne, we don't have Elliot with us. So going back to the keep would be a wasted trip right now.
That's
And do we
true.
really want to have to keep going back and forth between that place? Like, why don't we just go out there whenever we bring Elliot and we're going to go break the curse?
You don't think it would look in poor taste to not show up ourselves after what we put Roxham and his group through?
I mean, I suppose it could, but thinking about what Leon said, about kind of having the right appearances and stuff, I mean, we've sort of already made our introduction, maybe not in Drystone proper, but to some of its citizens. It may look okay on us to have sent someone for that specific task with that specific role. I mean, he's not a traitor, but he knows who he's going to speak to for what purpose. And it is still filling in our end of the bargain. There didn't seem to be a lot of importance put on us visiting personally, more of just we didn't have any other options at the time if we were going to do anything. Now we do.
I suppose that's true. Just doesn't have to worry about the gnolls and plains cats and such. And we do need to get to work on these keeps and this curse, so if you two think that's best, then very well. Though I do feel at least a bit of guilt not showing up after costing them as much gold as we apparently did with the eggs.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. But
Right.
does save us a trip.
Well, where do we begin today then? A run?
Can you just do that?
Oh, a while ago, yes, at least 10 minutes.
Well, we've got
No,
a
I
packed
think we can-
schedule today. There's 3 councilmen we have to speak to. Hinter, and we wouldn't want you to be late for your walk with Philomena.
Yes.
Which I think is in the evening, so we don't want things running over too late.
Very well. All right, then. Begin with the councilman or Hinter, or where do you want to start?
Probably with Gemsmith, right? Gemsmith, then
So.
Fox, then you want to talk to Kervarok.
Yeah,
Kervarok, right?
correct.
I think it's not a bad idea.
I think that's a good order too.
Both Gemsmiths first. We need to talk about the auction.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, true.
Well,
Yeah.
that'll be, hopefully
one
they're,
and the other, I guess.
both home.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
that'd be nice.
Gemsmiths we go.
Cool.
You guys are able to get there, no problem. Of course, you know the way. You've been there many times. You just find your way over to where the his estate happens to be. When you do arrive there, it is morning, but despite that, you see a familiar horse is being stabled outside, being kind of taken over to the stable. Looking over, I mean, you know the horse well. 1, Koa, because you know horses just in general, but 2, also because you just traveled a good bit of time with this horse all the way from Jervis Crack. You can see that Leon's horse happens to be here, and so it's kind of like a pleasant surprise. Like, oh, Leon's here. That's nice. And you can make your way to the door and give it a good old knocka, and see what happens.
Like Fozzie Bear from the Muppets.
Yes,
Waka waka.
not quite that one,
Oh, okay.
but either way. So you go ahead and you knock on the door, and the the man of the estate come over and open the door for you. And oh, good morning. It seems as though it is a busy day today. The gentleman of the home already has a visitor, but I will of course see if he's interested in entertaining the 3 of you as well. Please. It's a bit cold for a spring morning. Come in.
I think it feels great outside. But yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's like one of those like misty mornings where it's like a cold, biting spring day, and like the two of them have like their travel cloaks on, they're fully dressed up, got fur boots, and you're like walking around in a tank top and shorts, holding like your I don't know, freaking Gatorade because you just went for a jog.
Is that canon in Aurora?
Yeah, Gatorade. Yeah. It's
It's
actually
the second
made out
time
of-
that a brand name has been like the theme. Yesterday I was recording and it was a crisp, refreshing Dr. Pepper was the phrase. Today it's gonna be Gatorades and Loshev.
Well,
They're from Uvance, you see.
was
What's
gonna
the
say,
Florida of our continent?
what was it? Sorry, say one more time.
What's the Florida of our continent?
Oh,
Which country?
Jake, which is the Florida of the continent?
Why would you ask the one person who's not
America.
American to pick an American state?
No, well, that's actually probably the better person to make fun, right? He also knows the continent very well. The Florida of the continent? I don't know.
Someone will
Maybe
figure
the
it
That's a hard one.
Ashlands?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the Ashlands.
Yeah, the Ashlands, yeah, for sure.
All right, we
Swamps
import
in the
Gatorade from all
Ashlands?
the way over there.
What was that? Wait.
Oh,
I
you
hear
can
what
hear
you
me. That's an unusual one. That's where we import our Gatorade from into Loshev.
I mean, the Ashlands do touch where forests and marshes and whatnot are. It probably is literal, like, ground down gator juice. Like, anyways, off topic. So back to the game. You he invites you in to get out of the cold spring morning, and you can take a moment to collect. He walks off. Of course, you take your shoes off, whatever you do. He walks off to go and speak inside. You can actually hear voices not too far away, low enough that you can't hear the words that they're saying, but loud enough that, after you're done getting your shoes off and you're done shuffling around, you can hear the voices from down the hall. And you can tell just from like the distance and the volume that they're probably over inside of the sitting room. So the voices chatter gets quiet as, you a couple moments after you hear it, as you can imagine, he's approaching and speaking. And then a few moments after that, he's going to come returning. You say anything to one another before he returns? I don't know if you quickly collaborate or you just kind of get yourselves ready.
I don't think so. Nothing
Yeah, nothing.
Nope.
worth mentioning.
He returns and says, indeed, he would not mind your coming by for the visit. Apparently, you're already acquainted with his company. This way. And he will lead you guys to the sitting room, which is what I was just mentioning beforehand, where you've already met with him before many a time, and so on and so forth. When you go over there, you can see the fire is lit and roaring. It is a roaring fire right now, making that room kind of peeling off heat even as you get close to it. And certainly once you step through the threshold into that room, you can feel like the warmth of it. Happy that you had removed your traveling cloaks before you left the doorway before. As you walk in, you can see that it is in fact both Gemsmith and Leon that's sitting here, and they already have a table of at the table between them, they have a game of Conqueror set up, and they're starting to be set up. They're putting the pieces onto the table. They clearly haven't even started their first game. However, apparently they did start their first drink, which is unusual for how you usually encounter Leon.
Apologies for interrupting. I didn't expect this meeting to be taking place.
He says, No, please come in. I'm doing much better from the last time we spoke, and fine company is always welcome. Besides, the good commander here says that you're already acquainted. Pray tell, how'd this come to be? And then, he'll look kind of like between you for if one of you guys jump in to tell the story, or stay quiet and let Leon tell it.
A Koa would probably just add a drink in Rid and a tavern in Hot-Gwyn, I suppose.
He nods in agreement. It's like, yes. Beverages, conversation, and conspiracy. Nothing will bring a group of men closer together than those three, will they?
Is that to us or to Gemsmith?
To all of you. Kind of like is meant to be a joke, like also on the nose, you know?
Yeah.
What are we conspiring today, then?
Oh, the downfall of the Greyers family, of course.
Koa, like, chokes for a moment because that's never been spoken out just so plainly.
Is whatever they're drinking like out?
You can imagine that it's
Or-
served to them, so their tray for it is off to the side. That you've been in the house enough times that you know you can go ahead and serve yourself, or if you sit down, eventually the gentleman of the house will come over and offer you a drink if you haven't already acquired it yourself. So you're welcome.
Then yeah, he so when he says that, Mikhail just walks over to it. He says, "Okay, I thought it was a little early for this, but now I get it." he'll like get just a little bit of for himself.
Koa, do you want to pour yourself any amount before Aldo takes the rest of the bottle?
I mean, if it's like the polite thing to do, share a drink with everyone, yes.
Yeah. You do zero peer pressure in this in this environment.
Well, it's also like don't want to be rude and take his alcohol, but I also don't want to be rude and refuse it. So whatever the standard thing is, if everyone's
then you
grabbing
probably
a drink,
go pour
he'll
and
grab a drink.
nurse. You know, pour and nurse or whatever it is.
That's
fine.
probably what he'll do.
Yep. No, that's great. And so you'll go over and get that or whatever it is. And Aldo, do you pour yourself a beverage or no?
No, he refrains, but anyone can tell in his face that he's struggling.
Okay. The way that the room is set up, there are two chairs. So there's a couch that is facing towards where the fire is. So if you were coming to the room, normally you'd be walking to the back of the couch. Not directly the back, there's a small angle to it, but to the back of the couch. So somebody sitting on the couch could do like a partial turn and see who is coming into the room, but otherwise you'd be walking in behind them. The two chairs are flanking the couch. So they're like large armrest, comfortable chairs, and there's a table that sits between them all. The chairs are close enough that if somebody were sitting to the chairs, they can lean fairly far forward and manipulate something on the table, grab a beverage. But if you were sitting on the couch, you more or less don't have access to that. On either side of the couch, immediately there's like a small little end table. So if you're sitting on one of the arm sides, you can more easily place a drink down. I imagine for those of you that are sitting, it's probably almost instinctive for Koa and Mikhail to grab either side to have a place to put their beverage, and for Aldo to sit in the middle. But of course, arrange yourselves as you would like, and or don't sit if you prefer that as well. As a reminder, this room does have built-in bookcases all around, lots of books that are there. There's a liquor cabinet, as I previously stated, with a platter on top with currently the bottle that's being drank out of and a bunch of glassware. That's like already built, it's already always placed onto the liquor cabinet off to the side. So you come in, you get comfortable. It's warm inside here, and they can go back to setting up the game as it is. And then Gemsmith will say, "So, the four of you traveling together, as previously stated, strange. We can get to those details and the more nefarious things later on, but Koa, you generally don't come here just for a quick visit. Usually you and your companions come by because you have purpose. What purpose is it, or has it already been stated?"
I don't remember why we're here other than we're going to mention the gem. We're going to mention Aldo's bow.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only two things.
And we have the gem cutting schema stuff that we found as well.
Well, for
Which I'll
once,
start
I don't
taking that out.
believe I'm the one to lead this discussion. The gem that I had shown you that you were cutting, we've learned some things about it, and I'll allow Mikhail and Aldo to go on.
So, you are here for purpose, and it seems though a good bit of it. Gentlemen, I am happy to hear it. You see, recently I've acquired quite the, shall we say, prize. And a bit of a twinkle in his eyes, he looks over to Aldo. And this evening, much to my surprise, with hearing about an old friend of mine coming by for a visit again, I had sent this gift of mine off to the butcher. And, well, this evening we'll be feasting like kings. I'd appreciate it if you joined.
Be glad to. And then that way perhaps we could visit without purpose for once.
He says, well, I imagine the purpose will lose its point and find it again many times over if you intend to stay for the day. This is only the first bottle. and dinner's not until after the suns fall.
I would love to stay and drink all day, but unfortunately we have a lot of purpose around town today.
And there are many days to be had in the week. Come on, Koa.
At least for myself, on this particular day, I do have at least one I can't turn down.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair. Oh, yeah. He. When you say that, he says, "I won't pressure you to." He's like, "I won't pressure you." Looks to the other two. The invitation's open. It's not just for Koa.
Aldo bows his head, but he doesn't say anything.
Mikhail's, he kind of looks at the other two and says, in solidarity, I should attend to business with my compatriots.
Well, you at least return for dinner. I mean, you've gone out of your way, Aldo,
Yes.
to acquire such a fine specimen for me. And your friends are turning their backs on such a fine meal.
The dinner? No. Hold on.
Well, I think you'll be on a walk at that point, Koa. But I mean, we'll have been done with our business by then.
What time's dinner?
After the sun falls. He just kind of shakes his head and says, "I'm not sure if there was a set time made." And the gentleman of the house comes walking through the door, and it says, on the line, "It'll be 6:30 sharp." You know, whatever it is. But
I don't think.
No,
I imagine my walk will be before sunfall, so maybe.
Yeah. It'll definitely be before. They will go broad daylight, where it's nice and safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, returning for dinner would be absolutely pleasant. Thank you.
He nods and says, "All right, fine then." He is finishing putting his last piece onto the board. He'll turn his attention away from the board and fully swing his towards the three of you. Again, I don't know if you're sitting on the couch or standing. You haven't defined one way or the other. But he'll bring his attention towards that direction to the three of you and say, "Let's get business underway then." Make sure his glass is fully placed down, to the point where he's also his shoulders turned to the glass, so his attention's on you. But libations and entertainment have been put aside.
Yeah, Mikhail would be sitting. He also, once he notices that Aldo's kind of struggling with not drinking, he will make sure to finish his what little he did pour himself, so it's not just sitting there. And then he leaves his glass empty. And we'll show we'll pull out the schematics and the little the smaller crystals that we took. We'll pull those out and such and kind of present them. And
so you start presenting them, but this room is not the best place for looking these things over. So you start presenting them, and without jumping into the nitty of the RP, he seems excited, interested in the stuff at first, but once you start showing the sheer volume of things that you have here, he goes, "Well, I must say, this is something worth pulling my attention for, but perhaps not the best room for it. Let's move to my study, please." And as he's standing up, the gentleman of the house comes walking through and immediately starts swooping by, and anybody who's not instinctively already grabbing to carry their glass with them, he will collect the glasses to put onto the tray with the bottle and any other empty glassware. Pointedly, any other empty glassware, whatever, he does not have one on there for Aldo. Very pointedly does not have one for Aldo, for anybody who's takes note of those kind of details. So if you've used one, he brings yours with you, or a new one if you've left it soiled or whatever, but he doesn't have one for him. Moving on. And if there's any extra supplies that are left around, he'll make sure he tucks them under his arm and brings that along as well. And you guys can move from downstairs where this room is all the way upstairs to his study or his office. When you go up there, you can see that as opposed to down here, it's not as entertaining of a space. The seats that you have aren't so centralized. They're more spread about. But there is a larger table that does have 3 seats around it. It's a larger circular table that has 3 seats about it. And then, you kind of stand beyond that. And then, so as you kind of go in and he starts putting stuff down, his study has significantly more books than the room downstairs. And so when you go into the room, you kind of looking at the study, and he kind of putting the details out. He goes in and out of the room a couple of times to collect a few things himself, but more to tell the man of the house the different items to bring in. And so other stuff will be kind of like brought in as the conversation goes. So as you're talking about these things, you are kind of like, some of the supplies are brought in periodically, kind of interrupted here and there with maybe a question or something being dropped off. But he starts pouring over these documents with you, and you start explaining what you have determined. Now, if I remember correctly, Keegan, you rolled insanely well for everything around these scrolls. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't have expertise in it, so.
So you start talking through these things, and there are multiple times where he kind of like looks up at you and like gives you like a studying look for like a second or two. And like after most of the way through, after you're done explaining the details, he'll even throw in the complimenting comment, being like, "In the name of the gods, Mikhail. I mean, certainly Tavarius has smiled upon you. You know your way around the smithing of a gem. I think you thought you found your calling in life, but well, the time hasn't. Well, I don't exactly have a son. If you're ever interested in learning more, you please let me know. You have a knack for this. You picked up these details just from looking at these documents alone and that ratted book?
Yes. I mean, I do have a history in... I mean, I am still a student, so I know how to study, and thank you. That means a lot coming from you.
I'm a student, and so I know how to study. He looks like full on at Leon, and Leon says, "Few and far between." And he's like, "Indeed. Well, to put it plainly, yes, effectively everything that you've said is correct. Minor details mistaken here or there, but that's not a mark against you. It's your keen eye that allowed you to see those mistakes. Here, let me explain." And he kind of like goes through a couple of things. He doesn't go too into the detail here because, Koa and Aldo are polite enough to be quiet, but also not deeply interested in what's going on. And he has the ability to read a room. He is actually a charismatic individual, has the ability to read a room enough not to go too far, enough into it to like make sure it's worth Mikhail's time, but not so much that it's wasting the others, especially since it seems as though Koa has prior engagements he needs to find his way to. Anyways, so he goes through these details and then simply says, "Oh, and then the stones that you've brought for me. I'm actually familiar with them." And kind of like, goes through them and says like the common name for each of these stones, which again, we don't need to go over at the moment. He says like the common name for each of these stones and says, "And what you're describing here, this aligns with the legends that I've heard of these things. It aligns with stories that have been told around the profession, if you will. It's what's remarkable. Koa, I have a bit of good news and a bit of bad news for you."
All right.
The good news is the stone that you had delivered to me beforehand, with how I remember it, stone that you gave to me beforehand, and the schematics that were brought here, I believe I can cut that for you in an even more refined way than I had originally anticipated using it for. I think there is some work to be done, and perhaps an opportunity for me to refine my own skill. The bad news, unfortunately, is I had already sent the stone away to somebody else who I thought might be able to handle that material better than I could. I didn't have these details ahead of me, and so I didn't trust my old eyes and shaky hands. I can do this for you, but it will take some time to have it brought back and then finish the work. Or I can have the work finished there, and it'll be done quicker. It's your call. I will gladly send the fastest messenger I can to get the word across.
I think having it done correctly is most important. I'm not sure what you gleaned from the documents, but our understanding is that beings from other planes have been bound to these stones to be used for various purposes, and
Can be Koa.
well, in some of the places we've been, they definitely have been bound,
Nods.
and we're not 100% sure whether or not this is a necessity for our purposes, but there is a seal that blocks a certain door, and these stones apparently are our key to opening it. And I imagine the more well crafted they are, the better chances they have of serving that purpose. Whether or not they need something bound or not is unclear, but we're hoping not. That seems a bit of magic, and it sounds a bit awful to do that.
Any one of these stones can accomplish the task, or is there some limitation, or any more details you might have?
From my recollection, the higher the quality of the cut and the better the quality and size of the gem, the higher chance of success it has. The type of gem, well, where the information came from, it wasn't entirely clear. It was all a bit of supposition and guesswork. But there was logic to it.
So you don't know exactly which type of gem. There is no insight to this.
I, Wade, believe that was the case, correct?
You knew at the very least that one gem of the other place could be used, and you even have an example of what kind of gem that is, but a much smaller and lower quality one here. But you don't know if that's the only style of gem to work.
I thought he still wasn't even sure about that. It was just like, I think this will work.
Well, to be that, you are actually correct in that. He believed it. He gave you the guidance that it should work. First, he said it would, and then later on, he doubled back and he was like, "I believe it would." You know what I mean? So you don't have full confidence, but you do still have that info.
Grab that gem. I believe at the very least, this is the type that there was some level in confidence may accomplish the task. However, unfortunately, this particular one seems to be a bit, at least, small for that.
Oh, it makes sense that this stone would be one that would function. You see, these stones, again, I'm familiar with them, and not all the limitations of binding creatures from other planes. That's a little outside of my wheelhouse, if you will. But what I can say is this stone is known for its, shall we say, purity. It seems to, compared to the other stones, lack, shall we say, the impurities or imperfections that lead it to leaning one way or the other. It seems to be, shall we say, more of a general stone. How do we put this in terms of your magics? You're talking about binding creatures from another place, specifically in the story you told me earlier. Creatures of fire, wind, water, etc., etc. Let's imagine one stone is best for water, another stone is best for fire, and so on and so on. Maybe there's even a stone that can lean to one or two of these, or some such. Well, this type of stone, if I were to assume, based off of my understanding of its properties and what you've defined the others as being, I would assume this is kind of a generalist. It could be used for any of them. I don't know about mixing within or anything about that kind of magics. That's well beyond me. As you know, I've only seen so much magic in my life. One of the most magical things I've ever known was my wife, but enough of the past. I think that's why that stone would work. Not because it's the best one for whatever scenario you're describing, but it's the one-size-fits-all. That being said, though, Koa, that does mean that stone would have more value in this practice than these others. Well, and he holds up the little one that you have here. Well, this too, for giving the same quality and clarity and so on. I'd like to look these over further if you don't mind leaving them with me. It may take me a couple of days to get to them, but I'd be more than happy to.
I'll leave that to Mikhail. Mikhail is the one who read through and understands this stuff much better than I do. I have no personal objection.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm fine with him keeping them. Really, the first thing we thought of doing with all of this is to bring it to you.
That's the first thing you thought of, says Leon.
Well, once we'd learned all we could between ourselves.
I'm surprised
Usually
that's
best
the
to go to an
direction that
expert.
you would take, Mikhail. Given your background and what quality of expertise is out there for you to lean on.
You mean going all the way back home?
Or at the very least, with the discoveries that you've made here. If you were to send a message back home, I'm sure the Congress would be more than happy to send one or more of their experts this way to look into this matter with you.
They may. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing enough pieces to what I'm putting together. And we already had a rapport with Gemsmith here. I forgot his name. Yellen.
Well, don't get me wrong. I appreciate the sentiments and the compliments coming your way, and certainly I have interest in this. I can only go so far as to speak to the properties of the stones themselves and how to cut in accordance to these schematics, assuming everything is on the up and up. But as for the magical aspect, Leon is correct. I would not be able to offer any insight there. Now, I have my own reservations when it comes to the damned Congress, but he's not wrong about their expertise.
Yeah, it is. It is worth some more consideration. Then we need to know exactly how these work.
Is the
Well, sticking a little bit more in your wheelhouse, Yellen. Is there any way you could have a look at these really quickly? I just think they're simple stones, gems, but they were also found in the keep, and I was just wondering if you could have a quick look.
These are the ones that you found under the bed, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Looks them over, pulls out, looks them over, and goes, "Ooh, these are fine quality right here. I need to get my equipments to properly look them over. Again, if you give me just a few days, I can assess them for you. If you would like, I can even go so far as to appraise them. I document them."
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, and I appreciate it.
Normally, there'd be a fee associated with the documentation. But he looks at you, and again, a bit of a twinkle in his eye. He says, "Aldo, I think I'll do this one for free."
That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, and he'll once again bow his head.
Koa is giving them a look over, like remembering their last interaction, and then he's remembering like everything Aldo's been doing the last few days, and it's just kind of like taking it in. It's probably like you can probably see him kind of staring, where he's kind of in awe of like, am I dreaming? Did we go to a keep? Am I under a curse? Is this real? Is there another plot afoot that I don't see? There's just a lot of like, it's like zoning out, just kind of like staring at you.
Yeah, well, it's definitely out of character. So
Yeah. And
Yeah.
just these moments have been happening more lately. So he's like, we did say we weren't going after Beltran, but like, is something else happening? Am I forgetting something? Did I eat the goo?
You will tonight.
Did I eat the goo?
You will tonight.
Oh. Oh yeah, Koa's gonna ask her. The Arcane Congress, are they mostly Perrin?
No, says Leon. They are, perhaps the ones that you've encountered around here would be predominantly of my kin, but that's just because there are a lot of Perrin that live around here. Likely you'd find a lot of humans and others as well. But if I were to assign a particular race to be the majority, I assume it would be gnomes. The Congress's base of operation is in Eustace, and its birthplace is Eustace. Its original founders and original members were all gnomish. The introduction of other races came later, but the other races tend to be more numerous. So...
I see. Sorry, I'm not as familiar with these things as I should be, having traveled and lived among the free folk and then mostly been around Adia. A lot of this is...
Those are all reasons why you wouldn't know these things, Koa.
Yes. That's what I was trying to say, just... Thank you.
Well, Leon says, I'm curious to hear what your reservations are. He says that, to Gemsmith. He says, but the simple fact of the matter is the Arcane Congress are the masters of their art. For better or worse, they know the best around magics. My suggestion would be to confide to them, to seek counsel from them. At the very least, there are many colleges not too far from here. As a matter of fact, I think the college that you said you were attending before, Mikhail, is the same distance from Hardgwen as Loshev is. Give or take a dozen miles.
Roughly. Not too terribly far. I guess it probably wouldn't take a letter too long to get there either.
Well, I've said my bits, and I'm not trying to play a heavy hand. I'm not a part of the Congress. I just know that they have served me well in the past.
That's good to know. It's not a resource I ever think to consider, but I suppose it's good to think outside of our normal purview from time to time.
It is. It's definitely worth considering.
Is Gemsmith
Okay.
and are Gemsmith and Leon in on our curse breaking stuff? Do they know what we're doing with that?
Leon is familiar with a lot of it. I don't think you told him about the ghost, but you've told him a good bit. I don't think Gemsmith knows about the ghost. I know that he knows you're interested in going to these various keeps and whatnot. Breaking the again, I don't remember how much you told him in the past.
I don't think they know
I'm
anything about
studying.
the actual curses or anything, and especially like how we found out about like impact on the Perrin and things like that. None of that I think has been disclosed. Just that we're trying to break the curses that are on the land here.
I know for sure Yellen knows that I'm studying the curses, but I don't remember if he knows we're breaking them or not, or trying to break them.
I just didn't know because when we went to the Mountain Keep, there was a lot going on in Loshev that trip too. I didn't remember if it was one of those things that came up because it's like we were gone to the west on this big expedition. So like, what did we say? But Koa won't add anything else to it than about the curses and whatnot. There's definitely things he thinks to say, wants to say. You can probably see him about to say, but he will not unless one of you two bring it up.
Okay, he's learned his lesson finally.
No. He's more focused on the fact that Gemsmith mentioned his wife, and Koa's like, I'm engaged. That's right.
Shit. There went my whole train of thought.
If you need a moment to collect your thoughts, you can feel free to throw solidarity in chat. Lancelot is back in action. I need lots of solidarity in chat for Lancelot. All right,
nice. Did they mention anything that they were talking about? I'm assuming it's the trade stuff, since that's what Leon's handling.
They did not mention it at all. You guys kind of came in and immediately jumped into you even immediately took over with the conversation around the gems, and he's like, I want to appraise these, I want to look these over, these documents, if you can leave them with me, this would be great. You obviously know they're safe. Like, unless Orsugo came by and burned his house down while he was in it, that would just be terrible. You lose like a super friendly, influential NPC that has wealth to back you up and all this valuable stuff at the same time. Who would do that? Who just dropped that?
Well,
I'm just kidding.
Noticing a lull in the conversation almost, Aldo does speak up again. He says, well, to turn things to other matters, this one might be a bit graver, though we haven't had much contact and we are unaware of what happened with the fires and such.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. It was it was not the best situation. The gnolls, as you had defined them, they did a good bit of damage. You're aware of this. You also helped to mitigate the fires, and things would have been far worse if the group of you weren't here to assist the ways that you did when you did. Obviously, you, even coming off of your shift that evening of watching after the goods, did a great deed as well in assisting. They did not attack Loshev again, at least not Loshev proper. Unfortunately, Loshev, while being an individual town, there are farms or homesteads that are outside of the proper bit of the town that are under our purview.
One was kind enough
frequently
to
trade with.
And one was kind enough to house us during the winter when we came back from the mountains. We're aware of them and their hospitality. I hate that it sounds as though... Sorry to interrupt. Go on.
Who housed you?
God, I don't remember their names. Do you remember their names?
I imagine your characters know the names. You also know that they were distilling liquor.
The distillers.
Oh, it is unfortunate what happened to their home. The amount of alcohol that they had there, that place, it burned. It burned bright and it burned quick. But those boys are not the kind of people that are willing to just go down and take the licking without a fight. As a matter of fact, the gnolls, as you defined them, the description was exactly as you said that they would be. See, one of those boys took a flaming bottle and hurled it into the darkness, smashed against one of those creatures, and we found out that their fur is quite flammable. A couple more bottles thrown at them. They, from what I understand, a few of them ran off into the night yipping, and they dragged that corpse back with them, charred up and everything. Gave the constable a chance to take a look at it. The butcher even cut it open to take a glance and see what's in the insides and whatnot. And like I said, gnolls. That's what you said they were. We're inclined to agree. The boys are still alive, but, well, they won't be brewing for a minute.
I'm sorry to hear such a thing. But yes, the gnolls, their behavior changed drastically after that fire ritual. They showed no signs prior to any magical predisposition that we know of in our first encounter.
There was the initial reports, fire from their hands and all that. Nobody's seen them use magic, at least no accounts that are trustworthy enough to just take it as law. But it does seem to be leaning that way.
We also saw them moving toward Forvin when we last left here. We warned Forvin. We tried to warn Rod and Hot Gwyn. The only place we didn't get any messages to was Varen. But was there? Do we know of it? They didn't attack anywhere else that we know of, right? It was just here.
If I remember correctly,
Yeah.
there was some mild thing that happened over at Forvin, but they were able to get ahead of it before it became a legitimate issue. And then, as what was defined here in Loshev, they're telling you lots of like the small, almost like Thorpes. You know, where it's like a collection of maybe a few houses nearby or just an individual house, whatever. Lots of those took it. So the skirts.
Any idea as to why Loshev's been targeted more than most? There was a mild scruff at Thorvin that was able to get handled with our forewarning after what happened here, but if they came back here and are harassing the outskirts of Loshev, why?
Could be proximity to the mountains where you're saying they're from. And then Leon chimes in and says, "Oh, hi Molly! How you doing?"
Leon, you sound so different.
Well, what can I say? I get wicked excited when Molly shows up.
Thank you for the raid, Molly.
Do I do the sniper? Do I do the sniper voice again?
The hell, I don't know what it
Yes.
is, so probably no.
What was Graf's name? Oh god, it's like, hold on.
Nelson?
Oh golly, Graf!
that
Oh god,
guy.
I gotta get it. Ugh.
Hmm.
You don't even understand, Graf.
Oh,
You don't
that
even understand
sniper.
what to do. Oh, I can't get it. I have to go like practice in the shower. I feel like I have to like hate myself. And then I can do it. All right. Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, Leon. He chimes in. Leon chimes in and says, "Well, it is possible that let's assume they came from the mountains, as you had suggested, as the three of you had suggested. But rather than being random acts of chaos, it's not unlike those in Drazstone to make deals that are beneficial for them in the short term, especially if they feel as though they can overpower any downstream negative effects of the deal in the long term. It's possible that Drazstone is looking to hire or work with these individuals to cause a bit of chaos, cause a bit of desperation. That way you're more inclined to give them a beneficial trade deal. It was mentioned by you in the past that trade could potentially happen, and you may have said that you would be willing to trade out of or with Loshev to Drazstone. And I wouldn't put it past them to take an action like this. Though I'm not making a full accusation.
Didn't we see the gnolls also attack the hobgoblins at one point, or?
The gnolls were not friendly with the hobgoblins, correct? The hobgoblins warned you about the gnolls and so on.
Well, from our interactions with at least Roxham and his group, they'd given us warnings about the gnolls, and they did not seem to be on friendly terms.
You're referring to the guard, the rangers, if you will, that keep an eye on the area. They hunts down and fights the gnolls. It's true that they wouldn't get along with them. But that doesn't mean if an envoy came down with a sack full of something that the gnolls are interested in, or offered terms that were mutually beneficial, that the gnolls wouldn't be willing to make some sort of a deal. Gnolls are not particularly intelligent. They're also not exactly known to keep their end of a bargain. But if what you're having them do is something they're going to enjoy anyways, it's possible that they would make a deal temporarily, or at least stick to a deal for a short term. Maybe the deal was to burn all the cities along the river. They got to Loshev, a little bit beyond, and then gave up. They did enough of the deal, but then didn't complete it.
I suppose it's a bit premature for us to rule anything out, as the ritual display was too far away for us to make out any individuals involved. It could have really been anyone that prompted it, and this mythology of Orsugo, while it could have been Orsugo if this person is real, we've talked about the possibility that someone's also just using his legend to stir up this sphere with fire and such. But it could be a dispute between cities. We saw Otgwen send soldiers to go take on farmers for food, so it seems as though no city or place here is afraid of going farther than it should to accumulate what it wants.
No, neither of them chime in.
Also, Leon, I do want to apologize for interrupting whatever conversation you all had going on before we came in. We kind of came in here and have taken over. That was not our intention.
He shakes his head, unconcerned. He says, "You don't need to you don't need to apologize for interrupting the conversation, just the game." And then that's where Gemsmith will chime in and be like, "Oh, hush, push. We hadn't even started yet." My point exactly. Oh.
Well, then I do apologize for that. There are just a couple of more things, I think, and we can get out of your hair until dinner, if that's all right.
Of course it's fine. It's just after so many rounds of playing with you and Aldo, it was going to be nice to play with someone who understood the rules.
I'm getting better, for the record.
I'm sure.
And
he's
I've been
doing
letting you
fine.
win. Aldo winks.
What did you say?
And I've been letting you win.
The first time Aldo showed like personality this whole time. That's funny.
Yep.
Nice. Anyways, so go ahead, Wade. You said there's just a few more things, and then get out of hair.
Before we conclude our last couple of bits of business, I do have some good news. Unexpected though it was to get there, but I believe I'm engaged.
You believe you're engaged?
He's engaged.
I am engaged. It was just a very the process of getting there was not perhaps the standard one, which is kind of fitting for our hodgepodge group here and how we get things done. But joyous celebration was had, and now I plan for something that I'll hope to never have to plan for again, but it definitely wasn't prepared to plan for now.
He chuckles a bit at the beginning of your little bit that you were saying there. He chuckles for a few moments, and then he says, Koa, congratulations. A young man like you absolutely should be. I told you before, I wish I had a daughter, but unfortunately, I don't. And my son, well, let's just say he wouldn't be interested anyways. Youth, young love. Tell me, Koa, did you use it?
I did. That's how the engagement came about.
Told you it was a fine stone, a fine stone. I hope she understood its meaning.
Being from a Malta, I think maybe it meant even more to her than we originally thought it would.
A Maltese. Oh, a woman of class, of refinement, of dignity, or at least self-respect, he says, tossing like a jeering look, like teasing over to Leon. Leon just stone-faced.
Koa looks like he wants to say more, but then he like kind of falls silent because it's like all still fresh and hitting him again.
Well, I'm happy for you, Koa. Congratulations. Well, since you're going to be getting married, I assume you already have an estate in your name. You already have, a wife. I'm sorry, I'm making an assumption because of our previous conversation. A wife.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then I assume children will be shortly thereafter. So does this mean that you'll be throwing in the towel, as it were? Looking to join the council? Be its youngest member ever? He says, chuckling like that would ever be possible.
No, I think before we settle down and think about children, he kind of looks terrified, horrified at the thought of like, wait, what? Is that a thing that comes next?
No, house is next, but you already have that, so
a bit more to take care of, I believe. Mikhail, before I drag this on too long, you had a couple of other things, right?
Leon interjects and says, you do know that you don't always get to plan these things. There are ways to plan, but I assure you, it is going to be less exciting than allowing things to happen naturally.
Perhaps I'll need to talk with you more about strategy. He's smiling.
You get a full-blown laugh from Gemsmith on that one, and you'll even get like a from Leon on it. It was good. It was good.
He laughs, but he's also like clearly like kids.
You gonna say something, Mikhail?
Yeah, he's just thinking about what a tough act to follow. Koa always is, but
Okay.
right.
I don't share
He'll
daily
say,
with strangers.
Right. We still have the matter of trade with Drastone. That's kind of on our plates, though. Leon has mostly taken that on for us. I don't know if you were both already discussing this, or if I'm being presumptuous.
No, we did not discuss it at all. I imagine it may have been on the docket. Leon shakes his head and says, not for you directly. I was going to speak to the council when you guys were convening tomorrow. Oh. And he looks back to you and says, there you have it.
There we have it. Oh, speaking of the council, that there may be something else to put on their plate. Um, there are prisoners in Forvin. Um, the prisoners in Forvin that were initially a part of the slave ring that we busted.
Any happiness or joy on his face kind of like drops. Continue.
Uh, Now, when I say prisoners, they were apprehended. They're already in custody. There's just the matter of where they're going to serve justice. We think it should be here.
He doesn't know about Beltran, does he?
Well, there was a
Yeah,
he
comment
does.
earlier
Leon
about-
does.
Right.
But we didn't tell him about
Yeah.
Beltran's involvement in the slave ring, I don't think, did we?
Well, no, but Leon did say something because Leon
Yeah.
literally
Mhm.
said,
Yeah.
you know, drinks. What do you say?
He said the Hargraves, yeah.
Something in conspiracy, and then
Yeah.
and
Is
then Gemsmith was like taking down the Greatest. Yeah, he kind of added that in.
But
It
I
was,
thought that was, I didn't know if Jim Smith knew about Beltran from us or not.
I do not believe you
Not
said
from us.
anything. Yeah, you guys kept that kind of pursed lips. But either way, Leon is clearly talking to him to some degree. But moving on.
Mhm.
So he says, "I'm inclined to agree with you. That doesn't mean that the council will all agree with me. But by taking them here, we can ensure that they serve their sentence."
Yes, because otherwise, if they go to Hod Gwen, that guarantee is much less believable, especially with Beltran being the captain of the guard now.
Well, there's an issue, Mikhail. Our jail is only so large. It can only hold so many people, and generally speaking, when it holds them, is for hours to days to weeks to the occasional months. To hold somebody for years takes up one of the very few places that we have. We have every intention of doing so with Dan. But to take more here would be difficult. We'd have to expand our jail to be able to support such a thing. That,
If I may, Councillor, is it not true that Loshev practices capital punishment?
You say that, and Leon, like, you know, you have his full attention. And Gemsmith says, "Indeed, yeah, we do."
Well, they've been found guilty by Forvin. Dare say they'll have to have their own trial here, but there may not be a need.
He nods slowly and he says, he takes like a breath, holds for a moment, and then when he exhales, he says, "Aldo, it is true, but it's also true that I don't support such a thing. It's legal here, and there are counselors that certainly are very in support of it, but I've always thought such a thing to be barbaric. Though, of course, slavery is barbaric as well. There has to be lines between what they do and what we do. And there's arguments to be made that some degree of recompense can be made, and you can see he's like more struggling to get these out. Like he's saying the things he knows he's supposed to say, even though it's very difficult for him to say them because he's like emotional at this point. So to be clear, Aldo, he's clearly emotional at this point, and he's even questioning his own morals, you know, in the argument. But
Yeah. Aldo looks at him and he says, "Of course, I agree with you. I could not pass the sentence myself, even if I agree with it in principle. It was just a fact."
We
So-
we know the guard captain, at least the acting guard right now. I forget her name. In
in Forvin, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
somebody
somebody just reminded us too.
we know that she's. Oh, did they?
No, not
We know that
right
she's,
now, but I know it happened recently.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
She's
Good.
sympathetic to how we feel about this, and will do everything she can to stop Hod Gwyn from taking these prisoners. If they stay in Forvin, they should stay locked up forever with any luck. The problem is if Hodgwyn makes an offer they can't refuse for them, which is why we thought we'd bring it to you as fast as we could. Perhaps it's not a bridge that has to be crossed at all, but I think we all agree the worst outcome here would be they go to Hodgwyn and Beltran and them reunite, and well, we all know where that led the last time.
Her name was Johanka, or Johanka with a J.
Johanka, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the fact still remains. I agree with you, Koa. I agree with you, Mikhail. And I understand what you're saying, Aldo. Taking them here, we would never take that. It is unlikely that a vote would go in favor of accepting a deal from Hodgwyn to transfer them from our prisons to there. It's very unlikely.
Who would oppose it?
We only have so much space to offer. And depending on how many you have, we would have to expand our jail to be able to support it.
It was
only...
What was it? It was 3, right?
3 people, 2 of which were involved in the trade, and one that was just with his buddy.
Yeah, what one was the buddy?
The mage, I think, that with the broken fingers.
The mage, yeah.
That also does raise concerns, though. Getting them all back together in the same place, albeit in cells or what. No.
Well, I'm not worried about that. So we would see to it that they're not spending their evenings whispering to one another across between bars. We'll make sure that there are obstacles in way of them planning some sort of an escape or what have you. It's the expense of the matter. It's an expensive endeavor. I agree with you. I think it should be done, and perhaps if put to a vote, we could agree that it's a fine use of the town's resources to expand the prisons to keep them here. And it is possible that a vote would come to pass for what or how penalizing a sentence would be in accordance to our laws. I'm informing you which way I would vote in this matter, or at least which way I believe I would vote in this matter. He says more under his breath, but definitely conversational, but definitely also kind of more to himself than you guys. He says, but I'm with the fires that happened recently and other details that we've had to resolve as of late. Coming out of winter, the coffers aren't as full as I would like them to be before I made this kind of a suggestion in front of the council.
Well, the number is 3. There are 3 people they currently
means
have.
4, Mikhail.
Well, in truth, there's only 2 of them we're worried about, which I suppose means 3.
Raise his eyebrow.
The one that travels with them, as far as we know, had nothing to do with the lashes or their practices. Though they do have another friend who's out wandering about, but it seems as though their involvement was more so to support their friend than it was trade.
Right. Only 2 of them are lashes. One is the friend of a lash from, I guess, for quite a long time. We don't know the nature of that loyalty, but they are not otherwise linked to the operation. So, while they were defending their friend, we're not as concerned with whatever justice they need to serve.
You see kind of like an approving look on Leon's face as he's hearing this conversation. Doesn't say anything, though. Understood. Then I suppose that decision can be made later on, but is this not the same friend that attempted to disrupt the order of things originally? One of the ones that helped the captain of the guard to escape originally?
Oh, yes. I do believe he's guilty of what he's done, but I do believe she's guilty of what she's done, but that doesn't mean that she necessarily needs to come here. I'm not sure that Odgwin would have as much interest in her, and she can serve her sentence in Forvin, most likely.
All right, then 2. To transfer 2. It's more tolerable, but still taxing. I'll think on this and see if there's something that can be done. Or, perhaps, a good deal is struck with Drazstone, assuming, of course, they are not behind these Knoll attacks. A good deal can be struck with Drazstone. Maybe that will bring more coin to the coffers and make such a thing more amicable. Perhaps, he says, looking over to Koa, something like this can be leveraged. I do intend to speak before the council tomorrow on behalf of trade, as I'm already going to be heading that way. And I can do so as a direct representative of the Valiant Few. Certainly you're welcome to join the conversation if you see fit. And you can make this part of your terms. You can say that you are negotiating for this kind of trade and for it to be beneficial for Loshev. And in exchange, they can offer this for you. It would negatively impact influence that you could have with things later on. Influence like what? There's a good bit we still have to go over. Again, what we discussed last night leading to today's meeting. Oh, yes, of course. We could do that, Koa. It's, I wouldn't suggest you make this decision now, but perhaps we speak before the council meeting tomorrow.
I'll look at the other two, just kind of like see what to gauge their reactions to that.
It's worth a conversation, at least.
Aldo just nods at that.
So is your suggestion, to be clear, that we don't bring up this matter tomorrow? Or that we just simply are prepared for whatever response we get before we bring it up? DM?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was to me. It sounded like you were speaking to them. Can you repeat?
Sorry,
Can you repeat for me?
Repeat?
I'll try to have my Koa DM voice instead of my Koa
Invented
PC
words.
voice. That's my bad.
Go ahead.
So to be clear, are you saying that we should wait before we bring this matter up to the council, or just that we have this conversation beforehand and we're ready for whatever answer the council gives?
We should discern what approach I'm going to take when I speak to them tomorrow. If you want to layer this onto some sort of dealings, or if you want to just leave things as I already intended.
I don't wish to impact...
Wait a second. Does this mean that when you were coming to talk to me about these details, you were doing so on their behalf? In a way, yes. What do you mean by in a way? In what way? Were you speaking on their behalf or not? Well, I've chosen to work alongside them. I actually agree with the cause that they're working on, so it was actually on my own behalf, but in alignment with what they were already beginning to plan to do. So, in a way, yes. This seems awfully dodgy for you, Leon. It's a little uncharacteristic. It's just complicated. Again, I'll give you details. Probably after a bottle or two more. Are you trying to make sure that I'm making only the best choices? Of course.
Perhaps we can pull together and find another bottle if need be, then.
And you hear from across the room, I actually know the perfect next one to follow this if you would like me to procure it from the basement. I'm not sure if that's... What do you say, Koa?
Oh, for you too, of course. I'll fetch it myself.
He will actually hold up his hand and say, I'd prefer not to have you in the basements. I'll collect it now. And then, the manservant goes and leaves the room. He's like, I didn't say yes, did I? He's a good man. That's why you've had him in your employ for decades now.
Well, before we finish up, I believe there is also the matter of Curve Rock. Koa wishes to meet with him. Thinks a deal could be struck with him for some things and wanted to get some information from you.
Oh, yes, another... I don't know the man personally. I've only heard unfortunate rumblings and grumblings about him.
They're all true.
Oh,
I'm perhaps speaking a bit too candidly for somebody who is my counterpart. But truth be told, let's just say he will get what's coming to him after this life ends.
well, I suppose we all will.
Quite an indictment.
But our matter in business is the fact that he's been collecting an encyclopedia series by looked at Mikhail and Aldo like he would ever remember. And
Aldo returns the same look.
Tilvanius.
These books have been helpful to us in our travels. They contain information within them that we need. And we have a couple of duplicates, and we were hoping to exchange some with him, or perhaps he'd be interested in... Koa will produce some of the mole coins that they'd found. This currency that seemed to be of great interest to Inta here in town, as well as Roxham and some of the others.
How many of those do you have? Asks Leon.
I think it's 7 gold and a bunch of other ones, right?
A few.
He nods, appreciating your dodginess, and then he says, "I'll have you know, if you are sending me to Drazstone to make deals, a pocket full of those coins would go much further than me simply trying to tap into my connections. I'm actually not familiar with the significance of them. They're, as Koa said, they're mole coins. For those that cling to mole traditions, to old culture or what have you, they have immense value to them personally. And Drazstone uses them as an actual currency of trade, kind of a coin for a favor sort of a situation, giving them more value in Drazstone than they would have certainly outside of most countries. Certainly, sorry, in Drazstone than you would get outside of a deer, and certainly the further you get from a deer. I would suggest you sending several of those to Aldo. I suggest you send several of those coins with me when I go to Drazstone, or bring them yourself if you're accompanying. But
we have a handful of gold coins, but we do have a couple of silver and some copper as well. Do you think that it matters?
It matters.
I'm assuming. Oh, I just meant, would copper ones be useful at all? I assume they still would.
They would be, of course. It's just, imagine if you were asking a simple favor of a friend or a great one. Are they helping you to refurnish your estate, or are they helping you to smuggle a body?
Oh, no, I understand the significance of giving you some to take with you. It was more so just, are only the gold ones that valuable? We've only dealt with a couple of gold ones in the past. We hadn't had the silver or copper, so...
That's exactly my point. Are you helping to rearrange furniture, or are you helping to smuggle a body?
I was going to send some of each. I just didn't know if it should just be the gold was more so.
Oh, no, each. You don't want to you don't want to play your only hand. I'm
Yes.
Truth be told, Koa, I am not good at when it comes to trade. This isn't my forte. It's not something that I'm particularly adept at. Simply speaking, I have connections there, and I know that my connections will not screw me over. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be the best at making the deals. Perhaps there is somebody that's one of you might even be better at this than myself. I just know that the people that I'm dealing with will deal with me honestly. Then he takes a moment and he says, "That was, I believe the people that I'm dealing with will deal with me honestly."
Well, then, yes, we'll make sure you have some with you before you head out.
He nods, and then he'll look over to Gemsmith, and he says, Kurvrock, he clings to the mole culture like it's something that matters. Well, let's not say it doesn't matter. It's important to him and some of his people. I'm sure it is, but they're long since gone. I'm not sure what value there is in holding on to it. Historical significance for him and his family. Leon doesn't push the point any further. He comes from a nation of conquerors. He doesn't push the point any further. He can see that Gemsmith is defending from a position of almost like morality, and not because he really wants to defend Curve Rock. So he, again, doesn't want to push any further because it's more putting his friend into an awkward position. And so Gemsmith looks back to you and says, then, according to Leon, perhaps those will have value in speaking with him. I can't speak to how much value they would or would not have. Though, thinking on it, it is possible that Fox would know a thing or two about this. He's always followed these kind of... I'm not from Idir originally. This isn't my place of birth, just my place of residence and retirement. You can speak to Fox before Curve Rock if you'd like. Maybe
I
he
believe
can
that was
give you
our
some
plan.
insight into dealing with the man. I've never been successful.
I believe that was our plan. We wanted to try to get as much insight from you and Mr. Fox before we spoke with him, but just in case the negotiations get a bit crazy with Curve Rock, Leon, I'll go ahead and hand you this to have so we don't accidentally spend it today. He'll hand over 3 of the gold mole coins, 2 silver, and 8 copper, which is about
Mark
half
down
of
what
we
you
have.
gave to Leon. 3 gold, 2 silver, 8 copper. Heard.
I hope this is sufficient.
He says, time will tell.
Right.
Well, if that's everything.
I believe it is for now, except for dinner.
Guy walks in, having just popped the bottle, and walks in.
Is Cleven in by chance?
He thinks for a moment and says, I'm not... Yes, he is. Interrupts the gentleman as he's walking across the room with the tray. He is. He's over in his portion of the estate. His portion of the estate? My apologies. He's over where he's most comfortable. If you would like, I would be more than happy to bring you there. Oh, he could certainly use the company.
Oh, with that, I guess we'll see you for dinner.
I hope it's a good bottle, and I hope it's a good bottle, and Leon, I hope it serves you well. We'll say with a smile to Gemsmith.
He chuckles and he goes, "You damn well better return for dinner. I didn't get all in a tizzy for a few months ago, only to have this turn up for nothing. Leon's been waiting for this lamb for months now, and since you took it from him last time, it's you should see him enjoy it this."
The poor lads had to look at it for 4 nights.
Leon raises an eyebrow and looks back and forth for a second. He goes, "Wait a second. The lamb."
All right, well, we'll be off.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. You guys
Thank
go
you
walk
for your
away.
hospitality.
Do you allow the man of the house to bring you to his bring you to where Cullen is?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
When you go to his
Aldo's crossbow. We did forget Aldo's crossbow.
Oh, you did not bring that up in conversation. I know you mentioned it briefly earlier, but didn't come back up in conversation.
Yeah, we could just... That would have been before the goodbye, that I think.
Yeah, I can
Aldo
imagine
would have
even
brought
as
it
you're
up.
walking out the door, you call it across the room.
Yep.
Like as you're walking out of the room, you say something to him.
I was gonna bring it up at dinner if they
okay,
hadn't.
perfect. Then
We can
let's
do
not do it now.
That's your thing. That's fine.
Let's do it at dinner then. Jake, did you get another new Twitch name? What, you lose Jake and then you lost Jake. Now you have Jacob 2551.
No.
Like how many different Twitch accounts? You keep forgetting your password, Boomer?
Yes, actually, which is the thing. Now, every time I log into Roll20, I go through like 3 different passwords every single time, and it's always the same one. But like every time.
Just listen, your password should just be Joey was right. That's your password. Just Joey was right.
Well, now the 93 people watching know it, so I can't do it.
Time to change your password.
I mean, do they know your email address to assign to Joey was right?
I don't know, dude. I'm a boomer. I don't know how to get that shit.
He's like, I don't know my own email address. Oh,
Jake
man.
at gmail.com.
Right? I just have like a million burner accounts to like get into character, you know? Just
All right, cool. So you don't say anything about the crossbow. You mentioned it once at the beginning. It never came up again, and Aldo will bring it up at dinner. You guys walk out of the
Yeah.
room, and the man of the house will bring you over to where Colin's place is. Do you have any side chatter either with each other as he's walking you over, or with him as he's leading you there, or is it relatively quiet?
Named Cullen or Cleveland? I thought it was Cleveland.
Cleveland,
It was
goddamn it,
Cleveland. Yeah.
it's Yullen, and for some reason, Cullen. I don't know what is the name.
You should have
Cullen,
just
like,
made
from
it
a book
Yullen
of-
and Cullen. It would have
No,
just
God, no.
been easier.
I've
I
never
would have
seen the
remembered it
movies.
better.
Is
I'm
Cullen
pretty
from a
sure
movie?
Cullen is a name from like one of the Twilight movies or something.
Oh, I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
watch Twilight though.
I haven't either, but like I think I hear it.
But
and
you
I think
hear
I'm
about
sure
it.
Robert
Yeah.
Pattinson. I don't know why.
Oh,
whatever
that's
his-
right. That's
it's
the
his
last,
character's
it's
like-
the Cullen family. isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Oh, Cullen from wait, which one was Cullen from Dragon Age?
Never saw it. Don't know.
Dragon Age is a video
I
game?
played it. I meant played it.
Oh, okay.
man.
I only played 2 of them. I want to say I never played the third one. I think there's only 3. The Templar.
Molly streamed them all. I've never played them.
Yeah, I haven't played any.
Stick up his ass, Templar. Let me see him. Hold on. Dragon Age Cullen. I have to see him.
Oh, I remember now.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't think his stick was that far up his ass.
Cleveland, good to see you.
Yeah, I don't think the stick was too far up his ass.
Cleveland.
Got your own wing of the estate now, I see.
Does Cleveland have like posters that have been like painted of the flutist by any chance on his walls?
They're like the Farrah Fawcett posters from like the 80s, but it's the flute dude.
You could just see the tape where like the posters written down from.
Right?
No, I'm just kidding. So as you're walking to where's, because you guys choose not to have any conversation amongst each other, as you walk over to the portion of the home which is his, it's kind of like, because again, I say estate. Please remember this house is slightly larger than yours, but it's not grandiose. It's just he has 2 rooms that are across from one another over in like an end of the house that are his. So as you go over there is a pungent smell that you are able to gather as you go, but not unpleasant. It's strong. It's unpleasant in its strength. So like as you're approaching, like, oh, like that's a nice aroma. And by the time you're standing between the 2 doors, you're like, that's a strong aroma, but it's still nice. By the time one of the doors opens, it's like a punch in the face. It's like if you were in a college dorm and you go to one of the floors and you smell pot, then you walk down the hall and you smell more pot, and then you go into like your buddy's room and you're like, my eyes are watering from the smell of pot.
I don't find pot a pleasant smell. This is
There you
like
go. Perfect.
Febreze for
At
me.
all.
I mean, I very rarely find pot to be a pleasant smell because it's.
You said this
usually
smell
too
was
pungent.
not unpleasant.
Well, like when it's mild, I love the smell. When it's like intense, I don't enjoy it at all. I don't enjoy any intense smell.
I feel that way about like Febreze.
Yeah. It's like like, I usually when I talk about
Like
strong
an actual
odors,
good smell.
I make a reference to Yankee Candle because like legitimately
Mhm.
I can't, like Sephora, I think is the name of the I can't go in places like that anywhere, or like Macy's, like the first floor of Macy's.
There's
which
a
has, like, the
strong
perfume.
scent. Cleveland.
Well, you get, well, I'm depicting here, like when there's
Yeah.
strong odors like that, it's like it's overpowering. And so my point is, when you come here, when you go to see Cleveland, it is a very strong odor, which is funny because you don't remember, because a strong odor like this would certainly cling to your clothes, and you've spent time with him, and you don't remember this odor as being something that was like coming off of him before.
I know what's going on here. He's a necromancer. He has a whole bunch of bodies he's been practicing on, and this smell is to hide the scent of corpses rotting.
Guess we'll find out.
All right.
Maybe.
So you you guys go to the end of the, so he goes, and you can see even the gentleman of the house, as he goes there, he actually raises his rag to his face, and then he knocks twice on the door, waits about a second and a half, knocks twice more, much louder, and then after a few more moments, it's almost like a practice at this point, you can see he takes kind of like a deeper breath and draws his cloth from his face so that he's not covering his face as the door opens up. But as the door opens up, you guys who aren't covering your face either, and also not holding your breath the way he is, that's where you get punched with the strong smell. And unfortunately, the smell is so strong that you haven't even been able to properly identify what it is yet. Maybe later, whatever. You'll be able to properly identify what it is yet. But there's Cullen, opens the door. Sorry, Cleveland. There opens the door the same way as he looks the same way as he always does. He's dressed impeccably, so on and so forth. And he stands there and he says, yes, it's not anywhere near dinner. Visitors. Isn't it customary for you to inform me of their arrival prior to bringing them to my door? It is, of course, master, but but they were already here visiting with your father, and they were interested in speaking with you directly. Very well. And he steps out of his room to shut the door.
You wearing like suit top half and then like just in his underwear or something?
No. He is dressed well, top to bottom.
All right.
He says, I'll leave you to it. And then turns to walk away. And if you were watching after him, you know what's happened well enough to see that once his back is turned, the movement of his arms suggests that he's holding the cloth to his face again until he's far enough away. But if you don't know what he's doing, you wouldn't have recognized it, right? Anyways, Cleveland is standing there before you, and he says, it's a pleasure to see the three of you again. It has been some time. I'm glad to see that winter has neither frozen any of your extremities that are visible, nor have the beasts of the wilds taken your life. What can I help you with?
We're pleased to see that too. Are you? Have you gotten into perfume making, or that whatever is in the air is pungent?
Is that why you've come?
No, but it's making it difficult to focus.
He gives you like a second and a half look, and he says,
Just looking at him with like watery
fine,
eyes.
we can go for a walk then. And he like walks past you over to the front door of the house.
Does that scent not overwhelm you a bit?
He says, on the contrary, it is providing focus.
Is it? You didn't strike me as the type to need such potent aromas around you.
Now hold on.
Is it blocking something out?
I believe if you were to train or do push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, any kind of exercise in such a smell, it may add to your mental prowess while also your physical. It maybe not entirely nothing to this. How did you discover this aroma? Do you think it helps with such things?
He stops over at the front door, which obviously you guys were walking over to, where he's going to, of course, change his shoes and put on his travel cloak or whatever, but he stops from doing so and turns to you and says, is the nature of the aroma around my rooms going to be the point of the subject of conversation, or did you come here for a reason?
No reason, but I thought we were just making pleasant conversation, and I was genuinely interested. I didn't mean to offend.
You opened with an offense. Conversation is none too pleasant. We can continue or we can discontinue.
My apologies. It's now you've got me. Is it Cullen or Cleveland?
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
How dare you? You don't know my name and you've saved my life?
My apologies, Cleveland. To get straight to business then, we are here to discuss the outcome of the auction.
Wonderful.
Correct.
Travel cloaks then. And he'll throw on his cloak and switch his shoes and so on.
As we start to walk, Koa will look to Mikhail. You did sell that gem, right?
What? No. You've seen me the whole time.
Oops. And he'll keep walking.
We'll deal with it.
You guys walk out the house, and he walks at a brisk pace. I'm not saying that he won't engage in conversation, but he doesn't start one. And he walks off of the estate and starts heading into town.
Imagine we follow.
Any attempt at conversation, or is it an awkwardly silent walk?
Koa will try one more time to bring up the advantageous nature of the smell and see if he's willing to discuss it.
Okay, how do you bring it up?
Probably awkwardly, like Koa does. Oh, well, now that we know our point of business and we have a bit of time beforehand, can we revisit the benefits of working in such a strong-scented environment?
He stops. He turns back at you and says, I do not work in my home. A home is for relaxation. A home is for reprieve. A home is where you are able to remove yourself from the rest of the world. You do not work in your home.
Like exercise.
Then what did you need the focus for? You said it provided focus.
He says, I understand now. Sleuths, each one of you. I'm under some sort of interrogation. What accusations have been levied against me?
Cleveland, it's not that deep.
I
We're
wish
just
to see my
curious.
accuser.
I accuse
Fine,
you
you're
of not
being
telling me how
accused-
these spells will help you build muscle.
And at the same time, Mikhail's like, you're being accused of being obtuse by us now.
He says, so then you're just being nosy then?
Yes, because I
Yes.
work out regularly and I want to know if this could help my exercise. Yes.
They are being nosy. I am not.
Wonderful. This way. And he turns and walks.
Koa turns to Mikhail and Aldo. We'll find out if this will help.
Hasn't changed a bit.
Yeah, I'd just give up if I were you two.
Then you find out for us.
No, that's the whole point.
I don't like the result of the point.
But he doesn't want to discuss it.
What do you think it is?
I don't care what it is. I don't know
Yeah,
why
but what
you two do.
think?
I know what you're trying to do, Mikhail, and it's not going to work.
All right, but if you think of something, just like aromatherapy.
Well, it must be, Aldo says as he gets in close.
It's not an aroma, it's a volley of arrows into your nostrils.
Yeah, I couldn't place it together. Like, I couldn't figure out if it was like herbal or like, I don't know. It smelled nice at first, then it was too much.
I'll be
I'm not
silent for
even
now.
whispering that
I'm
much.
not
Like, he
done
can
with it.
definitely hear me.
Anything else?
No, just Koa stewing on the way there.
Yeah, honestly, probably just gossiping over what it could be.
Okay, so and the smell that you're getting, like the aroma that you're getting from there, as you guys are kind of like talking back and forth, you're actually welcome to roll either a knowledge, nature, or a perception check, to see if you can pick up what kind of smell it was as you went. I'm waiting to see if there's a. Okay, there it is. Wow!
I was gonna laugh if it was Aldo that knew the whole time, which is why he wasn't saying shit to us.
Right?
I assume everybody's happy with their rolls.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. So, first and foremost, there was definitely a strong floral smell in there, which is a pretty common thing to do if you're trying to overpower any other smell. But what was strange that you were able to pick up as well, what is it? Koa and Mikhail, though Mikhail much more keenly than Koa was so for you it was like it's almost like you realize it after Mikhail mentions it, if you will. But there was a for you faint, for Mikhail still faint but less so, smell of vinegar inside there as well. Vinegar, again, being a great item for overpowering smells. There's certain things that it works with better than others, so it works against better than others. But vinegar is another one. So you have like almost vinegar and floral overpowering it. But more importantly, Mikhail, even though it's not a perception check, I said you could roll either one of those for the overall check. What you also did notice was a small amount of, when he had his door open, on the floor on the inside, just kind of thinking about it, you realize there's a bit of like a powder that was there. For someone who's incredibly neat, the idea that there was a bit of almost like dirt on the floor. You're thinking about it now that you have vinegar and flour. You're like, I don't know, that almost looks like it could have been chalk. Like chalk was on the floor. Sorry, not chalk. Like a ground charcoal on the floor, which is, again, especially with all your recent studying about alchemy and stuff like that you've been doing lately with the other group, you would know. Oh God, that's another thing that's just really good at naturally just absorbing some sort of a smell.
Fucker is burying bodies in the backyard.
So you have some sort of charcoal for absorbing, or like an activated charcoal, if you will, so like heated or whatever it might be, to absorb some of the smell. You have vinegar to overpower, to like almost like wipe it away, and then you have floral to just like mask the smell of everything behind it. To have that strong of a floral smell, by the way, I mean, if you're smart enough, you're going to have a few bouquets in there to be like where it comes from, but it's more likely these are extracts, which are A, not cheap, and B, you have to have a process to acquire these. That's not something that you can just like, it's not like everybody and their mother can make an extract, not in that day and age. And nowadays, I'm sure it's way easier, but like that's a chemical process,
Yeah, need specific oil or high quality alcohols or other stuff.
Yeah, so some method of making it. I do not know the method at all, but you can imagine it's not just everybody and their brother doing it, and certainly not him secretly doing it in the kitchens at night while his dad's sleeping.
Lance is lancing again.
Not that smell.
Anyways, so any questions?
I imagine whatever more we want to talk about on the way there, Koa's not saying anything else about it until later, probably.
Cool. So you guys come to this determination. I don't know if you chat with each other about that determination.
Not behind his back, because he's already like, are you on to me? Did someone accuse me of something? Like, he already seems sketchy about it, so I feel like this is maybe not right behind his back for Koa.
Yeah, Mikhail would wait to bring anything up. He just kind of clocks it. And...
Do you think if you guys cure the curse of a deer, that Lance can cure the curse of 11?
I hope not. We'll leave the deer if that cures Lance. We need that to continue.
Yeah, we'll reinstate the curses ourselves.
Nice. All right, cool.
Sorry, folks, you got to be goo again. This is it.
They come back, they're like, thank you for freeing us. And Lance is like, I'm free. And we're like, yeah, that didn't last long. Goo. Please, sir.
Sorry, guys. Make Hod goo again. That's our slogan.
Make Hod Gwen goo again.
That's so bad.
What is it? MHGGA? Mahuga?
Yeah. Almost.
Right?
That's not like a hard A. You can't say that.
Now I'm out of beverage.
All right, moving on. So, if you
not a good merch idea.
If you say nothing else, you are going to if you guys are anything else, you eventually follow him back to the warehouse. Wade, you know it. You studied it. So you protected it. Aldo, you know it. You broke into it before. I'm going.
I'm not looking at chat anymore. I'm never looking at chat again.
Brad's like, I'm going. Oh God. Moving on. So you guys make your way there, and he unlocks the door and heads in with you. And heads over and says, did you have the coin to pay for the rest of this?
Not right this second. Did our bid succeeded then?
You, if I remember correctly, as he pulls out the ledger, you didn't pay for it all up front. You made a bid, but without the coin in there.
Right. I just didn't know if we were outbid or not. We haven't had any updates on it until just now.
He says, well, things have been otherwise distracting. There's fires, there's death, there was the winter, and so on. Well, you've won, albeit just barely, but you've won.
How much was it again that we bid?
He says, if I remember correctly, it was 2 gold each.
I believe that's correct.
I do not recall.
How much was the gem worth again?
Which one?
The
one
sapphire that I have?
Had?
12. Yeah, it was supposed to be more than I have to pay for it. It's too far.
Yeah.
Snog, are you saying we bid 12 gold?
12 is what the other thing's worth. I don't think that. Wait, hold
I
on.
thought the books were
12?
relatively cheap.
Well, the books could have been 6 each.
No,
I think you.
yeah,
hold on.
we
Wait,
had to
I think
outbid something.
I think you put down 2 each, and you bid 6 each.
That's
owe
correct.
8. I think it's actually
That's
what
correct.
it is.
Yeah, and because we had to bid high enough to make sure we could get it. That's what it was.
Yeah.
So we owe 8. Okay.
Yeah. You put down 2 gold each, but because you had to put something down. But it was 6 each that you bid for it.
Yeah. No, that tracks.
Cool. He says,
Okay.
and so do you have the other 8 gold?
Oh, we will
not-
by the end of the day.
Correct.
I can't release the books to you until you have the rest of the gold.
That's understandable.
Yes, no,
we just hadn't
that's
even
fine.
known we'd won the auction.
Right.
Perhaps
Wasn't-
that's the question you should have asked me while we were still at the estate. He slams the book shut.
Well, if we're being formal about it, Cleveland, we should have received a letter or something stating that we'd won the auction. How are we supposed to know if you never informed anyone?
He says, I told you, occupied. And like very dodgy. And then
Cleveland. Aldo just shakes his head. That's
I'm
proper
just where it
procedure.
he gets like kind of moves back and forth between one foot and the other. And he says, I've been otherwise occupied. I haven't had the
What's going on, Cleveland? Is everything all right?
I will not take this degree of interrogation. Fine, you have strong enough of a reputation. Take the books, and you can pay for it later on. And you
I
can
don't
see
mind
like
getting the
it is-
books.
it
later.
is like
Thank
difficult
you,
for him to
Cleveland.
do, but he grabs the books and like goes to like hand them to you. But you know, obviously it's not an easy
I'll
thing for
take
him
the
to do
books.
because, like you said,
I
this
was gonna say, I
procedure.
imagine Aldo will gladly take them.
Yeah.
Once Aldo has them, I will say, well, but aside from that, Cleveland, is it something we can help with? You know, we're a group of diverse talents.
He says, "I'm fine. Everything's fine. It is.
Is this
It
since
is all
motive
fine.
time? 'Cause I feel like this is not
our
even-
dealings of today are you said you said tomorrow. You said you have it for me tomorrow.
Yes.
Then tomorrow.
Cleveland?
Uh,
This is the, how do I put this mildly? The shadiest you've sounded since we've ever known you, and it seems you're in a bit of a scrap that perhaps you're not wanting to talk about, but we've helped you out of one before. And we owe you and your father a bit of gratitude.
You can see that he's what's the word I'm looking for? He has his hands kind of like his arms are particularly straight. His hands are down by his side, and he's like, you know, opening and closing his hands a good bit. Like he's like, I don't know. He seems a bit out of sorts. Like he's trying not to lose his cool. Maybe this is like a reflexive. I certainly did this when I used to sell jewelry, and somebody would talk to me about their life story, and I just really didn't give a flying fuck about any of the shit that they were saying. God, the number of Trump supporters. I used
You
to have
don't
to-
typically save them from the slave trade, though.
No.
before they tell
But
you
I'm
that.
saying like it was a reflexive thing, almost like chew on your tongue or bite your lip or stab the palm of your hand with your fingernail. Just like some pain to make me feel
Tickle
like
your
I'm still
balls.
alive.
I got you.
But you can see Cleveland is doing this like almost like tensing his fists and like over tensing the opposite direction with his hands splayed open as he's once again trying to like keep some sort of focus. And you were saying something, Wade, as I was describing that. I'm sorry if you could repeat that.
Tickle your balls? Oh, you mean the other thing. We've helped you out of a scrap before, and we do owe your father a bit of gratitude for all he's helped us with. You can let us in on this, Cleve, and if we can help you, we will.
He says, "No, I have all the help that I have all the help that I need. I don't need help. I have my help."
Cleveland?
He says, "No!" And he like turns and he like runs out the door, leaving it open as he goes. Like legitimately just like runs out the door. I'm not saying you
Aldo
can't
like
chase after
presses
him.
the books into Mikhail's arms at this point, and he's like, "Koa, leave it. Like, I know you want to do good, but we're like, there's a level to prying into somebody's personal business."
Aldo, that
Takes
smells.
the books.
I don't know if you could make it out, but when Mikhail mentioned vinegar, who knows what in the world he's covering up, but it's not. Who knows what is going on right now? I'm concerned that it could be bigger than just the private life of a young lad.
It could. Did he seem embarrassed to you?
I don't know. I was gonna ask to roll sense motive to kind of get the vibe off.
Yeah,
of what
you
it was.
absolutely can roll
Same.
sense motive. Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
I'm not gonna block that by any
We're just
stretch.
kind of in the moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Wait, what?
He certainly seemed upset.
Nice. Yeah, so Keegan's the one that passed the vibe check, if you will, like it got the hunch. No, he's absolutely hiding something, but clearly, obviously, right? And embarrassment. You guys aren't wrong there. You know, Koa is kind of guessing it, but the other two are feeling pretty confident there's a degree of embarrassment there or whatever. But it's actually Mikhail who maybe instinctively wants to agree with Aldo. You know, leave it alone is probably like maybe we did pry too far, at least at this point. But there's something there, almost like he seems out of sorts, not in just like he's having a degree of like a meltdown. It almost seems like, I don't know, there's pressure on him, like he's intentionally hiding something that feels, I don't know, you just get this vibe like something's off, like maybe something dangerous. I don't know, it's hard to tell. It's not like the embarrassment that you're going to get from somebody who's like embarrassed that he's in love. No, it feels like something worse than that. He has been through a lot. He did say, I don't need help. I have help now.
Right. He did say that. Yeah. Mikhail will say he seemed a little embarrassed, or maybe, I don't know. It could be worse. I might try to talk to him, but just me. I wouldn't be surprised if he felt a bit ganged up on. There are 3 of us.
I am very intimidating, and it's a bit of a darker day.
You're learning. Good.
He didn't lock this place up. He left it in disarray and lost most of his normal formalness. He was very apt about coming straight here rather than asking or informing us that he won. He's very clearly thinking about other things. The smell is ridiculously pungent. And yes, his behavior is he didn't even act like that whenever we'd gotten him from the tour and such. This is something else, I feel.
No,
but,
something definitely something else, something that he seems to feel a lot more personally close to, which might explain why he's reacting how he is. But as much as I'd like to let it go, it does seem like there is something deeper here. So yeah, I might try to talk to him.
what if Beltran's gotten to him and is blackmailing him to do something to cause issues for us in Loshev? I mean, who knows what it could be.
Koa, please.
Let's not speculate too deeply.
I'm just saying it could be anything, and perhaps it's worth Mikhail having a conversation later.
It could, but I'm more concerned because I don't know. We know the guy. He's been through a lot. So I'll see if I can.
People are entitled to their privacy too, though.
Absolutely. I'll see if he'll open up to me, but I'm not going to pressure him this much. And it'll be easier if it's just one person.
I can slam him into a wall. It's been effective in Loshev before.
Well, maybe not. We might not get him back.
That was a dark joke on my part.
It's fine. We should, oh shit. He has the keys.
Luckily, locks.
Well, at least we'll close the door.
Yeah, this is the chain thing or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, these have the, okay.
Yeah, Koa actually no. Koa, you know, and Aldo knows his way in and out.
Let's at least make sure to lock the place up for him on our way out.
So this is where we segue to the sponsor of the stream, right? And like new romance in your life, but struggling to perform. Tired of experimenting in your room, trying to get it just right. Well, we have the blue pill for you, Blue Chew. And then we follow our link in chat. Spam's link.
Wait a second.
Go to bluechew.com/li to get 15% off your first month subscription.
First of all, can somebody reach out to Blue Chew? At this point, we might as well get sponsored by them. Second of all, is it a pill? It's called Blue Chew. I kind of always assumed it was like a gum or like a gummy or something. I didn't think it was like a pill. You said pill.
What do you call a pill a chew?
I'm used to the blue pills, all right?
Oh.
Are you tired of getting fucked in your everyday life and you think to yourself, what if I get fucked at home too? Our new sponsor, Bad Dragon, can go up any orifice you'd like and fuck you wherever you'd like. Go to li.com/baddragon. Click our link. It'll take you directly to the Bad Dragon website, and you can pick out the dildo that's right for you.
Okay, I was gonna say it sounds like a dildo. Okay.
It's
Is
a lot
Bad
more than
Dragon
that,
a real
but-
thing?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Yes, it is. a
AI
real
has
thing.
come a long way. Sex dolls now have programmable personalities, and if you go to our website, li.com/doomy, you can pick out the sex doll that's right for you. They come in each of our characters, as well as characters from Li past.
Really?
No,
Wait, you can get Kyle? Kyle can get fucked again?
he has a very explosive personality.
Oh, come on.
He knows how to stab in all the wrong places.
It comes with removable droid blade right from the abdomen.
Oh my god.
And useless ion grenades that won't disrupt his performance.
Oh,
What do they do? You decide.
feeling lonely tonight? Need something to give you the nice hard grip? And bag of holding joke.
Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Oh god. Just
All right, Mikhail, you'll talk to him. I'll leave things be. Whatever. Let's move on then.
All right, who's gonna break into his room? I'm just kidding.
To Nathan then, or should we go sell the gem? Perhaps you two sell the gem while I'm on my walk. Let's go speak to
That's
Nathan.
probably a good idea. At
Yeah.
least we have the books, though.
We do
Maybe the
indeed.
sponsor can fix. Jesus Christ.
How many
Okay.
books were these? There were 3 of them.
Was it 3?
The auction
I thought
was.
it was 2.
Yeah, Mull Encyclopedia books was 2, I think. Oh wait, no, there was a third. There
Hold on.
was 3
I
of these,
actually
and there
have
was
it written
that.
There's
There
3,
was
and there was
a,
the
It was
arcane
actually
book.
B13, R5, and
hold
P27. So it was 3,
Yeah,
which
there's
would
3.
mean
There's
that those
other
books
stuff
were
we didn't
purchased
get.
not at 6 apiece, but they would have been purchased at
Blue
4
13?
apiece, and you paid half up front for each of them. Keegan,
Yeah.
because that would have been 6 down. Hold on, how was this done? Because you paid 2 up front for each of them, and then there was they would have been 4 apiece you were buying them for, and 2. So you already paid 6 down. You actually owe 6, not 8, to finish buying these.
Okay.
And Wade, if you actually look at the Mull Encyclopedia handout inside of roll 20,
I'm
I
looking
had those 3 books already found but not owned.
Okay, so blue 13. I'll put that in here.
Yeah, R5 and P27. Those were written on that for you.
That's our first blue and our first purple.
Yeah. And I think, oh cool, you already added your oranges on there. Cool. So you remove the found but not owned bit.
I'll leave that there just in case we ever find more and don't own them.
Yeah,
but I'll
yeah,
just
exactly.
erase the ones that are there.
Exactly. Cool. All right. Awesome. And maybe in the future we'll write down where you found them.
So the only ones we have dupes of
Right.
right now are orange 3 and orange 23. Is that right? We've got 2 dupes.
Correct. Correct.
Oh, should have updated while I was looking at it. What was the red one?
5.
R5. He already put it in there.
And well, I'm
Purple's
tracking, so I'm just
27. Blue is
27.
13.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I told them about which ones they were, and Wade actually put them inside of the Mull Encyclopedia handout. So it was 07,
7, 18, and
023,
23.
and 018. All right, cool. All right, back to game. Where are you guys heading to directly? Sorry.
Nathan. I believe is
Nathan.
next.
Okay, so you guys are gonna head over to Nathan's place, and walk over that way. As you arrive, you go walking up, and you can see that his garden is already being tended to in preparation. Like certain maybe flowers have already been planted or garden work done. Various things to make sure his estate looks as fanciful as possible. Fresh coat of paint put onto a fence around it. This place always looks great. So as you go walking up to Nathan's estate, as you walk up to the door, before you even knock on it, the door opens wide, and inside is the gentleman of this house, who says, I saw you traipsing across the lawn. Is there a reason for this unannounced arrival?
Yes, we're here to speak with Mr. Fox, and I believe They'll be receptive to our arrival. Tell them it's Koa, Mikhail, and Aldo, and it is a bit on business.
I will see if he's interested. If you'll wait a moment. And he shuts the door with you guys outside instead of inside.
Koa says thank you as the door almost hits him in the face.
Oh.
Slightly colder reception than usual.
I think he's heading out with Cleveland.
A few minutes go by, and eventually the door opens wide, and what's his name? Nathan is standing there. Ah, hello, welcome.
Hello, good to
Nathan.
see you, friend.
Well met again.
Please, come in. Shoes.
Enter. Shoes.
They know the procedure by now.
I hope we're not arriving at an inopportune time. They'll say,
Always.
like, eyeing the guy who's clearly upset that they're there.
He says, always. But that's fine. We'll find opportunity where we can. Come. He says, and starts walking away before you even finish getting your shoes off, let alone getting the slippers on or remove your travel cloak or anything like that.
Great.
I'm between meetings, so if we're going to speak, let's do so quickly. Up to the study.
Right.
Yeah, move quick.
Our business here, just so I remember. Books that he was looking for, trade with Drazstone, and then talking about Curve Rock. Those are the three things?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we need to cover the Drazstone because I guess we could give him the heads up. But
we did talk to him
we
about it last
the
time.
whole
But
council.
yeah.
Okay, then if we don't bring up the trade, we bring up the thing about tomorrow with the prisoners? Just so he also has a heads up and see if he'll side with us?
Yeah, the trade and that are probably like just giving him a heads up of what's coming up. And then, so yeah, mostly Curve Rock, I guess.
Okay. So he's going to go up, and as he goes up, he goes, all right, what's the first manner of business, please? And he says that like before he even gets to the door to open it up and head into his study.
Last we'd spoke, you were looking into whether or not you had any of the Mull encyclopedias from, again, I forget the author's name.
That's right.
Hilarious.
Hold on. And he stops, like he starts opening the door, but he lets go of the handle, and he leans off the railing, and he goes, "Hey!" He calls out the name of the servant of the house. He says, "Those books I had put aside for these gentlemen. If you could acquire them, please." And then leans back in and says, "Sorry that you had to see that. It was a little unsightly. This way." And
We've seen
opens
worse.
the door.
We've seen worse.
He'll chuckle and says, "I'm sure."
I guess while we're trying to get everything out
almost,
there...
It sounded half like a joke and half condescending. You think it was leaning towards a joke? Either way, not important.
The next point of business is we're going to be speaking to Councilman Kerfrock, and we've heard that he's difficult, to say the least. Do you have any advice for that?
Difficult to say the least. Well, you've interacted with him.
Barely. Really only seen him amidst the rest of the council, not a personal meeting.
He's questioned you directly. You've spoken to him directly. Granted, amidst the council, to your point, but you've spoken to him directly at the council meetings. He's voted against most things that you've offered.
Well, we have some Mull coins, and we have a couple of duplicates of the books like the ones you're retrieving. And we know he has interest in such things. We were hoping that would help, but in your dealings, we thought maybe you'd have another angle to aid us in this.
Oh, you have Mull coin and some of those books. Well, if they're ones he doesn't have, he'd certainly be interested. That is a fact. How do I put this? In his minds, you shouldn't have any of those. They don't belong to you. The fact that you have them is a degree of theft. And offering them as a type of trade, it could go well, especially if it's something that he really wants. And certainly if you're asking for something in return that he doesn't necessarily want to keep, have, or is willing to get rid of. But if you're driving a hard bargain using these as levers, as leverage points, you're more or less in his mind, or at least the way that he speaks of things, whether or not he truly believes it, waves his hand a bit. It's almost as though you went into his home, stole the purse off of his dresser, and then went back the next day and used that very coin to purchase from him.
Well, trying to think of another way to approach this, the best I can think is if we have someone else that's from Drazstone, or I do not think Henta would bargain with him on our behalf, even though she is a friend. But perhaps
You want her to?
if it would open up a
You're
conversation.
close enough with Hinta that she would bargain on your behalf? He says,
I
I'm
don't
not
think
sure
so.
that her own kin is, but we're about as close as I could have hoped at this point.
he shrugs and says, well, good luck. He likes her.
Well, that is an angle to think about before we try.
He's chuckling at the very idea of it, but
Koa's looking a bit mortified, knowing that, like, Henta's a bit tough. I can only imagine what Mikhail's looking like, because he actually experienced her.
Yeah. He's just kind of got this, like, he's almost got like 1,000-yard stare of just, what are we about to get into? Like, imagining asking her to do us a favor. That's not even her job. Yeah.
No, but maybe she'd do it for another mole coin.
Like a freaking Scooby snack.
I'll talk to him. Last we spoke, we mentioned some possible trade with Drazstone. It sounds like that might be moving forward, with another friend of ours. But I didn't know if the council had anything else to say on the matter, or had you all had time to deliberate it over the winter.
well, truth be told, Koa, it wasn't exactly a point of focus, as you know what happens
I
upon your
understand.
departure. Though it was a subject that was broached. If you want to speak of something that Curve is interested in, thinks for a moment. He might be interested in something like that. You guys can roll a sense motive. He might be interested in something along those lines, but I don't know if the whole council would be fully interested in these matters. Both of you
I didn't know
guys,
his name was pronounced like that.
both of you guys realize that he's clearly holding back a bit of information. Like, very obviously, he knows some more here, and he's playing coy. As for why, Mikhail, you can only kind of guess. You have a couple of speculation points. Maybe he feels that the information is too sensitive to share. Maybe he feels as though it's not, because it's like not his place to. Maybe, maybe he has some degree of an allegiance to who he's speaking of. You're not entirely sure. Maybe something more uncouth than that. You don't know. Aldo 100% gets this angle. That is information that you need, that is very beneficial to you, and he is always kind with you. He always works with you. But this is not a person who gives things away for free. He will sprinkle breadcrumbs. He will offer an appetizer to entice you. It's like a free sample at some what Kroger's or whatever it is. They give you a free sample of the bagel bites, so you buy 3 boxes, right? Like, he's clearly like giving you something to make you enticed enough that you're willing to trade for the information. And Aldo realizes this. He's got the info. Maybe you could strong arm it out of him. Maybe you can convince him to give it to you, playing the friendly card. But what's likely going to get you the result that you want, Aldo, is a degree of trade. Info in return, something of value, who knows. But either way, so he says, he might be interested in that, but the council as a whole, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that they'll be too focused on that at the moment. But if you're going to speak before the council, please understand, I already intend to vote in your favor. Unless you propose something that's so blundering and foolish, I've interest in supporting you on this. Again, Aldo.
Well, we could
being helpful.
turn this into a.
Sorry. One more point. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Jake. Because you sound like you're going to roll. He says openly he would vote in support of you, but you do know that their voting is actually private. So, you probably believe him, even with your 26. You probably believe him, but at the same time, you know that the voting's private. So.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where as you're coming to that realization with your really good roll earlier, every time he says he's in support of you, You don't actually know if that's true or not. He just has to say it
Yeah.
to your face. What he does elsewhere, you're realizing like, well, this man is actually pretty transactional.
Yeah.
Anyways, you were going to say something. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. He says. What was I gonna say?
Sorry.
You're right. Fuck. Well, turning this into a business transaction, then what would you like to trade for it?
He thinks for a second and says, "Whatever do you mean?"
Well, we are good friends, right? We've both helped each other, and we continue to help each other, just like you would continue to support us, as long as we're being reasonable. But let's be honest, you do know the right things to say. So how could we help you help us?
He says, "Oh, fair point. All right, very well then. Well, if you are going to make a trade to Drazstone, I suppose there is things that Drazstone has to offer that would be of interest to us. Now, you're of course aware of the Drazstone's ability to procure certain items that others are not. There's of course the eggs, but you've already told me about what happens there. I will tell you this. If you were able to get your hands on even one, I know, that would play very well in your favor in the future. But I understand your stance on this, and I'm not going to press the issue. You have your beliefs, and I'm not going to again press against them. More than that, Drazstone is known to have quality metals that they're able to mine for. If we were to able to get our hands on some of those metals, not just us, but if we were able to acquire a good amount of that ore, pre-smelted or post, and give it to Hinta, we might be able to have something to work with.
Aldo nods.
Of course, I don't mean we as in Loshev.
I look to the other two.
Then you
What he
mean
means
we
by
as
we?
in...
Well, me and my
What's
family
it
can
lead?
make use of that.
Ah.
Seems
Fair enough.
doable.
What exactly does he want from Drazstone?
They have unique
Ore.
metals that they ores, I
Yeah.
should say, that they mine from the
We're aware of that, right? We know that they have some kind of like iron and
Mm-hmm.
He says
don't think
primarily
He wants
I
like
want an egg,
exclusive
but
rights to it here, right? Not Loshev.
correct.
Yeah. I'm not opposed, Aldo says.
it's something to discuss with the proposed trade that we already had in mind. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to see what we can do.
So, are you in favor? We could make this addendum to what your plans are.
I mean, as long as you're willing to work with us without getting a guarantee. We obviously haven't had that conversation with Drazstone yet.
Of course, I understand that there are going to be moving pieces here. It's that we're in alignment. That there's a bit of a gentleman's agreement, if you will.
He looks to you two.
I could agree.
Aldo just says, if it helps us get, what we want, the good of everyone involved.
He nods and says, "Very well then. Are the three of you intending to go and do the trade with Drazstone yourself, or do you have someone going on your behalf? Were you intending to have Loshev send its own envoy? What was the plan here?"
We have somebody.
Someone's going on our behalf, all right.
Oh,
Yeah.
wonderful. Is it anybody I might know?
Probably.
Raises
I'm
an
surprised you
eyebrow.
haven't heard.
In fact, no.
It'll be Leon Jaeger.
Leon Jaeger. Yep. You mean the commander from Paradel?
Yes. If you didn't know now, you would know tomorrow.
There is a story here that I am dying to listen to. Unfortunately, I don't have the time for it. As I said, I'm between meetings. Shall we say that you owe me a story as well?
I suppose that's fair, as long as you share with us all this craziness that's going on. Seems as though things have been tense.
Oh,
Great
of
stories.
course.
And as long as we don't have to put it in writing.
He chuckles and he says, No. I wouldn't want to step ahead of your exclusive rights to write this next song. Yeah, let me give some details to you briefly, of course, because again, the sun is setting quickly. It's not even noon yet, but he says to keep this concise, the DM collect his thoughts. I was going to say this, then he says to keep this concise, when dealing with Kurvrok, you want to be dealing with Drazstone, yes? Well, Kurvrok sees himself as being one of the moles still. Sees himself as being one of the heirs of the ancient empire that existed beforehand. We all understand how that's a tad ridiculous, yes? The Mole haven't ruled this place in centuries upon centuries. And for better or worse, whatever the case, I don't have a dog in this race. But I can tell you, he sees himself as being some sort of extension or what have you, which is also the mindset of those inside of Drazstone. Unfortunately for him, he is not of Drazstone, and he yearns for their acceptance. He yearns for their seeing him as a brother or as a member of their society, but he never has been. So that's something that you can use to your benefit. I would suggest doing so, leaning into it when you're dealing with him. And not just meeting with him personally, but tomorrow as well, or however you choose to do so. As for dealing with Drazstone, you're sending Leon to go and speak on your behalf. I see merit to this. I don't know what arrangements you have with him. And again, I'm curious to find out, but let's just assume that he is not the man for the job. I do have one that is. If you are willing to have somebody tag along with him, I can ensure that whatever deals you are hoping to arrange for yourself, for Loshev, for myself, and again for Loshev, I have somebody that should tag along. Actually, I believe you become acquainted. Do you remember Mr. Freyam, Arthur?
Should we?
Oh yeah, we met briefly, I think. I think to and from a visit here.
He's an excellent negotiator. He's brilliant at his craft. He's handled more than a few dealings on my own behalf before.
Oh, yeah, we didn't really sit down and have a conversation, but I believe we met in passing.
We'll discuss it with Leon. We don't want to interfere with what he's already got planned. He has contacts and such that he plans on dealing with directly there. But
I don't care how slender your wrist is, or how much oil you have at your side. You will not be able to dig your arm deep enough to pull the stick free. You can discuss it with him, but I imagine he takes order better than he takes direction. Better than he takes consult. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Well, if we push this a bit with Leon and hopefully get him more amenable, does that mean you'll then push, not just support, but help us push our agenda with the council?
Oh yes.
That's good, because Leon is not under our order. He's just in agreement with our cause. So as much as he's doing this in alignment with us, we have no sway over him other than a shared goals.
Understood.
So,
This metal, we've heard stuff about the different ores of Drazstone. This is something you're trying to get exclusively for you and your family.
He says, for the benefit of all of Loshev, of course.
Well, I ask simply because I think in our endeavors, such things could be useful to us as well. I'm just trying to make sure that those doors wouldn't be closed if we push this through.
Koa, I would, of course, ensure that the three of you, are taken care of. We have a pact here, if you will. At least it seems to be growing that way. I enjoy working with the three of you. You have done much, not just for the town of Loshev, not just for Hodgwen, not just for Adir, but for me and my family alone. And if I am, if there's one thing that you can, if there's one thing about me that I want to make sure that you understand, if you take care of those that I love, I promise to do what I can to take care of you.
Yes, very well. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that how you were seeing this transaction going through. I didn't mean any offense by it, of course.
He shakes his head. No. Don't worry about it. Speaking of taking care of those that I love, you seem to be growing a bit of a reputation. One that my niece has heard.
Which reputation would that be?
The heroes of Loshev, the heroes of Hodgwen. I mean,
oh yes,
adventurers, brilliant songwriters.
Well,
We are all of those things. Shit.
We're both just like, yes. Aldo's like stone faced, and we're just like, yeah, feed our egos.
I wouldn't mind an opportunity. I'm going to be hosting an event in the next few months. An opportunity to introduce you to my niece. Now, I understand that there are three of you. I'll allow you to decide amongst yourselves who would be of interest in the introduction.
Oh, I see. I'm already engaged, actually.
Oh, okay, that was fast. Which family?
Mine and hers.
I don't know her last name.
I don't know if I know her last name either.
I don't know if we've ever got it. Did we ever hear it?
Avir.
He says, he says, oh, she's not one of the families.
Her name's Gwen. She works at a alchemy shop in Hot Gwen. She comes from Amalta.
Gwen of Hodgwen. Quaint.
Guinevere, but I call her Gwen for short because I'm lazy.
Koa, I will
She allows
not
me to.
rain on the parade of a young man's flame. I will not bring Kreline's wrath to my house. I hope that you enjoy your youthful love, and I hope that it continues to grow. However, should there be some rain come pouring in on your blaze, understands that there is opportunities out there. I would be more than happy to help to introduce you to some of these opportunities if you're interested, again, as our pact continues to grow. But if that's not where your mind is, if your heart truly belongs to whoever this young lady is, please, my blessings, not that they mean anything to you, I offer them to you. Live a happy life.
I've already
Live a simple
turned down
one.
several wild opportunities in favor of her. I believe she fully has my heart at this point, but I will let you know.
He does not retort or say anything back. He just gives you like a pleasant smile. Again, Aldo, with your great sense of motive, Mikhail, you guys understands that he's being genuine, and Koa can feel that genuineness too. With his I don't want to bring Kraline's wrath to my house, obviously. You see, he's also being genuine that he hopes Koa has happiness, and the happiness continues to grow. But you can also see a degree of disappointment that Koa can't see with his low sense motive check. There's a degree of disappointment.
That's for the best.
Yeah, right?
Right.
It's like...
I mean, Koa probably feels it. He knows everyone wants the hero of Loshev.
Well, it's one of those, imagine if you invented something that's, truly impactful to the world, and instead of, selling it to, or using it to, generate a huge profit while still helping, the greater good of society, you gave it away. You just gave it away. Here you go. Everybody can have it. Don't worry about it. It's a free patent for everybody to use. It's They could have used it anyways, but you could have turned a profit. What is wrong with... Oh, bad deal. And you're like, what? No, that's fine. I don't need that. That's kind of like the degree of disappointment. Almost like, not to be condescending, but almost like a foolish, youthful decision, but not one that's worth really putting too much thought into because he's young. He made a mistake.
He's 18. They dated for like a month. Yeah, it's pretty foolish.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Yeah. He doesn't harp on it. He doesn't have a horse in the race, you know. So he just
Aldo at this point.
Face. Yeah.
Aldo says, with Koa, with Gwen, and Mikhail, you've been busy with Trini. I guess I could meet with your niece.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind at least meeting her.
He says, friendly competition. Wonderful. Shall I see if there's a third that wants to join? Not referring to Koa, obviously.
Suppose you could.
Wonderful.
Would they be competition?
Competition's competition, he says with a wide smile. And he does say...
He said, would they be competition?
He chuckles and says, only time could tell. And then before you can press the issue any further, there's a knock on the door, like a double knock on the door, and it opens ajar. And he says, "Sir, your appointment has arrived." Shit, we haven't concluded our business yet, have we?
Almost. One more point.
He turns back and says, "Entertain them, please." And I asked you to find those books. He says, "Sir, they're in here." Where do you have them? He opens the door a bit and points off to the side. And so he raises... He opens the door a bit. Like, he raises his hand like a bit, like he's going to point. And then he walks all the way across the room, procures 3 books that are stacked up, and then walks over and places them down in front of you guys and says, I found them for you. And then turns and walks out. And he says...
Quite the investigator, that one. Koa says to Nathan after the guy leaves.
Sharp eyes.
He says, I have these here. You said you're interested.
Yes, but time at this point. Would they be available for me to borrow them?
He says, I have enough time to get through one conversation right now, if you can spare it. Would you care to talk about this or something else?
The other thing, there's...
Then I'll have you work an arrangement with my servants. Go on.
Very good. I always forget it. Forvin. There's another matter that will be spoken on. There's some prisoners in Forvin. 2 of the lashes.
Captain captured. Of the guard. They got him.
Him and another.
The one they already had. Lucian?
Julian, right?
Julian.
Julius?
Yes.
What was it?
Julian, I believe.
Julian, I think he's right.
They have 3 of them because the captain had a couple of friends that tried to assist him. But we're less concerned with them. But Julian and the captain, whose name I never remember, it's more important they stay in Forvin or come here. We want them to avoid going to Hardwin, where we assume they may be freed.
Oh, a transfer. Interesting.
He should know about Beltran, right?
He provided some of the info.
Yeah, he told. He was the one who said, like, if we go against Beltran, we go against all of Hardgwen. Yeah.
He thinks for a moment. He says, a transfer of prisoners. Interesting. Give me a moment. Oh, there'd be resistance in the council because of that. Ooh. You know, since you are going to be working with Curve Rock, he is a big fan of capital punishment. I bet he'd be interested in having them transferred here with the intention of an execution to make sure that the rest of Adir understood the strength of our people, of our town, to make sure that others knew that this is not meant to be a place to engage with, to invest that kind of money to bring them here just to execute them. That's quite a statement. Not just to them, but also to Hardgwen as well. Now, it won't be directly to Hardgwen, so you'd be able to be safe from... Holy shit, patty cake! you'd be able to be safe from any impact that this might have. No, this is brilliant. I'd sponsor for them to be transferred. I'd even vote for the execution if it's beneficial.
What happens to them once they're here, I feel like we should leave to Loshev. Gemsmith was the one most affected personally by these things, and I don't wish to misstep on what his wishes would be.
Of course, they have to have their time in the courts. They have to say their piece. They have to make their argument. You can't just go and sign away somebody's life. He says, he's like, you can't just because you made some deal with a counselor have somebody's life signed out of a jail cell and into some dangerous scenario.
No, never.
Oh yes, that's what happened to you, Aldo.
Yeah.
Fox, just quickly, who is Kervrock is, what was it, blackmailing or trying to discredit one of the counselors? Just about the slavery thing. Who was the person she's supposedly related to? If you don't mind.
Oh, Crust. Give me a moment.
Krista Crustview.
1 second, sir.
I forgot all about that. Good question. So blatantly asked too. I love Aldo's just laying it out there. Crestborn?
Crestborn's a family name. Yeah. I'm just trying to find, and Evelyn is her name. I'm just trying to find the relation. And her husband is Nasser.
Yeah.
He took her name in the marriage, but give me a second.
His name's NASA?
Nassar, Nasser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think he's Hobbin. She's Perrin. I think he's Hobbin. He might be Hobgoblin.
Oh, they were supposedly related to one of the lashes. That's right.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out which lash. I think was Aldo's question.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to find out. Just sorry.
Never learned. No, sorry, that was me like reminding myself.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. No, I'm just trying to remember where this is written over here, and I do apologize. Oh. Oh, okay. So the person would have been Zahir.
And he is deceased, correct?
Zahir is the one that was starting to have second thoughts about the organization, and I think flipped and gave a bunch of information to you guys at the end.
Oh.
And he's deceased, right? He's dead.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. A close competitor, Ashtara for Tor. Because the other one was Xylem.
Yeah, we killed. Did we kill Xylem?
You killed Xylem because Xylem was the one that was like the close competitor for Ashtara against Ashtara for Tor's right hand. He was the one that was right there with Tor at the very end. What's up?
Was Zahir the one that killed Phil?
That was Samir.
That was
that was not him. No, that was
yeah.
I'm sure it was Samir, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Was
Samir. So he was executed by Hodgwen because we handed them over and then they swiftly executed him. If I remember,
Zahir was
because we tried to advocate, for him, but he was just immediately taken care of.
You are 100% correct. Yes. So Zahir is the one, and he's the one that was like, again, he's not innocent. Let's not pretend like there was any degree of like clearly a bad person that did bad things. But was like regretting it, was trying to move away, was trying.
He's the one that turned on Tor at the end, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes. Yep.
Right. Aldo's going to say to Fox though. I do want to get on this while I'm thinking of it. He does say, well, it's the crest spawns, is it? Those two.
Yeah.
Well, if you need the votes for it, Kervrock is accusing them of being sympathetic or at least having a family member in the thing. I'm sure both of them would be, willing to join the cause of having them over here, if only to clear their name. He says to Fox.
He raises an eyebrow. He says, he gives you like a appraising look. He says, "Aldo, how old are you?"
Old enough.
Oh,
We
question.
haven't
whether or not
decided if
you-
he's 15 or 55.
He chuckle to that, and he says, "I question if you are old enough, though. There very well may be a seat one day, calling your name."
I hate it here, Fox. I'm gonna be real.
He shakes his head and says, "Aldo, I would have no benefit with you here in Loshev, just as you would have no benefit sitting on the same council by my side."
I get you. He says that he's not.
And then he gives another appraising look, like almost like he's calculating where would be the best town for you to serve. But then he's, again, time ticking. He says, "Well, does that conclude that matter then?"
Believe it
I
does
believe
for us,
so.
right?
It's
Going to be a busy council session tomorrow.
He says, I'll sponsor the notion. I'm fine with that.
We'll
Well-
present everything to Leon about your man going with him and push for the trade that you're wishing to have happen.
And he says, thanks, but let's wrap things up. Gentlemen, if you want to...
Can I get a bottle off you as we're leaving? I haven't received one yet.
Bottle? I'm trying to think what you mean by a bottle. Like,
He has his own vineyard or something. He,
oh,
he
that's
was
right.
gonna
That's
give
right.
me
That's
a-
right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. He says, in the name of the gods, how dare I forget such a thing? I'll see to it that 3 of them are put in your hands before you leave. Different barrels.
Thank you. I didn't want to bring it up, but I appreciate it all the same.
No, it's a good thing that you did. Now let's go. Stick around, just don't leave, and we can see to it that terms are made for this for these books.
We appreciate it, Nathan.
course.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
everything.
He will then head out of the place, leaving you guys in there. You have a few minutes to speak amongst yourselves if you care to do so before the man of the house returns.
There's no magic or anything we need to worry about where he could be listening to our conversation or something, right? Do we truly feel like we could just have a conversation in this house?
Does magic like that exist? Yes. If
Did he
somebody
just
in
buy a
this,
magic
if somebody
book?
here could afford it,
Mhm.
it would be him.
Mhm.
Do you think he could afford that? That's expensive shit.
He offered
Well, he just
100
bought a
fucking
100
gold
gold
for a
wizard book.
He did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was just his first offer for all we know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's kind of what Mikhail is thinking about. He's he just sort of looks around the room after he leaves. Huh.
Much
lot
to
of
think
money in
about
this
and
house.
discuss then, I suppose.
Yes. Probably once we've had a bit more time to digest it.
Yes.
You know, I don't even think we need to go to the council tomorrow. I feel as though we've got enough people to act on our behalf. Why sit through 7 or 8 hours of meaningless rabble?
Aldo, please tell me that's like an insightful thing and not just because you don't want to go to the council, because I really hope you're telling the truth.
Listen, you seen Fox?
Mm-hmm.
He'll push what he said. If he's getting something out of it, we don't have
I
to worry
don't
about that.
disagree, but perhaps at least one of us should go and make the notion so that they can have it from an outside party, and we do have a bit of a reputation here that may assist in that. At least getting it on the table.
While that's kind of you to volunteer, Koa, I don't know if any of us need to go.
I don't think we
Aldo's
do,
right.
and I think if we leave it to the council to push these issues amongst themselves, it looks less like outside influence on Loshev.
I suppose
Let
so.
them
We're
come to
just
the
looking at a lot
decision
of-
between themselves.
Just allowing a lot of things to go on that we're attached to without our direct influence between Drazstone and this.
That's true.
If we
but
backed everything with that we have an interest in, we'd we wouldn't be doing anything for a long while.
remember how busy we were over the end of the winter?
Yes, and I agree with you about Drazstone, but a meeting tomorrow, what else are we going to do?
Anything else?
Would you like to go, Koa? Would you like to go? I seen the way you were when I was in there. You want to go for that whole meeting?
They wouldn't make the hero of Loshev wait an entire time, right?
Of course they would. The hero of Loshev isn't above the councillors.
They might do it just to set an example that, you're not above them.
I don't think I'm above them, but I think they would treat me with some amount of respect.
They made us wait last time. And then, after you're done waiting, then you have to wait for them to finish talking after taking long, slow breaths. And
perhaps you're right.
forgetting
Perhaps
what
Nathan and
they're saying.
Gemsmith can handle this, and if we give Kervrock some proper motivation, we could avoid that entirely. I did remember
Agreed.
I do need to go some extra exercises tomorrow anyway, so I should probably be doing that. And preparations
that's
for our
true.
adventures and such, yes.
Mm-hmm. We have a lot to do.
I
Many
might even
things.
join you, Koa.
Oh, there's a lot of exercise you're both going to need, yes.
I think they have been working. I hate to say it, I do kind of feel healthier.
Oh, chat doesn't know. I have to update the carousel of stats there, but they each got
True.
+1 to an attribute. I think they actually, they got +1 to attributes forever ago. Like Koa got a +1 con, end of season 1, I think, and he just got a +1 strength. I think end of last session, and then you have who's up next? Aldo, maybe. Aldo got a +1, I think, charisma forever ago, and then just got a +1
Dex.
Oh, you got a +1 Dex forever ago. And just got a +1 what?
Yeah. Charisma.
And Mikhail got a +1 charisma forever ago, and I think he just got a +1 con.
Dex.
Dex, yeah. Close
Yeah.
enough.
Con, strength.
Yeah, con, strength. No. Cool. Anyways, I let them start with very low attributes, and
That was so kind of you.
yeah.
You let us start with.
And then
We pleaded and pleaded for hours, like, Scott, please make us weaker. And he's like, oh, fine.
That was a hard
The
question.
benevolent soul that he is.
Yeah. But anyways, I have to
This
update
guy
everything.
come back with our bottles?
Yeah, so you guys, and you also look down at which books are there before you, just so you can see which options are there. And I know you just found your first one recently, but you can actually see there are 3 purples here. They're all in really, really good condition. And so you're finding you're finding 10, 12, and 27, all purple.
Or are you putting it in there, Wade?
I didn't hear the numbers.
10, 12, 27.
10, 12, 27.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they're not even officially ours yet, though. He wants us to either borrow them or we're trying to negotiate, right? That's the
Correct.
whole thing.
Yeah.
So the servant comes into
We
the
found
room,
them, but they're.
and
we have to
he
offer?
walks
What do we have
over
left?
with the 3 bottles inside like a small case packed with some hay or whatever it
10,
is.
12, 27?
Yeah.
10, 12, 27.
Purple.
Yep.
27 is
some
one we already have, so we don't need 27.
Correct. So with some hay packed inside of it, so it's like a slender but longer case, deep enough to have the bottles completely inside there. And he comes over and he says he places it onto like the table near to where you are and says, "I was told to come and bring this for you. I hope you can appreciate the quality that it is."
Are they in good quality?
Oh, you're muted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Aldo says as he takes them.
I was also informed that some arrangement was meant to be made.
Yes. 2 of the Sylvania's guide to the Mole Encyclopedia. I was hoping to borrow them
Of course.
for study.
An arrangement can be made. I'm familiar with these books and the value that they are. To lend them out, especially to those that spend so much time on the road, and not just on the road, but also to engage in such activities as you do, is a bit of a gamble, if you will. So terms can be met. You are welcome to borrow the books, all or each of them, your choice, of course. And you can do so at the cost of 1 gold, 7 silver, and 5 copper apiece per month. You are more than welcome to roll an appraise check if you are capable of doing so. I think appraise is technically... Is appraise one they have to be trained in? I don't remember.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you rolled really well.
The worst.
Okay, so you know that a noble person having a valuable book and charging you to borrow it is not uncommon. That is actually not rare at all. You even know that the price that he's charging you is a perfectly fair price for if some stranger walked up and asked for it. You know what I mean? Like, clearly that's not, like, not a stranger, but, you know, somebody that has like a mild, you know, association. It's like a friend of a friend of a friend, or like, you know, some fifth cousin or some shit, you know? That's not actually a bad price per se. If you weren't like buddy, you know, rolling in the sack with Fox. Fox has his position in part because of actions you have taken to get him into the position that he's in, right?
Entirely.
Well, you know, he could have gotten there other ways if he wanted to, right? Yeah. But so like that is not a bad deal if you were like, I don't know, Cleveland coming up and asking, or some other offshoot. For you guys, that's a bit of an insult. Like, you're aware of that. And with your really high roll there, you know, if you're trying to play fair because he's not wrong in the fact that there is a degree of danger and you bring in the books, even though so far you've taken good care, if you want to respect his argument that he made, anywhere between like 5 silver to a gold a month per book is actually fair. Obviously, in your mind, both as PCs and characters, you would lean to the 5 silver per gold per month is a better thing than you would the 10 silver or
we've
gold,
not made
right?
money in like 10 years.
No, of course. I'm saying that for a fair price. If you're trying to counter with what is actually a fair price, given the relationship, given that doesn't mean you have to stop there. You're welcome to push.
We're about to start another slave trade just so we can bust it to make money again.
So Keegan, with the assumption that you only want 2 books, and with the assumption you're going for the lighter number of fair, you would start at 5 silver a piece or a gold piece a month to borrow both books. That's staying in the realm of fair. Feel free to in-game chat with your other PCs here, or to immediately counter to the NPC if you would like. They can, of course, speak as well, but only you realize this.
Then he'd say...
They just think, what the fuck?
Yeah. The nature of our travels can be a bit unpredictable at times. So it's a pretty fair price for letting just anyone borrow the books that is at least somewhat trustworthy. But for us, is that the price that Fox would set? Or is that just... Are you just quoting me the general? I was hoping maybe a gold piece just for the 2 here, like pointing at the 10 and 7. I already forgot the numbers.
Mm-hmm. So you say a gold piece to borrow the 2 with the understanding that it's a month, right? Like
per month,
yeah. Cool. You say that, and because you offer that, it's one of those, like, he gives you, again, a long appraising look. Not so long that it grows more than...
Is he trained to appraise, Mikhail?
Comfortable. Just long enough that he that you know, because he knows how to walk that line of trying to play a position of power, or like a power move, you know, without letting it go so far as to, okay, this is now actionable, right? Anyways, he gives you that appraising look, and then he says, very well then. You step within the boundary, so no roll even need be made. He'll just agree to it. Very well then.
One of y'all got a gold piece.
I imagine you can say that in game, of course. If you're like, you also know that you can air quotes run a tab. You don't necessarily have to pay it up front.
We're gonna come back here and owe like 100 gold in taxes and 30 gold in rental fees. This is like the fucking blockbuster of towns for us to go to.
Okay.
So it is literally, remember, it's a small town with a lot of money inside of it. They are corrupt as fuck.
Yeah.
No.
Perfect. We'll have that to you, of course, before we leave town.
Very well then. Which 2?
10 and 12 here. Make motions to them.
I'll show you to the door.
Yay.
And he will lead you outside of the whatever room you're in, down the stairs, and he'll stand by you as you switch your shoes from your slippers to your shoes, or whatever it is, and as you put your cloak on, and he'll open the door for you to leave. And when you guys do leave, whether or not there's a goodbye words, whatever it is, he of course closes the door behind you, but there's a bit of a snap to it.
There is one thing we can say as we're like, getting our shoes and stuff off with the guy there. I'd say, by the way, your training is impeccable. Where did you study? Or is this a craft you've picked up just by experience?
He is again giving you that look, like trying to decide. You're welcome to roll diplomacy on this one.
Sure.
It's technically a gather information.
This is also as I'm just like changing out of slippers. So,
so a plus 10 to the roll.
Yeah. Here we go.
Damn.
Wow, Jesus, he's
Lord.
insane
Why can't I
today.
get these today?
He's so
why
tired
today?
of being the 2 guy that he's like, I'm going to be good in Loshev.
He's just rolling the opposite of his normal roll.
It makes sense.
I guess.
It makes sense that our little psychopath is thriving in Dathomir.
Huh. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
This is my favorite terrain.
I just like the idea
Favorite terrain is Loshev.
that if
Fucking
these were like
worthless.
physical dice, he has like a buddy of his like laser off the 3 and the 2 and replace them with the 17 and 18, so they just like switch where the numbers are.
Don't be a snitch. Don't be a snitch. All right.
So he still rolls the die still rolls the same way, but a trick. Anyway, so he says, I was trained by my father, as his father before him, and his father before that, and so on.
This is a Star Wars thing.
We come from a long line of proud servants of Yovant.
Oh well, the pedigree goes.
Aldo laughs at that.
Was it meant as an insult, or is this another flute dude
Nope.
situation?
This was not
He
meant
did
as
not
an
mean it
insult.
as an insult. But Aldo,
Mikhail has not been to Yovant. He barely knows about it.
but Aldo, who's from Goldaria, absolutely laughs at it. So, anyways, and like I said, the door shuts with a bit of a snap to it.
Mikhail will immediately say, "Did I insult him?"
Yes.
Oh shit! He like walks faster.
Well, we won't be getting that discount next time then.
Yeah, guess not. I might need to learn more about Yovance then.
You and Elliot are going to
Let's,
need an entire summer to go through these books, Mikhail. We now have, what, 10, 12 of them in our possession?
Yeah, and they take a while.
Well, do we still have time to see Curve Rock, or is it like time for the walk?
You probably the sun is now high in the sky. It's probably a good time to go for the walk. You don't want to wait till the evening in case the walk ends up dragging on.
Sure.
If you do that, then unfortunately, like, it might cut how much walking they want to do short.
I should probably be going to meet up with Philomena at this point. Which I suppose means you two have a gem to sell.
Does. Should be worth at least 12.
So far, I believe our talks have been relatively productive, though I have some... We're far enough from Nathan's estate now.
Yeah, you're safe.
This deal with Nathan, what would he want his family to have all of this valuable metal ore for, do you think?
So he has a monopoly in Loshev. I don't think Drazstone really sent a lot of it out. And if he could be, here in the surrounding distributor, well, he stands to make a lot of money.
Yeah, he's the person it goes through to come out of Drazstone to other places. In this, probably not just Loshev, maybe this region. That's going to be lucrative.
A lot of power for one person, but his motivations, I think, seem purely Financial?
His are, and yeah, it's quite a bit. Worth being concerned about, but at the moment, well, he's an ally at the very least. So
He's an ally of convenience, and I do appreciate the support he's given, but I do not know that I would trust him to have my back if there wasn't a carrot in front of him.
Well, he does have similar ideals to us, and while, we might put our nose up at somebody making all that money, somebody has to. And better for him too, who does share most of our common beliefs. I mean, apart from you, Koa, and I don't know, even Mikhail, right? Like, most people are out for themselves.
That's true. Just something to always be mindful of, I suppose.
right.
Of course, just look at him as a businessman. Every conversation is a transaction.
I'll give this some thought. We will have to speak to Leon about this and make sure he's on board as well, but I imagine he would be. So, if you two wish to speak to him while I'm on this walk, if your transaction goes fast enough, feel free to.
We'll probably talk to him again at dinner time, right? No point just continually checking in at Gemsmith's.
If you don't mind having that conversation in front of Gemsmith, sure. I just didn't know if there was anything we didn't want him to know.
Think he knows enough.
Yeah, that might be okay. Oh, yeah, Aldo, you had some other stones too, so we won't be able to sell all of them at the same time.
Gemsmith has mine. He's appraising them for me.
Oh, stops paying attention. Well, maybe later then.
You see Aldo pops like a cork on one of the bottles and brings it up to his nose, and he's just like...
You,
It is wine, so you didn't pop the cork, you said, right?
Yeah,
you did or
opened
did not,
it, however.
sorry.
I said I did, but yeah.
Okay, well, if you pop that's fine. You can smell it smells good, but it's wine, so it's gonna have to breathe before you drink. You're not just gonna swig it from the bottle. Well, I don't know, maybe you will. But you'd probably want it to breathe.
Do you know who you're talking to?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay. It'll breathe when you do
he
this.
doesn't.
Glug, 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 glug. Just let it free fall out of the bottle.
Whenever you pop the cork and go like the smell or whatever, Koa will look at you. Aldo, I've appreciated the way you've been handling things lately. I hope you're careful with that.
It's killing me. I want you to know that it's literally killing me. But no wine on business.
Typically, I think Mikhail
Maybe.
and I have tried to handle it to a glass here and there. But
well, Koa, I'm going to be honest with you. Once I start, it's no stopping me. So
then perhaps no wine on business is a good idea.
Yeah.
you see, he just has the bottle up to his nose as he's talking.
I don't wish to reopen any old wounds, Aldo, but you and I had a bit of an unpleasant moment in Joda's crack, and well, the way you've been acting since then has been similar to me.
I wouldn't go that far, Koa.
Well, I just didn't know if there was something you wanted to talk about, or
Oh, no, there is not.
I'm a great listener and a better talker.
Oh, don't I know it?
Well,
but this conversation is making me real thirsty, Koa.
I have a water skin.
And I have a bottle.
Well, just know, Aldo, the change is noted, and it's awesome to see. Do you want me to hold that for you?
Sure. You gonna hold
Great.
these
So
two?
now about that
He has the
conversation.
other two under his arm.
He'll take all three of them.
No, we really should start getting some furniture for our place. I mean, once we have money, right?
Yeah.
Koa opens
tired
up
of
like
sleeping
his
on the
little money
floor.
pouch and he pulls out 2 silver. What do you think this will get us?
Actually, I'll buy you some furniture. It just won't be fancy.
Yeah.
Get us some more than the floor. Let's see what we've got once we sell this sapphire and pay off our remaining. We might not buy any more books for a while. I mean, this will carry us for a bit. It's going to take weeks to get through.
The only thing I have left is he'll pull out like the blue. Was it pronounced a spinel?
Mm.
Gemsmith had said this was worth about 5 gold, 4 gold, 7 silver, and the like. It's about the only thing of value I have left to sell, other than perhaps my sword once Hinta presents me with a new one. But
Do you want to liquidate it or not? Because we're going. Do you want it sold, turned into coin?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else I would use it for, but at the same time, it's nice having something of value for a pinch. We burned through 140 gold like it was nothing in Haunt Gwyn, and now all of a sudden...
If I may, Koa, I'd hold on to that sword for a while at least.
Oh, I meant the gem. The sword, yeah.
Oh, the gem.
This sword and I have
Get
been
rid of the
through a
gem.
lot, and while I am looking forward to an upgrade, well, it's a bit hard to let go of something that's saved your life.
Yeah.
So many times.
Does our manor have locks?
Yes. Was it Council's home?
The doors do, but like most locks are simple. Remember, I think a simple
Even
lock's
still.
DC is 20. If I remember, maybe it's 25. I have to Google, but I have to look it up in Pathfinder. But it's either 20 or 25 for a simple lock. So I mean, like the average person wouldn't be able to open the lock, but you know,
It'd be pretty tough.
yeah, because like
Listen, I have a counterpoint here for why they may be slightly better locks due to the fact that this dude was a councilman.
Oh no, that's
maybe
fair.
they might have better locks.
No. That's fair. Well, first of all, not all houses have locks, right? But because most houses, what you do is you just go inside and while you're in there at night, wouldn't necessarily. But no, that's fair. So if the base one's 20, then it's 25. The base one's 25, then it's 30. Whatever the second one up is, I forget the DC. So that Koa something that Mikhail absolutely could no, something that Aldo absolutely could pick. But a regular person would struggle at the very least. Most likely, struggle at best. Most likely couldn't get through.
Yeah, simple 20, average 25, then 30, 40.
Yeah. Why'd you bring that up?
So that way we can store things there.
Oh, yeah, we can set it on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, if we are going to actually start furnishing it, because I still want to get like a weapon rack or display or something.
I was thinking about getting a really small
them.
rock and having a thing where when people go up the stairs, it triggers this small rock to roll down after them.
Is that an homage to our time in the keep?
Yes. It was a hilarious joke that apparently neither one of you laughed at.
Well, it's a little real.
Well, good luck on your sales then. I'll see you after this walk. It was a pretty funny joke.
That was pretty good, Koa.
When Koa walks away,
when you say that after the fact. That he walks off.
When Koa leaves, Aldo turns to Mikhail and he says, "You've got this, right?"
Hey, what, you busy?
Kinda.
What's up?
What's up with everyone prying into everybody's business?
Because if it's personal, just say so. I don't know.
It's personal.
All right, fine.
Gee.
Okay.
I think you're acting more like Koa lately. Prying in everybody's business.
I think I've always been like this.
Well, I'll see you at where are we going from here? Are we meeting at where are we going from here? After Koa has his walk, are we meeting with Kervrock before dinner? Or
He's gonna do his walk. He's still gotta go to Hinta.
We have Hinta,
Hinta,
Curve and
I think
Captain
Hinta can
Tyreek.
wait till tomorrow because she's not a like necessity, right? We're going there to ask about but like barding for the horses. So
Yeah,
we can do
we
that.
want to get her.
You know
we
what I
want
mean?
to get started on it as quick as possible, but
Yeah, I'm just thinking because like daylight is wasting, right?
Isn't
By
it,
the
like,
time
noon?
all
Right.
this stuff is over. It is now. You're going for a walk, and then we've got to meet with Curve Rock, and then before you know it, I reckon it'd be dinner time. But I mean, if you want to meet with Inter today, it just might push things back a little.
The last things we had on our list were the walk, Captain Tyreek to talk about the prisoners, but I feel like maybe we don't need to talk to Tyreek
I don't think we
now.
have to talk with him.
That's
about
it's
and then
done.
it was just Hinta and Curve Rock.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't think Hinta would take long. I guess it just depends how long the walk is.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, we'll all meet up at the house after we're all finished our respective things and see what the time is.
Yeah, that's probably the best. All right, so I'm gonna go sell them the sapphire.
Okay. So to sell the sapphire is pretty easy. You just go ahead and roll me a check to see if what it sells for.
What check am I rolling? Because I know how much it's worth already.
Diplomacy.
Okay.
You might not be able to find somebody that's willing to spend that price.
True. There's the
Merchant
two.
check. So the thing is, it's not that you can't find a buyer. It's you may.
It's 14.
You also had, before you did that, you also had the +2s you're going to use.
Oh.
15.
Yeah, I had to forget about them. I
16.
definitely would have used one. I definitely would have used one of them because it's already.
So you happy with the
That's
16?
Yeah, I already rolled luck now. So
Okay. So in that case, you have somebody who's you're arguing with them back and forth, so on and so forth, and it's at the point where you're debating back, not arguing. Sorry, you're like bartering with them back and forth because obviously you're not trying to take 12, you're trying to get at least 12, right? So you're debating with them back and forth as it is, and they say to you, something along the lines of, like 11.5 as my final offer. And you're like, I already told you I'm not going beneath 12. I have on good, that this is worth. You were getting this at a steal at 12. You could turn around and sell this for more, just hopping a couple towns over. Gemsmith himself has, agreed to this. I'm not saying which Gemsmith, but Gemsmith himself has stated this. They're kind of one of those things, and you guys are staring each other down with trying to decide, which one you want to do. And you have a decision to make here, Keegan, because a 16 is successful. You can push for them to take the sale, and this is somebody who would definitely buy it now for the 12. Or you can take the 11.5, and this is somebody that you can definitely go back to in the future to make a sale if you needed to. It's somebody you can use as like a returning purchaser.
Oh,
There's a bunch of towns
undervalue
to go between,
gems.
so it's not the only one, but if you're trying to offload something inside of Loshev, could be useful.
We could go to him to
Specifically for
lose money on
gems?
everything.
right,
Actually, what's up, Keegan?
as like specifically for gems.
They'd
we
be
keep
interested
finding
in gems,
so many of them.
but maybe other obscure items as well. Obviously, they're a hard bargainer.
Hmm.
But if you don't care about building this relationship with, as Wade is saying, why would I want to build a relationship with a person that's not beneficial for me? If you want to build a relationship, you can definitely pushing it to 12.
It's a difference of 5 silver that I really want, but I don't know. Oh, hold on. Let me reason.
Some would argue really need.
Yes, but we also know. Okay, Aldo has gems being appraised right now. Koa
Koa's
does
got
also have
one.
that blue spinel.
Yeah.
Right. Like this could be we could leverage that to not have to fucking argue with this guy to get base price for the rest of our gems. Which would be kind of nice. It's probably worth the 5 silver. Can I have to like fight over it? Okay, yeah. I feel like Scott's fucking us, but like
Really?
I'll
With
take the
money?
11.5. Yeah,
We never.
because it's money. But
This
yeah,
way
so
we can
he'll
always
take the
go to this guy
11.5
and never get the value something's worth.
and
What a valuable contact.
This is gonna be such an "I told you so." If this is exactly what happens, I know I'm never gonna live this down from Wayne. But I'll take the fucking 11.5. But he's definitely like, okay, listen, this is not what this is worth, but I might have more product. We might have more of these, so fine, make a bigger profit, but let's not have to do this next time.
You're saying that these came from Gemsmith?
Yes, 2 of them.
You're telling me that old codger is actually selling his stuff now? After all these years, he's actually selling his shit now.
I got this one from his son, and he verified the value. I'm going there for dinner in a few hours, in fact.
You're friends with Gemsmith?
Like, you think the Valiant Few's not going to have decent friends?
How about this? 11.5. And if you ain't lying, if I don't watch you walk into his front door, no, sorry, if I watch you walk into his front door for dinner, I'll give you the other 5.
I'll shake on it. I just hold out my hand.
It's one of those things where he looks down at your hand and he's like, this is certified Gemsmith cut.
I just have the hand out.
And you got more coming. You got more you're looking to push.
That's what we're talking about. Yes.
Thinks for a few moments. Either I'm about to get, he's like, either I'm about to make a real good deal, or you're a damn fine bluffer. And he takes your hand.
Just smile. All right.
He gives you the 11.5, and as he's literally going to, like, later on in the day when you head over there for dinner, he's gonna be like hovering around and give you like a like a head nod as you're walking by to see if you're actually going into the house. And when you actually like, go in, and I don't know if you do the whole make a show of it, like, hey,
This dude is spying on us to make sure he's not getting fucked by paying the exact value later for this thing that he's underpaying for right now.
No. So Keegan's character is saying that this is certified cut by Gemsmith because, like, who his name is has value to it because it's like a trustworthy.
No, I get what he's saying, but it's like, I bought this pack of gum and you're telling me it's Hubba Bubba?
No,
I'm giving you 75 cents for this $1 pack of gum.
That is a false equivocation. There's a false. It's a
$1 pack of gum. I'm already giving you 75 cents for it. I better watch you walk into Mr. Hubba Bubba's house before I give you the other 24 cents.
That is a false equivocation.
I'm getting a deal on this.
Mr.
You better not be
Bubba.
fucking me.
You mean this is a bag of gum, and you got this from Archie? You got it from Archie himself? I want to see you go in there to get that comic strip.
It better be legit then. It better be legit from this guy.
Yes, 100%. Because
First name Hubba, last name Bubba. Yeah.
Because you have to understand, Wade, back then they didn't have laser certifications or anything like that to verify, the authenticity of XYZ, right? So this is him trying to get a degree of authenticity because he can use that clout for more profit later on. And he has no way of proving that authenticity. Again, it's not like he can check himself.
Dude, he can cuck the Gemsmith if he wants. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this is ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. Because literally Keegan theoretically, well, Keegan potentially lied to him. He doesn't know who cut that
Mikhail
stone.
potentially lied to him.
He could lie just literally. As well as Mikhail could just tell him it's Gemsmith.
Mikhail doesn't know who cut that stone. That's why I asked specifically, is this certified Gemsmith cut? And he said yes. He's like, that old codger selling his old stuff? Yes. And you're looking to move more? Yes. Okay.
Well, I have got one that is certified cut by Gemsmith, and this guy can pay the fucking 8 gold for it.
Also, to be fair, he said the certified Gemsmith said I got it from his son and verified the price with Yellen.
Effectively,
I never said it. I don't know actually who cut it.
I understand. I understand that. If somebody casts a zone of truth on you, no tinglies will be happening or whatever. Yes.
Yes.
So, anyways, go ahead. Sorry, what's after that? Oh, Wade, you walk.
Hey, man, if you insist.
Yeah. You head down that way, and you join up with them. When Philippa sees you, there's like. When she sees you, she has like a reddening in the eyes, like a tearing up, because obviously
they smell like Cleveland's fucking room. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, doesn't wash out. Sorry.
But she does smile, and she comes over and gives you like a motherly hug.
Great to see you, Philip. I hope you've been well.
And she says, as well as I could hope to be. At least we've been busy, and it's been a nice distraction. But then you come back here, and no matter how much business anybody tries to offer you, either the look of pity in their eye is one reminder, or the lack of is another. I don't know.
Well,
I'm
I'm
surprised you wanted to
joyful
go for
to
this
see
walk.
It'll always be my job to make sure you two are safe.
You'll see that she does tear up this time, but differently, heartwarming rather than sadness. And she'll like turn to start walking with you, and Philomena.
I don't know if Koa has much to say. He'll tell them some real brief stuff about what's been going on.
Yeah. Fill the air for a while. Small talk, whatever it is, especially on the way there.
He will tell them he's engaged, but he will make sure, try to break it somewhat gently, knowing that Philomena
Roll diplomacy check, Wade.
They're friendly, as friendly as can be. Oh, thank God.
It's a good roll. You can automatically take a 20 by grabbing the other +2.
Why not? Yeah, sure.
Okay. So this is how it plays out. You convey it gently, almost like you're showing excitement, but not gloating or bubbling over, just like one of those sharing the thoughts or whatever it is, because Koa is not an idiot at this point. He's aware of whatever. So Philomena takes it very well. She's she says she's happy for you. She's surprised. She must have been quite the person for this to have happened so fast.
The daughter, Philomena, right?
Yeah, correct. The daughter. Yeah. And when you say who it is, it's one of those things like, well, I understand that, because they would clearly know her from trading, going through Hogwen or whatever. So actually knows who that individual is. And it's one of those things where, because she knows who it is and she knows how friendly and kind that person is, she's like, well, I understand. I get that. And, a little bit of chatter or whatever it is. But, Koa, as dense as he is, not so dense that he's not aware that there's a degree of, facade to the kindness and the tone. That's kind of understood.
He would not let this be the focus of conversation for a long.
Of course. It's a relatively quick thing that's understood. Yeah, no, that's part of the high roll. The mother is genuinely very proud of, is very proud, very happy for you. Lets you know that she would love to know when it is, so that if they happen to be around, to attend. She's like, if we happen to be in a deer, we'd love to head that direction to attend if if things line up. So kind of offering to potentially be available, but not necessarily asking to go. But she does actually, at some point in time, say, I'm sure you'd make her happy. I'm sure you're going to make a fine husband for her. I know any girl would be happy to have you as, kind of one of those things. And very obviously kind of looks over to her daughter for a second, just to make sure that almost not letting you know, how dare you. It's almost like one of those motherly warnings, so you don't hurt her feelings when you say things, but you already understood and you play it off perfectly. And even after the walk, and when she touches back on this topic very quickly, she'll just comment at some point in time what kind of a gentleman you are. Not directly referencing that, but you understand that that's what the case is. So boom, that's handling that whole situation there and how that goes. Oh, she does say she will see if anything among her wares would make a fine gift for the bride. But we'll, kind of get back to you about that one. Obviously, again, this isn't a focus of today's conversation. The walk there is relatively pleasant. Again, you have enough conversation points while being light on topics for a lot of reasons to talk on the way there. When you're there, it's rather somber. They go over, they had brought, flowers or picked some along the way, and they place them down with where things had transpired. Koa is not without being moved himself. He is both with them and that weird entanglement, but also genuinely liked Phil. He was such a nice guy. And then this shit happens. Like, so he's not without, and then this also is a trigger for many other aspects of his life. You spend some time there. They share some words for him. They actually do set up a small little cairn of stones over by one of the trees. Notably, Koa notices this. They would not. That it's actually the tree. It's over like right by one of the trees that Sahir had like brushed by as he rushed into the woods. Not something he would share with them. Just something that he unfortunately has to note because he watched everything happen. And they set up a little cairn, say some more prayers. You join into those prayers, whatever they might be, and then eventually you guys walk back. There's small flailing attempts at some mild conversation on the way back, but they very quickly kind of like pitter and fall off. And most of the time is spending kind of like a somber silence. But silent as it is, somber as it is, having each other, this kind of like company, it really is like you can feel it yourself. Having them here, while that being a focus of the travel, because you've gone by a bunch of times, have that be the focus, and certainly you believe your being there for them has more of a mending effect. It really is helping to kind of like close a chapter and allowing them and yourself to a degree to move on.
One thing Koa would do while they were either at the gravesite or walking back is, to his best recollection, try to hum or sing the song that she was singing whenever they were making their trek up here. And just say that, like, if they look at him funny or whatever else, he'll say he knows that Bill was fully enjoying hearing that his lovely wife's voice on the trek, and it's a happy memory of a moment before tragedy.
Let me think for a second. Obviously, that would cause her to tear up.
Oh yeah, probably him too. But
yeah. The daughter as well. And I think I'm trying to think. I think at some point at the tail end of the walk, she actually gets the strength. Because you can imagine how when you're welling up and all that, when you have a lot of emotion, your throat's so dry, certainly humming and singing is a very difficult thing.
Oh yeah.
To do.
I imagine it isn't beautiful when Koa tries.
No,
but
it's not anyways.
Yeah.
He's not drumming.
Yeah.
Anyways, at the tail end of the walk back, she would attempt to do the song herself, and it's failing enough because like her throat being as dry as it is, but her daughter will kind of like hum with her. And so, I don't know if Koa would join in or not, but the two of them were able to kind of like share that moment. And at the end of the walk, there's like what is clearly time to like part ways. There's like a lot of like hugging, very strong embrace, especially from the mother to you. She lets you know. She says, "Koa, if you need anything, please, not just you. I mean, I know you were there that day, but truth be told, and thank you for this, thank you for that day, thank you for everything that you've done. But even though
we
they're
got
not here,
them all,
please,
right?
huh?"
We got them all.
She nods. She says,
bandits,
"No, I do.
Lashes.
That's why I wanted to tell you, all three of you, for what you did, the justice that you brought. I mean, if you need anything, you let us know. Be more than happy to."
There are a couple of things that I think hopefully I'm not asking too much, but we are going to have to venture somewhere relatively dangerous soon. And I'm curious where you got the wood for your cart, or how you... There's this plant that kind of attacks you as you go through it, and we're going to try getting some metal barding and stuff to protect our legs and our horses, but anything you might have that that could help with reinforcing things like that. I remember the wood of your cart being dark wood, I believe. I've not seen it really since.
It's dark woods grown in Eldamar. At least that's where I know it's grown. I don't know if it's grown anywhere else. My husband, he acquired it, and I will continue to do so as repairs need to be made. From up, have you heard of Momley?
I don't think Koa would have.
No, it's a larger town, maybe even a city in Vala. They have a good amount of shipment that comes down from Eldamar there, and so I will procure it there. We have a contact, get it for a fair price. We'll buy it in bulk.
Oh, you don't have to get any for me. I was just curious. We can find a way.
No, understand. I get it in bulk because I need some for my cart, but then I can also turn around and sell some as well. I'd be more than happy to sell it to you at the same price that I procure it when I have more on the way back. I don't have really any spare on me aside from small scrappings. I'm not sure when you need this by or if there's something else I can assist you with. You mentioned barding. I might even have barding on the cart.
Potentially, yes. I don't know how long you're in town. We were going to talk to the blacksmith here, Hinta, tomorrow about the barding, or today if we have time.
Not long, unfortunately. If the weather holds out, we intend to leave in the morning. If not, then a day, maybe two later, we'll stay. The weather's looking fine enough for now, but we have dealings in Drazstone, and so I can't push things much further. They don't like it when somebody's late for especially a trade deal.
And Drazstone, that's the other thing I was going to mention to you. The barding, we'll try to talk to Hinta today, and I'll have an answer for you on the barding. We're also trying to establish a sort of trade between Loshev and Drazstone. We had some dealings with Roxham. I'm not sure if you're familiar with. It's part of the adventuring parties out there.
Oh, one of the rangers.
Yes. Long story short, we've convinced them to not take and sell some of the eggs of the giant birds out there.
Sorry, what?
They were eggs from like these giant birds.
The part that you said before that?
I don't remember what I said.
You've convinced them not to sell those eggs?
Not to take them anymore, yes. Well, we've kind of gone past banditry and crime, and we're working on something much bigger in Adir. And we found a bird that's very sentient and hundreds and hundreds of years
Interrupting
old.
you right before you say it's like, we found a bird that's very, probably as you're saying the word sentient, you hear Philomena interrupts you and says, Mother, isn't that one of the things that we're supposed to be collecting? It is. I have an order to be fulfilled for one. I was supposed to bring it up north with me as I head. Two, if I can get my hands on it.
I'm not sure that none of them are dealing in eggs, but I would let you know that these birds are sentient, able to communicate almost as well as you and I in some ways. And there's one there that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old who lost a lover or a child. I'm still not sure exactly what happened, but we retrieved some of the eggs for her. And in return, she looks over the mountains and helps keep the dragons, is that the word?
Wyverns.
Wyvern population in check, as well as... It's a very long and complicated story, and I don't wish to bore you, or I'm not sure if you have the time for all of it, but it's something that could change the fate of all of Adir if we're successful.
Oh. Okay, that sounds rather heavy. I unfortunately, as interested as I am personally, don't really have the time, but I'd love to hear whatever it is that you have to tell next time we come through. And I'd love to spend some time with your companions as well. Again, I owe them a debt of gratitude as well. I'm sorry if I seem a tad distracted, Koa. There is a very influential individual in Ravenhold that had already... it's just going to change the terms of the deal.
I apologize for that inconvenience. I can assure you, though, you're not going to want to give anyone these eggs.
With what you're saying, no, I understand. I don't know if they will. She's, again, seems distracted for a second and says, Koa, I probably have some matters I got to take care of. Listen, if there's anything that you need, You're talking about trading between Drazstone and Loshev. I'll see if I can put in a good word for it. Certainly I don't have anything negative with them and Drazstone. I have pretty good dealings over there. What I meant to, and you hear Philomena chime in, Mom, the bell. That's right. That's what it was. Please, Koa, I'm glad you came on the walk. I was hoping you would. And she reaches into her pocket inside of her skirt or whatever she has, and she pulls out a small bell. Imagine like literally like a small ding 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 bell. It's made out of porcelain instead of metal, so it has like a little string with like a little almost like a seed or a nut or something like that that's tied inside there to allow for like the chiming to happen. The porcelain bell has like a small like kind of like filigree, if you will, design on it, like this cute little design on it. It's very simple. And the porcelain itself is, because it's porcelain, white, and then probably painted to be white as well before, having gone into kiln. She says, it may not seem like it makes much of a noise here, but this actually is linked to a similar one that I have inside of my cart. If you ring that, it will ring inside my cart, and we'll know that you'll need us to come. It's not immediate or anything like that. I could be hundreds, if not more, miles away, but I'll make changes to my plans to the best of my ability and head your way if need be. You've done a lot for me and my family, and I want to make sure that I'm there for you if you need us.
This is very, very generous of you and kind of you, and I can't imagine what goes into creating such a thing.
Neither can I, but it's specifically meant to give to people who we want to have close to us in our tradings. So, please, take this. If you or your companions need anything, you just let me know. If you could send message my way of what you're looking for, maybe I could pick it up on the way back, and it's not a trip for nothing, but either way, thank you for coming for this walk. I now have a lot to figure out.
I again apologize for making your tradings more difficult.
It's probably for the better.
It's definitely for the better. But
I
that
trust
doesn't
you.
mean I don't feel bad about it.
She smiles and says, and you probably shouldn't. Thank you again. She gives you like another motherly hug, and then she'll turn to walk. And then what's her name? Philomena will give you another hug. It's a longer and a bit more snuggly of an embrace than is appropriate considering the information that was shared earlier. And Koa probably tells himself maybe it's the emotion of the moment and everything that's going on. Whatever. And she eventually breaks from the embrace. And you kind of get the vibe of it's probably the last time she's going to do that for a long time, more likely ever. And then the two of them will go walking off.
He'll probably stand there for a moment, kind of like staring off and just reliving the emotion of everything. We can cut over to
them. I don't know if there's anything specifically they were working on beyond hunting around for a long while trying to find a trader, then arguing with him for. I like the idea that Mikhail
I didn't go with Mikhail.
Oh, I was gonna say I like the idea that Mikhail was doing the trading and you were like behind the guy with a dagger out waiting, just thinking because you didn't roll to assist. So, yeah, cool.
Off.
What were you doing then?
I want to just do a gather information, but first I want to walk into. But where I want to go to start this is the tavern that we have seen, like, because it's lunchtime, right? I just want to go to like a tavern or somewhere that we've seen Trini a bunch of times.
I fucking knew it.
Oh
love sabotage.
Oh no!
I knew it.
Oh god, what's his plan? Okay.
Love her.
Oh god. Okay. Yep. You can. So you know that she tends to work the night shift when it comes to work, and it's still daytime. So,
Yeah.
Hey, Doxy, what's up? Where were we? Sorry. Doxy, you missed it. Wade's over here. What is it? Crushing young ladies' dreams, breaking hearts, crushing dreams. Yeah. Jake's, I think, about to make dreams come true. So you know that she tends to work the night shift. So you say you're hovering around. you're probably better off being over near where she lives, and you know where that is. Being over where she lives, either literally knocking on her door or hovering in that area to bump into her. But if she's working this evening, which likely she is, she wouldn't be quite out and about yet.
So if she's not out and about, like that's on Aldo's radar, right? So if we bump into her at any point or I see her, just let me know. But other than that, I will go into the tavern. I'm not really going to drink, but I'm going to gather information. I just want to find out what happened to the lamb guy.
Just want to pause for a second. Oh, okay. I was going to pause for a second. If you specifically wanted to see her, you can hover around where her house is, but it's less nonchalant as hanging out in a tavern, right?
Yeah. So and I need this to be natural. Right?
Okay. So you want to know about the lamb guy? Is this going to be an open asking, or is this going to be trying to be discreet with the -10? Doxy
no, this is just going to be this is going to be an open thing.
Okay, cool. You go ahead and roll your diplomacy for gathering.
Koa's not talked to Gwyn about whether they're going to be open or not, for the record.
Okay.
10.
10 is not a great result. You absolutely can still get the answer, because this isn't like super hidden knowledge or anything like that. You might be playing your hand a little heavily, so it might be a little bit more obvious that you specifically were asking about this information. But that's fine. So,
listen, yeah, I'm going to lock this because I have my reasons. Okay. Slightly less.
He's just like, I have my reasons. Click, doesn't even consult the other party members.
Hey,
So
I respect it. When Jake uses luck dice, I know it's for a good reason to help the party.
Do you remember that campaign you played with Celsior, and Cel used more luck than the other two of you combined ×3?
Yeah, and then he audited himself and found himself not guilty of that.
Yeah.
Right.
He's like, oh, funny, right. I actually used less than each of you, or some shit like that. And we were like, yeah, okay.
I do remember that.
And he offered for us to audit too, but like all of us were like, yeah, we're not playing with your skewed numbers.
Nah.
So anyways, where were we at? Yeah, Doxy, they actually the viewers actually like this party. So where were we, sir? You were asking about, okay, so lamb guy. Let me just make sure I remember exactly where he is, where we left off. He had done XYZ. Oh, he was accused of theft, and that was not cleared up.
No, he was
cleared
he didn't
up.
do it because they found the stuff that he was accused of taking.
Yeah, we got him out of jail.
All of that stuff was put back.
Yeah, but was it because he returned it though?
No, Aldo put it back.
Aldo put it back while he was in their hands, so it's impossible for it to. Okay,
right.
So first of all, the sentiment you get from half the people is that he did it, but he didn't do it alone. That he had a partner, and the partner put the stuff back while he was in there, but he's absolutely guilty. That is the sentiment of half of the court of public opinion, if you will.
Yeah.
The other half of the people are like, that poor guy, he worked so hard his whole life to get here, so on and so forth, But because of the action that he took, he still got fired. He's still not the chef back at the house there, so on and so forth. So he is just kind of trying to find his way working here and there. And so he's been working partially in different taverns to, for when they need an extra, because they already have staff on hand, when they need extra staff. And there is an idea floating. I don't know if you remember the Broken Shield or the Stolen Shield place.
Yeah.
How they were talking about turning it into a fancier dance hall, so on and so forth. Some of the people have talked about, well, hey, maybe that guy Billiot or whatever his name is will come back and make this place a bit more fancy. And maybe when he makes it more fancy, he'll hire him and get him a job. He needs like a fancy place to work, and there's not really like a proper fancy place around. Maybe Billiot will do it.
Did you say Billy?
Billiot.
Billiot. Okay. Right. So it's talking about Elliot, right?
Yeah. I remember your scene from
because I was like
Zero.
I was like, Billy was
That's
anti-progress.
what they're doing here. These money bags are coming here. They're gonna revamp, and then they're gonna charge us. It's all a scam. I don't know if you remember your bullshit.
Yeah, I do remember. So
if
he's
not
doing real well.
Bullshit RP from Jaaek. Watch his session 0. It might that scene, that whole bar scene. I don't know if it's like 45 minutes long, an hour and a half long. Probably my favorite part of like all session 0 through season 1 together. It was insane. Sorry, Jaaek. Go ahead. Sir.
Peak Billy RP right there.
Yeah, it's peak Jaaek.
But yeah, so he's not doing real well. That's a consensus though, right?
Yeah, he is getting by.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's just what I wanted to know. I wanted to know that. So I'll go back to the house to meet up with the others after that.
Okay. I'd love to peek at Jaaek. Oh, okay, sorry. Moving on. Sorry, just distracted me.
I just love how subtle Docs is. It makes me happy.
Right?
You never really know what.
Like a church mouse. Just
Docs is up in here like, I'll be your wallaby.
Horny little problem.
Oh, I
Got an HLP in here. HLP.
oh
What about
god.
happened to HR? We don't have an HR. No, I mean, Rosin's not here. She's probably at work right now. What's her name? I asked Rena to make me a PP emote, and now she won't even respond to me anymore. We need
fair,
a
honestly.
new HR.
Yeah,
Who's somebody we can trust? We can't do Lance. Lance is too bitter.
I think he's Jeribald's burner account. I think is who Lance.
Oh,
is.
Jeribald's burner account is Lance.
He rolls about the same.
Jeribald's burner account, Lance's take. That's awesome. Kajatar could be good HR, but I think would be too anti-Scott. I don't know. We'll think about this another time. All right. So, anything else you wanted to do in that?
No,
time,
I might vote for Kajatar.
No.
I think Kajatar's been here since like session 1 of the first campaign. I say that all the time, and I always forget what the truth is. So I think I remember that that name from fucking back when. Oh God, was his name Aldo? What was Bear Taffy's name in that original game?
Was it Aldo?
Was it
It's Addo.
Addo.
Ado, yeah, Ado, yeah.
Addo. That was really. Oh man.
One letter off. All right.
Was there anything else Mikhail was going to do in the meantime? It was the gym.
Well, Doxy, the problem with me making you HR is that would be I put 3 girls in a row as HR. It almost looks like I'm saying that's a woman's position. So I have to not do somebody who identifies as female.
It's the highest position other than yours on the show, and none of the guys have deserved it that I've seen on here. So,
I mean, Kajatar is pretty deserving. All right, back to you guys. I'm sorry.
I like his anti-Scott stance. I vote for it.
He runs on a platform of anti-Scott. We should. Oh, that's what we should do. We should have a poll. We should vote for who HR is. Like, so whoever wants to be HR should be in Discord and state their case. Like they're campaigning for it. Like, I am running
this
for HR.
This is sounding a little socialist. I think we should move on.
No, democratic. We vote for it.
Aren't they the same thing?
There's
sorry.
There's layers to that. You know what? There's layers to that. God damn it.
So, was there anything else Mikhail wanted to do?
There was, but I got so distracted.
Nog, I was trying to save you that trouble. I really was.
I got so distracted.
You had to sell the
I
gym.
don't remember what else it was. We sold the gym.
Stop. You were gonna make.
Fuck. There was something else I was supposed to do, wasn't there? Oh yeah, I would go. I need to go talk to Cleveland. Got to pay him the 8 gold, and
oh, because you got your money. That's right.
Yeah.
So, well, wouldn't you do that when you head back
that.
there for dinner?
Well, I'm trying to also talk to him about whatever the fuck he's doing. So I don't think he's gonna want to talk about that at dinner with everyone there.
Oh, so why don't you tell the guy, oh, you don't think I know Gemsmith? I'll go over there right now. Come watch now. I
Probably do that.
I expect
Say,
my
like, yeah,
gold.
I'll head there
I
right
expect
now.
my gold tomorrow, my silver tomorrow, kind of thing. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So he'd be like, really? Like, yeah, I'll go there right now. Uninvited. Let's go. Like, and so you head over that way.
So I head there.
It's close to dinner time anyways, because like how long it took to find somebody and then argue and blah, blah, blah. It's close to dinner time anyways. So you make your way over that direction and rap a tap tap on the door, and eventually the man of the house comes over, opens the door and says, "Oh, you've returned sooner than expected," and then like looks past you for a second to see where your companions are, and then doesn't say anything, doesn't question, doesn't give you a quizzical look, just opens the door for you wider for you to come in.
Just me. I needed a brain. Come on. I needed to square up the payment for the auction with Cleveland, and also just wanted to have a word about something separate. You mind letting him know I'm here? I think he'd appreciate the heads up.
Ah, indeed. If I might suggest the sitting room, there is a wonderful cedar in the hearth right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So he'll head there with this guy.
Mm-hmm. You can see that he puts his hand into his pocket where you saw him procuring his cloth from before. As he walks away from you, he escorts you to the waiting room first. Offers you a drink in case you want one first. Whether or not you say yes, he will walk off. You see him put his hand in his pocket, and eventually like walks away. A couple minutes later, a few minutes later, whatever, he walks back and kind of like walking in front of Cleveland and says, "The gentleman Cleveland." And then as he walks through, he turns around and walks away. And Cleveland's standing there and says, "You already ready?"
Not quite yet. Just kind of gesturing. Still need to get dressed, but I was nearby.
I meant to settle.
I have
the
the
debt.
8 gold. Correct.
That was 6 as a reminder, not 8. We corrected it later.
We
on
corrected it. You're right. Yeah, 6. Thank
He
you.
says,
Let's meet in the middle and say 4.
Wait,
I agree.
Just
I
what
like
to say,
that.
and you say I screw you up. All right, back to you, Keegan. So he says, sooner than anticipated, but later than expected.
Some other errands. Apologies. But I've got it here. And I'll take out the gold and get up and hand it to him.
He says, "A moment, like you're doing things out of order," and hugs. Oh, huggies. What's your girlfriend's name?
I don't remember.
All right. So,
And everybody spam happy birthday, Wade.
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday. It's midnight. Do we sing to him? I'm going to sing to him.
No.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to
Wade.
you.
Happy birthday to you.
She's dancing
Happy
like
birthday, you bald old fuck face. How is 42?
I'm 36. I'm not eating
Happy
dicks.
birthday,
Get
Wade.
out of here.
Could you take out your license and prove it?
I'll show you my license. I think my address is on there. Docs, I love your name, but I'm not about to dox myself, you know? Thank you for the birthday wishes, everyone.
Yeah. So everybody has
Yeah,
to
of
call
course.
his cell phone to tell him happy birthday. Hold on.
Yeah, I told Keegan, I was like, hey, I'm going to be so busy at midnight. Not a single text. It's going to be the latter option. It's just because it's so late.
Yeah.
There you go. Happy birthday, Wade.
Thanks.
Well, welcome.
My first
All right,
call.
I got you, fam. All right, back to the game. More important things, thank you. He walks off and he's gone for another minute or two, and then he comes back with the ledger. And he comes back with the ledger. He comes back with a stamp. He comes back with some wax. And he comes back with, even though there's literally a fire over there, he comes back with this like specific setup for melting the wax and so on and so forth, right? And then he goes over to the table that's there and he does this whole process, and then takes the coin from you, stamps it, and has you sign adjacent to where the stamp is. And because the other two aren't there, he explicitly says that you need to write that you're signing in their name. And so you're like, this is so ridiculous. Da, 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 da. Like, they're literally going to be here in like an hour and a half. Can't they just sign then? They're not here now.
Right.
Again,
I just do it. Yeah.
Sticking to procedure, despite what you just saw happening earlier and everything. Anyways, so you finally it's completed, and he says, "Was this finally done?" He like takes a moment where he's like really analyzing for a second, and then he says, while not full on looking at you, while like looking away, he says, "Thank you for settling things so quickly."
Of course. I wanted to make sure we did right by you. It was a little bit of a mess how things turned out for a moment there, right?
Yes, things should not be done out of order. There's procedure for a reason. I apologize for my part in it.
Why's your house smell?
God damn it. So, he just kind of lets that sit for a second, and then we'll say, how do I approach this? Hold on. So, Mikhail will say, I would like to discuss another topic. Would that be okay?
He clears his throat for a second, and he says, yes. He like kind of like brushes the book clear, like he puts his stacks, all the things that he brought with him, like a particular way on top of the book, and then he turns to face you and says, he turns to face you and he says, "Truly, Mikhail, it's nice to see that you are well. I understand that you've been busy in the mountains, in Hod Gwen, engaging with individuals that would wish you harm, and in places that are known to be dangerous. I care that you are well, and I'm glad to see that you are."
Thank you, Levan. That does mean a lot.
I have thought about you
and
each day
likewise.
this winter.
Really?
He nods. I didn't know if there would be some sort of retaliation against you or what you had done. I mean, you shared your story with me before. You were nearly a mark yourself. I didn't know if someone would come to finish the job.
I had so much going on. I really didn't put a lot of thought into that. You didn't hear anything, did you?
No, but it was... I don't like to think of that time. But it was unpleasant, and I would not wish that upon others. And then you can see like there's like a degree of finality, like he's done with the conversation.
He just kind of nods and says, "Good." The matter I wanted to speak of it's of the same subject that we were pestering you nosily about earlier, but I'd rather ask your permission to inquire further this time.
Roll a sense motive and a diplomacy.
Okay.
Feel free to analyze one roll before you in case you want to look at before you click the next one.
Okay. We'll do sense motive first.
Okay, before you roll the diplomacy, sorry, are you happy with your 19?
Yes.
Okay. You can see that, of course, you're bringing it up. He gets a bit on edge, way calmer than he would have been beforehand, for a myriad of reasons. 1, it's just one person. 2, it's specifically Mikhail. 3, the moment you just shared together beforehand. 4, you just settled debts, and so things are now where they're meant to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of reasons why he's calmer, but you still definitely put him a bit on edge. So you're gonna have to walk some kind of eggshells with your phrasing here, what have you. But he hasn't completely shut down. He's just flighty. Go ahead.
Okay. That's good with me. Where the hell is my... There it is. Ew. That's low. Well, hold on. I don't know what his disposition is, but it's probably pretty good.
You have no
That's
more
probably
+2,
not
so
bad.
you'd have to use a luck die if you want to break that 15 threshold. Now, theoretically, he could be, let's say he's base 15 for whatever reason. If he has a negative charisma, 14 is actually the DC. His persona could come off as negative or positive. It's, but if the base is 15, a 9 or 8 charisma, this would pass right now.
Right.
If it's a 10 or higher, you'd need a luck die.
You can use one. You have my blessing. Jake used one to try to fuck with your girl, so like you can do whatever you want, man. I don't know what accent came out of my mouth there, but
listen, I use one for the lamb guy, right? That's what
you did.
Sure.
I'll use one. Yeah. Okay.
How do you phrase? So you say, I want to ask your permission, and so there's like a few second pause, and then he gives like a slight nod, like go on.
Then he'll say, I did note in the sense that we were picking up, there was something floral, there was a fermented, like a vinegar element, and what I thought might have been, saw like a dusting of maybe charcoal, things that cover or absorb scents. That's why I thought you might have been working on something, an experiment, that type of thing. I'm curious maybe what you're working towards, partially because I think I could help, but I have to admit some of it is just natural human curiosity.
Simply put, there is a pungent, unkind smell I have in my room. It's, I suppose you could say it's similar to that of freshly peeled, hard-boiled eggs.
Sulfur?
He says, without answering, he says, it is to mask this unpleasant aroma.
And you mentioned that you already had help.
It is a tad embarrassing. I will admit, perhaps my father was right all of these years. He always said that I needed a companion. And perhaps, again, he was right. He always wanted me to have a dog. Ugh. It required too much effort. Must walk them, clean up their filth. They tend to slobber on everything. There's fur everywhere. Disgusting. And cats? First of all, I would not invite any of those felines into my home. More than a few people I've known have been mauled by cats out there, and even their small cousins are just wishing they were among the larger breed. They're not cute. They're vile. Found a pleasant enough companion. Has kept me company and helped to calm me as I recount my recent experiences. There's a friendly little toad. Unfortunately, it's a bit odious, but there's a keen listener.
Toad. Did you go and find this toad? Just out in the wild? Or did you summon it?
Summon a toad? I don't know how you summon a toad. Suppose there might be like duck calling, a whistle or something that would croak. No, it was when I was working in the warehouse, spending my time running through things. I was it founds the toad. I heard the croaking when I found the toad inside the warehouse. I knew there was a pungent smell in the warehouse, but I ignored it. There was a job to be done. And, well, it's kind. Would listen when I spoke. Sometimes would croak back. He says, actually, a hint of a smile on his face. Sometimes would croak back. He's a gentle creature. Unfortunately, my father is not a fan of reptiles. And so, he would not like to have the toad inside the house. And certainly, he would not be a fan of the smell.
That will never not get me. Do people just not know what an amphibian is in this day and age, or like, wait, would
I'm so
Mikhail
glad
know?
you remembered that, Keegan.
Would Mikhail know that it is not a reptile, or is that just not knowledge in Aeroth? Like,
I feel like you're smart enough. Yeah, I'm not the DM. I'll let him answer.
are we pre the discovery of
No,
the
you know
class
this.
of
You've
animal
discussed
known as
this
amphibian?
beforehand, remember?
Okay, I barely remember. I'm just
Roll
because I had the
knowledge
same
nature,
qualm
DC's
then.
a 2.
Yeah.
No. We had this in this campaign. We had that whole conversation about reptile versus amphibian. And remember, it was like, wait, not a reptile? And you were like, no, but I understand the confusion. You had to talk
Yes,
somebody
all right.
else off the cliff before.
Sometimes I'm not sure if things happened or if I just imagined doing them. So
No, that's why it
uh,
was a callback.
no, you're good. You're good. Okay. So yeah, he does give kind of like a slightly confused face for a moment and say that he waits, and then says, I mean, a toad. That's a great companion. But you know, toads aren't reptiles.
Of course they are.
Oh, they're amphibians. It's
What?
a different class of animal. There's no scales. They have. He'll explain what a fucking amphibian is. But he'll go into detail because he's studied. I don't want to sit here and explain an amphibian to a bunch of adults.
Well, what's funny? You say it's amphibian. No scales, and as you say, next line, the two gentlemen, you hear their voices, for as they're a little bit of laughter, and they come walking into the room that you're in, and so Leon and what's his name, Gemsmith, Yellen, come walking into the chamber as you're talking about this. Oh, you've returned already. Welcome back, Mikhail. The others aren't here yet?
No, not yet. I was in the area. I was settling over the auction. I just stopped by and was having a conversation with Cleven.
Oh, wonderful. Good to have that settled. Cleven, see, your mind can be settled now. I told you there was nothing to worry about. They were good for it. Procedure is procedure, Father. Oh, pish posh. So what are you gentlemen speaking on?
I'm not going to tell him about the toad, obviously. I'll just say, he was telling me a bit about the things that happened over the winter, and I mentioned some of the adventures in the mountains, but I guess we should probably break off for now. I do still need to go get dressed while I'm here getting distracted.
It's what you say that, and there's like a moment he goes, oh, yes, you are a bit... Please do. It's at that point in time that is it more than just surprising you by walking in the room and then analyzing what you should respond to that little interaction there. You're looking over and you're like, oh, he's pissed. And I don't mean angry. He is so glossy-eyed and he is swaying and he's got a bit of a redness to his face. Like, oh, he is drunk.
Okay, it's going to be an interesting dinner.
Yep. Hey, welcome, Raiders. And so you, hey, Raiders, first of all, thank you for the raid, but you have to wish Wade a happy birthday. Wade just turned 42, so wish him a happy birthday.
36, man. You were literally older than me.
We'll let chat decide that. Anyways, so you
Just because you're like a tenth my size and the age doesn't show as much doesn't mean you're younger than me.
I am literally, first of all, you're very tall, and
Thank
second
you.
of all, I am not that much shorter than you. I'm 5'11".
Yeah.
Oh my god. You, sir, are able to I don't remember. You, sir, are there. You're able to excuse yourself, go get changed. Wade, does Koa remember to get changed before he goes out to dinner after what he just kind of did?
Well, we're all meeting at the house, so I imagine if we're meeting at the house and everyone else is getting changed, he'll be like, "Oh yes." But probably because he's always gotten along pretty well with Gemsmith, I feel like he would have that respect.
Not a matter of lack of respect, a matter of comfort with distraction. It's up to you, though, Wade. There's no die roll or anything like that.
I mean, I imagine that even if he doesn't remember, if Mikhail gets changed, Koa will, "Oh yes," and get changed. I doubt he's changed and ready to go when Mikhail gets there. He's probably a bit spaced out.
Okay. Cool. So Doubt changed and ready to go when Koa when Koa gets there. So
When
you
Mikhail
show
gets
When
to the
Mikhail gets
house,
there.
Koa's probably not changed yet. But when he sees Mikhail getting changed, or if Mikhail says he's going to get changed, then it will click and Koa will get ready. He will show up at Gemsmith in the proper attire.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood.
Are we?
Oh, did I get my other
are we
5
s-
silver, by the
We've
way?
got to go see what he called before that, right?
Oh, Hinto?
Henta would be first, yes.
Inter and the other one. What's his name?
Curve Rock.
Councilman. Yeah.
Curve Rock, yeah. Still probably get dressed before going to Curve Rock.
Cool. Well, because you're not going to Curve Rock because it's already time has passed. Oh,
It was noon when we went on the walk, or noon-ish.
yeah,
so
but
I
that
don't
was
know
like
how
a
long
long because you had to walk way out there, plus spend a bunch of time there, plus walk way back, then distract you for a bit. No, it's about dinner time. Curve Rock will oh yeah, you'll have to squeeze in Curve Rock. It'd be a quicker chat, but you guys can absolutely go visit him. It's too important for you to not squeeze. And Keegan, you told the guy you wouldn't be there for too long. You head out and you go get your 5 silver.
Okay.
Yep. And so when you head out, and there's like literally as you're heading out, and there's like laughter and whatnot, and he can see you talking to various different people through the window that's there. Not that he's right outside the house.
This guy's really cucking.
But like across the way and watching. It's one of those things. He's like, well, I'll be damned. He really is one of them valiant few.
Yeah. Why would I lie?
Should I list the reasons?
No. I'm being facetious. Silver, please.
Yep. He pulls out the silver. He puts his hand in the purse to pull out the silver, and he pauses and he says, "Could you get me into that dinner?"
Not last minute. See, you should have believed me. I could have asked earlier.
Genuinely looks upset with himself over that, like kicking his own ass on that one. He hands you the 5 silver. Oh. Cool.
This is our buddy
I'm
Fred.
We'll be in
gonna.
touch.
Aldo's gonna wear the courtier clothes when we go to dinner. By the way.
Oh yeah. Of
Are
course.
those the nicer ones?
You guys go get dressed,
Yeah.
and you get dressed up before you visit Curve Rock. Heard.
Yeah, I think so.
So you go to his estate. His estate is interesting. First of all, out of all of the estates, it is the largest, bigger than even Fox's. Out of all the estates, it's clearly the oldest. And not out of all the states, but certainly among the ones that you guys have spent time in recently, it's a bit more run down than the others. I mean, a very large place is difficult to maintain. It can be quite costly to do so. And so sometimes you just skip a few years on this or that or so on and so forth, right? Like you don't need a paint job every other year, but every 6th year, things like that. It's a bit more rundown. So when you guys go to his estate, and even like the lawn care for it, because it's such a large piece of property, the maintenance of the estate, like the actual what's the word I'm looking for here, the grounds, is not quite as sharp as say Fox's or even Gemsmith's. But either way, it's again so like the walk from like the edge of his property to his home is a much longer walk. Anyways, as you make your way through there, roll me perception checks. It's pre-sundown, like there's colors in the sky, but you have time before dinner. Hilarious, not Aldo. He must be distracted by something right now. Oh boy. Maybe he's preparing the lines he's going to say. Maybe he's trying to think of the approach he's doing.
We all know about the fox girl.
Okay. Either way, whatever it is that he's distracted by, is everybody happy with the results?
I think so.
Yep.
Okay. So as you're walking in, it's Koa that sees one, only because it's been there for so long that whoever maintains the estate here like mows around it, or like mowing like push mower, not like mower. You know what I mean by push mower, like the old school, like it's a wheel.
I had one, yeah.
Okay, cool. We did too.
2 wheels and the blade that just move when you push it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So anyways, yeah. So your whoever handles the estate has clearly like worked around it in such a way that it made it obvious enough that even with only a 19, you can see it. There's a trap in the lawn, like a wolf trap. Not to say that there aren't wolves in a deer. There are, but it's not like a big problem because there's plains cats. And plains cats don't tend to go into very large populations. They can walk through a town. It's just not super common. So that's unusual. But then you also see another area. You can see an old spot where clearly there's a tripwire, but the stake that held the tripwire held in has come loose and so the tripwire is not even taut anymore. It's now loose. So it's like whatever it's connected to, you're not even sure. Does Koa spend a moment or so to look to see what's connected to, or does he just like
probably because it's kind of weird. He would also point it out, like he wouldn't like just point, but be like, "Is that a trap in the yard?"
It's actually connected to an old, half dug in the ground, heavy crossbow, which probably reminds Aldo. He has to bring that up later on. But old heavy crossbow. The crossbow has long since lost its tautness. The wood is warped, the string is broken, whatever. It's no longer. You realize his estate has literal traps around it, but they're so old and poorly maintained that you don't even know if any of them are capable of going off anymore.
This place is kind of like walking into one of these mulled keeps, isn't it?
Maybe that's what
you should bring that up to him.
You should.
We do want success. So are you serious, or is this one of those things that make me look like a fool?
No. This is serious.
Yeah, I mean,
did he laugh while saying that?
Kind of, but he's being serious.
And yeah, Mikhail will add is yeah, I mean he's clearly pretty obsessed with him. I mean, he's probably going to be snarky about the fact that we've been to a location that he has some kind of entitlement over in his head, but might earn some respect.
Perhaps one of you two should bring it up. Why is it always me? I put my foot in my mouth every time
I
talk.
Naturally. You did it naturally.
Mm.
Put my foot in my mouth or noticed it?
Both. Two things can be true at once.
I wonder about our friendship sometime.
Well, the fact that it's only sometimes means that we truly are friends.
Well, fine. If I bring it up and it ruins everything, then it's both of your faults.
Oh, we're all in this together.
Right. My point stands. And I will feel that way. And I will double the amount of exercise you have to do for the next 2 weeks.
Don't respond. He's just smiling.
Koa goes deep into thought of how to approach this. Which will definitely probably end well.
Looking forward to
I love
it.
the democratized responsibility. Cool. So where were we? So yeah, you guys walk up to the door, and as you walk up to the door itself, as you go to step on the first floor panel, Koa, I imagine you're walking first.
God, no. We saw traps. Aldo's walking first and looking for traps.
Aldo doesn't notice them.
That's not my problem.
Aldo steps on the first step on the thing. You know what? You did point it out. It was a whole conversation. Would Aldo actively be looking for traps or what?
Yes.
Then you're
because
welcome to
there's
reroll.
traps here.
You're welcome to reroll.
I wasn't looking for traps until there was traps pointed out. Reroll.
I was waiting for another
Much
one.
better. It's a good old 12.
I was like, should I be calling you Keegan today?
Maybe.
Well, it's
That's
not
not
two.
two.
That's 3 times
Yeah.
better than Keegan's roll.
It's just consistently disappointing. Wait, that sounded more aggressive than I wanted it to be. Like consistently disappointing roll.
They
bad
say
rolls.
players reflect their DM.
Do they? Who's they?
We don't ask that.
Okay. So anyways, you guys go walking up to the door, and with your 12 perception, you're happy with it, Jake?
Yeah.
You notice that as you put your foot on it, you're going to step on the first step that's there. And as you step on it, the stair itself seems to be like collapsing in, but not accidentally, intentionally. And then the faceplate of the step in front of it starts to like come down onto your foot. You can imagine at some point in time, this is you step in it and your foot kind of like steps through enough that the rigidity of the wood on either side of the broken step and the part that's supposed to collapse on your foot before would kind of like lock your foot in place, almost like, teeth aimed inward to lock your foot in place. However, again, it's so poorly maintained and so on and so forth that it's more like like you press on it and it closes down, and then you pick your foot up and the pressure comes up. So like you reflex back pretty quickly, but then you're able to test it and be like, oh, it doesn't actually matter that much. So you don't have to worry, but you are going to step over it anyways. I assume you point this out, of course.
I do.
Cool. When you finally walk up to the door, you go to knock on the door.
Koa will stop them from knocking on the door, and he will very slowly go to feel it to see if there's spikes.
That's funny. You go to very slowly feel it to see if there's spikes, and the door whips open. Whips open so hard, even Wade's hair, flutters from it.
I was 100% going to do like right as he touched it, but I probably yell in surprise.
And the door opens, and Koa dies right then and there.
Oh, I love the idea that you're like so tense because you're about to surprise him, but the door opens up and actually catches you off guard.
Exactly.
And then your yell is what causes Aldo to be surprised. All three of you like shocked for a second, and despite being an old man, a crotchety old man, he whipped that door open pretty fast, and he's standing there, and he's got the most angry look on his face, like he just whipped open the door and saw Billy Madison putting a flaming bag of poop on his doorstep. He rips that door open, and you're like, ah! And he goes, what? What? I gotta do my voice. What are you doing here?
Scared me.
We have go ahead.
We're here to see you on business, Councilman.
Unannounced business. Ah! And he goes to slam the door shut. I don't know if you let it slam, put your foot in the way.
I will like kind of reach up and like grab the door, like the side of it, since I'm not like right in the front. But I'll say
he's not strong, but because he was going to slam it, I'll say a DC 6 strength check to stop it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I have. All right. I'm rolling a D20.
And this is how our bard's fingers ended up like the mage. No,
I'm just saying he's not Dorian. So, all right. Yeah. You easily stop it. The way that you kind of saw it in your mind's eye. Go ahead, Keegan.
I'm going to say, God. We have Mole Encyclopedia and coin. Understand you're a purveyor?
You say that, and he narrows his eyes at you. Not a
more than
purveyor.
that. I say, then after he says, I go, more than that. It's your heritage.
His face doesn't look any less like you literally have shit on his doorstep. And he says, "What is your point?"
Easier to discuss inside.
I haven't invited you in yet.
We also have some information about, well, we know there's been some nasty business between you and I forget the councilman's name, but have the
Crestborn?
The Crestborns, and there's some movement possibly about a couple of the members of the Lashes that may interest you as well.
You actually will raise his eyebrow at that one. Roll me a diplomacy. Keegan, sorry, Wade, you can assist. Obviously, you don't want to be the point on this one. And Keegan, you can roll the primary. Wade, you do not assist.
Happy birthday! I rolled a Keegan number.
You did. And there's my Keegan number. There it is. Lim.
Woo!
Oh, natural 2.
This guy's clearly a friend, so this is probably enough.
He says, "Yeah, I don't think a 15 is going to do any good."
He says, "Go on. Go on." If you're these old.
Did we learn which member of the
Yeah, it was as
Lashes. It was tough. Sorry, I forgot the name.
Zahir or something?
Yeah.
yeah.
No, it was the other one. The other Z one, wasn't it?
What are we doing bringing this up to Kerfrock?
I thought we were gonna
This
bring
was
up
something that
the,
Nathan
Zahir.
told us would help us get in with him.
Mm-hmm.
This was part of the conversation with
okay.
Nathan.
Yeah, all right.
And then also
Nathan's like, if you want an in, that might be your in, was what he'd originally said, I think.
He's actually unfriendly with you guys, so technically speaking, the base DC is 20, and if you fail by 10 or more, it's bad.
Yeah.
But anyways, go ahead.
Well, Dresden was another possible in, but I think we're trying to not give all of our cards at once.
Yeah, of course.
Well, Borvin has a couple of prisoners at the moment. They're looking to move, potentially here for a price. Odgwin may also try, but long story short, we are aware of Zahir. I think that was the one. And the affiliation with the councilman here and how that could be very embarrassing.
You do have... We can talk, but I don't let criminals in my home.
Do you see some?
I do, he says, looking pointedly at Aldo.
Aldo will bow to him and say, "I'm sorry to offend you, Councilman. I will catch up with you later." He says to Koa and Mikhail, and he'll excuse himself from that situation because he ain't gonna help.
Steps on the step, breaks his leg.
I actually expected you guys to push back. No?
No.
Aldo didn't give us a
Although
chance.
he does say on the way out, he says, "If I may speak for a moment, though, this is rather out of turn, but we have been to many mole ruins, and this estate is very reminiscent of one. How long has it been in your family?"
Ooh, you might be able to save some face here. You can go ahead and roll your own diplomacy. DC for you is different for them. He doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Because you're a criminal.
Yeah, of course.
Yo!
Oh, you rolled so well. You want to stick
Do
with
it.
that? You want to modify it?
1 second.
His daughter.
It is my daughter. Yeah, I will
I think go
modify
for
it,
it.
though.
I know Melody's
Yeah.
voice.
23.
You happy with the 23?
Well, there's nothing else I can do, so...
No, he wants a few more.
He says,
What
what do you know of
that'll
mole
have to do.
ruins? Like snaps at you, like bites at you. But you know you got him interested.
We've been to several, as my friends, I'm sure, can show you some of the things we found. And I was just making that observation. It's very reminiscent of your own estate here.
He listens for a second as he's like watching, and you're probably even like starting to do your bow to leave again or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like the whole walk away for the sale, right? Kind of situation. Yeah. He goes, "Come in, come in, come in, come in."
Oh, you are most gracious. And Aldo will turn around. And
I am gracious, talking business on, the rules of Alan's Day, he says. And now he's more talking under his breath to himself than he is to you guys as you walk in and he shuts the door behind him. And
stay here, isn't it? Is that every day of the fucking week?
No, but that's why the council's not meeting. Otherwise, it'd be working,
matter
right?
not.
He keeps showing up on this day.
But he's like, on Alan's Day, and then as he shuts the door, he looks at you guys. Even if you were already in the middle of starting to do so, remove your shoes. Like really like barking at you, like you've already traipsed like mud or whatever across the floor. Like he's just like being just truly nasty, even worse than you've seen when you've seen him in the council. He was never this obnoxious before, but you see him being truly obnoxious. And as he like watches you like an angry old grandpa, removing your shoes and whatnot, does not have slippers there for you to put on instead. He then says, we talk, and then turns and leads you to his own sitting room. He's not burning coals. It's nippy.
I watch where and how he walks, just in case there's more traps.
Is it with that old Igor, like, walk this way? And then
I was like, all right, drag the left foot. And
anyways, so he leads you. There's no fire lit. There's no warmth of this place. He does have bookshelves, and there are lots of books on there. They're dusty, but he has a good number of books on there, like a good number. And, the furniture he has in here, you imagine it's nice, but it has sheets drawn over it. And even his table that he has there has a sheet drawn over it. And you can see little rings of stains all over the sheet that's thrown over the table from the various like wine glasses or tea or coffee cups or plates, whatever he's had over the years, sitting on the sheets that's been on the table. And he leads you in there, and he looks at it, the thing, and you can see he's genuinely trying to decide if he wants to remove the covering from the furniture for you to sit on it. And then you could see him come to, you can watch him come to the conclusion as he says, have a seat, not removing the coverings.
Of course not.
He will then go over to one of the tall back chairs, and he will remove the cover of that one for probably the first time in ages. And to his credit, that chair's in great shape underneath it. You don't know if it's just like really high quality leather or if he himself or has somebody else actively oil this chair, but like the leather's in great shape. The chair's in great shape. It's quality wood, quality craftsmanship. And so he goes and he sits in his quality chair, and he, do all three of your characters sit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aldo as
Koa
well?
is acting like he's being treated the most graciously he's ever been treated because he knows this guy's going to be a tough egg to crack. So he's just like
has he asked us to sit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah, I will sit. Yeah.
Okay, good. If
Didn't remove the coverings from the furniture.
So yeah,
Right.
you guys all sit down, and he says, coins. Coins.
While they are getting the coins out, can I look around the room and see if I can notice anything that looks small or old? Anything that I could recognize from being around that stuff. We've seen mole weapons, the architecture coins, all that type of stuff.
You roll a perception check. They're gonna pull out the coins.
Yeah.
Are we pulling out coins right now?
He barked at you or demanded. I should not bark. He demanded the coins. Up to you.
I will pull 2 mole coins out.
Oh,
Nice
thank
roll.
you.
Please.
I'll pull 2 mole coins out.
Which ones?
I'll pull out 1 gold and 1 copper for now, I guess.
I noticed when I was looking through other stuff, the ones we had before were silver. So these are our first gold ones.
Oh, the ones we gave to Hint and stuff were silver?
Mm-hmm. So I had a note about them being like a higher concentration of silver than the other ones, than the regular ones.
You give him 2 gold ones, Wade?
I produced a gold and a copper.
Okay. He takes them from you. I'm going to tell you what he says, but first let me describe to Jake.
Sure.
A less keen eye would have noticed the the fascia, meaning like the faux design, the fascia of mole design on the hearth, if a fire was lit. Unfortunately, a fire not lit, so a less keen person probably wouldn't notice it. Aldo doesn't just notice the fascia of that on there. I've spent a few extra moments really looking at it. He actually gets convinced that is not fascia. That is genuine. You think his hearth is made out of the mole stone. Like his actual, like the fireplace is made out of the mole stone with the electrum running through it. You look at the bookshelves, and you can see every book in there that you can read easily, or actually almost all of them in there, are written in Tal. You talk about that encyclopedia. He has an entire collection on his shelf. All 30 of the books. Right there on the shelf. You can see it. Lined up. 1 through 30.
Damn.
Right there. And they're in really good condition. So the filigree is showing the coloration, and it's your first time ever seeing it lined up like that. And looking at it and seeing the design, the way the filigree comes together, it is a really cool, beautiful design. You don't know if there's any significance to it or whatever, but it's like a really cool design that's right there. You've never seen anything like that before. Like, holy shit. Looking around the room, you can also see that there is a statuette of the bridge that exists in the southern part of town, but it's actually carved out of the same kind of stone that the mole ruins are. Like somebody had snagged up a chunk that fell from somewhere and then carved this bridge out of it and has it sitting here. But it doesn't have the bridge in its current state, where like some of the stone has fallen and they have like bits of it, like in the original state it would have been beforehand. So absolutely all that's there. But you also see over the hearth, you know, where the set up. You mentioned mole weaponry beforehand. There's actually a shield that's set up there. So like a coat of arms, if you will. So there's like a symbol on the shield. You're not familiar with it, but there's a shield that's up there on the hearth, and it also looks to be just like very old. You don't know the metallurgy well enough to identify, but like you're getting the vibe that is either something that's mole or something that's designed to be a replica of mole. Yeah. Now that you've taken all this in, you take an extra moment to look at the furniture. And like I said beforehand, the leather seemed quality, the craftsmanship seemed quality. But now you're realizing you have only ever once ever seen any type of craftsmanship that's even slightly like this. And that is after you got through the part of the keep all the way down below where there was furniture that wasn't completely rotted out and destroyed. And you went all the way back to the chamber with the round table and the map. Some of the chairs in there were in good enough condition that you could actually sit on them if you wanted to, and you can see them. This is reminiscent, and then they weren't matching one another. Remember, it was like different chairs that weren't necessarily matching. This is reminiscent of those kind of designs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's well maintained. You don't know if it's again a replica or an original. But holy shit, this matches those designs. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that is mole, either originally or a reproduction of. This one room alone, God knows how much this is worth.
Yeah, I mean, Aldo has to react. So I don't know if you want to do anything first, but otherwise he's gonna react as they're counting out these coins.
Yep. So as he's taking this thing, because that takes maybe a minute or so, they hand over the 2 coins, and he takes them from you, but he takes them from you not gently. I don't know if he holds out his palm and you put them into his palm and he snatches his palm shut, or it snags them out of your hand, however you have it play, Wade. He takes them from you, and then he says, they belong to my people. My people minted them. They're part of our currency. They should be returned where they rightfully belong. You have done well. Maybe even a valiant deed that few would do. Knowing he's being punny and just letting it be almost an insult as he's complimenting you. To return them where they belong.
Yes, well, amongst our travels and going through some of these keeps and ruins, we have come across such magnificent relics such as these and more. And we've grown quite an appreciation for everything the mole have done. Their stonework, their craftsmanship, it's all been quite exquisite and, well, as your front yard can demonstrate, very dangerous.
Quite.
As you're speaking, Aldo rises off his chair and he says, "Oh my gods, Councilman! We have been to a few of the keeps, and this is like stepping back in time. Your hearth, it's made with the same thing as the keeps. You have all the encyclopedias. I've only seen furniture like this in one of the keeps. This is like a relic, stepping back in time here. You are not just merely a collector. You are an ancestor to mole nobility.
Roll diplomacy.
That coat of arms.
Take a +8 circumstance.
Thank you.
When you stood up, he was about to rip your head off and drink the blood that spurted. Yeah. But immediately, with your exclamation, caught him off guard enough that you can start getting the words out.
Oh my god. Aldo, you're his son.
Holy shit.
My boy.
2 in a row.
My boy. You're like, no, not my boy. Keegan starts getting flashbacks.
Imagine if we disguised you as a hobgoblin.
No! Is that red face? Is that red facing? Are you allowed to red face? Is that okay?
In Aurora, probably.
Especially in a deer.
I'm
never hard L.
What was I gonna say? So that's crazy. So you say this, and you actually get a smile from him, and he actually sits up in his chair, his shoulders kind of like rested strong, his chest puffed
20s.
out. Huh?
Back-to-back 20s by Aldo.
His chest puffed out, and he is soaking it in. As you're pointing it out, you can get so comfortable in pointing out and seeing how he's soaking it in that you can even go so far during your speech or whatever it is there, Aldo, that you walk over and you talk about the encyclopedias. You walk over and can even run your fingers along them, or point at the running fingers along or whatever. Looking at the hearth, lean in, touch to really point out the filigree. And he's like, what you're doing for other people, that'd be off with your hand. But for you, that is a fine, educated individual that truly knows, culture.
You were a criminal 5 minutes ago.
Right?
Not anymore.
This guy is going to have a kid just so you can marry them now.
And so, he's watching you, pointing this stuff out. And you go over to the bridge and finish off, and you're picking up the bridge. You're like, I've always wondered what this bridge looked like if it were whole. I've sat upon that bridge for hours to appreciate it, and look what it's, that whole thing that you're doing here. And he's really just he's absorbing the shit out of it. And how do you finish it? Just so I can kind of chime in.
He says, the coins are one thing. And I do agree, in the hands of you that they would be where they belong. But I noticed the shield. You'll have to forgive me, but we found some mole weapons and we had Hinter restore them. You have a shield there, but no weapon. I know it may be just a lowly guard's weapon or something, but it is old, dating back to the Empire, and we have had it restored, and I think it would go really well on the mantle there. Certainly not befitting of of its company, but I could think of nowhere better for it.
He says, you found one of the swords, ancient.
Yes.
Promising the sword.
Hint of the blacksmith.
Hmm?
She's restored it.
He is, wide-eyed with greed and hunger and excitement, and maybe even a tad horny. He's very, very happy in this moment as you're mentioning not only the finding of a sword, but a qualified smith to be handling it. One of the fine daughters of the mole to be handling it and potentially offering it to him. Oh boy. Anyways, so he says, yes. Yes, absolutely. It would belong on the mantle there. My people, my family, we are known to be warriors. It belongs with my crest, the crest of the Muharib.
If I remember right, we gave the spear, the dagger, and the sword to Hinta. She was restoring all of them. And then we promised
And keeping
her to
the
keep
spearhead.
The spearhead, I believe, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's hers. Okay.
You can roll a knowledge history. Technically, all of you can. If you have something that you feel is more appropriate for mole lore or history or whatever, you can roll that instead, but knowledge history works.
I do have mole history.
I'm sorry, wait, I can't hear what you're saying. Ride. No, ride does not work. Sorry, wait, ride.
And can I intimidate history?
No. Thanks for
I don't have any points in history, so there'd be no point.
Whoa, mole history, perfect. Okay, and you have no point. Heard it. Gotcha. Yeah. All right, the Muharib. The Muharib were the ancient were ancient guardians. You rolled a 23. Yeah, we'll stop there. We're ancient guards of the Mole Empire. The history says that at some point in time they broke free from the rest of the Mole Empire and continued to maintain themselves up in the mountains of Vala. And the offshoot of the Muharib continue to exist in the and like a city that exists up there, like a keep that exists up there, and a whole culture that they have developed around there. They're known even to this day to be like great warriors of the of the mole area. So either way, the Muharib, he's saying he's a part of this culture, this society. These are like, you're starting to get pieces put together for why the rest of Drazstone looks down upon him. He's proud of his familial heritage, and they're like, that heritage is that of what's a poet? That heritage is that of like the shitty, like separatists, like the shitty ones. Like, why would you be proud of them? They're awful. They're like not real. But if you like took a step back, like a non-mole supremacist view of this, you would see like of the cultures that survived, the ones that are here in Adir are like not even a shadow of what they once were. Whereas actually what exists up inside of Vala is, in fact, holds to a lot of their old tenets, a lot of their old things. They're still like a respectful and respectable people. They still live by laws and codes and whatnot that are viewed favorably by those that actually interact with them, even if rumors about them aren't the kindest. So like here in Adir, him being proud of his bloodline is like, why? But like truly it is one to be proud of. And so this, but you probably also are starting to piece together and understand that he might not know the nuance difference, and so he might not necessarily know why Drazstone looks down upon him. But either way, cool. Okay. That's the information that's procured. You finished it with that, and he said, with it should be with my people. That is my crest, the crest of my family, the Muharib. We were warriors. And back to you guys.
Muharib, aren't your people now in Vala? Why did you choose here?
My people have this as their home. This is our home. Yes, it's true. Much of my blood are in the mountains of Vala, doing great deeds of heroism. Paradel only exists because of their labor. They are lucky that they are willing to take Paradel's coin to keep them breathing. But this is our ancestral home. We belong here, and I will do everything to make sure it's known. And then you can see, like, the excitement of the moment. Maybe he said too much.
Mikhail kind of nods, says, "Oh, I don't know what circumstances made them break away originally, but you want to reclaim it, your homeland."
He says, "It's not reclaiming. It was always ours. You can't take the blood from the soil."
He just kind of nods. And
Can't reclaim something you've never left. This family has been here for forever. That's Aldo goes off into thought.
Scott, you said there was a pattern on that like full collection that he's got on the wall.
Yeah, there is.
Does that mean anything to me?
If you were able to get up and go over there and look at it, maybe. But unfortunately, if you start going over that way, he'd be like, "You can keep your distance."
He'll stop and he'll just kind of, he keeps like looking that direction. But he just says, he will say that pattern, I don't know if it means something. And he starts to like kind of sound out maybe like characters that would look similar to it, but he's using he's doing it in Glen, like kind of going through Glen and Tall to see if it's like, does that look familiar to this shape or these words? But he's doing that kind of to himself, but he doesn't go any further. He just stays there.
Okay. He will look back from you over to Aldo. Seems to be ignoring Koa at the moment. You've recently offended him by saying like, "Oh, why are you here?" And you're, you know what I mean? Like so you've recently offended him. He's so easily offended. And
Oh, you
Aldo,
mean
he's
Mikhail? I
currently
was like, I
happy
didn't
with.
say shit.
I'm sorry, Koa?
You meant Mikhail offended him.
Mikhail offended him. He's ignoring Koa at the moment.
So both.
So he looks back to Aldo and he says, "Tell me, where have you gone? What have you seen? Please, please. I'm being I'm being a terrible host. Would you like a drink?"
That would be wonderful. Thank you. And then as he says that, I guess Aldo almost goes to start his story, then stops when it seems like he's going to order someone to get a drink or whatever.
He stands up and says, "I will get for you the finest of the Gluck mug." And he'll
Aldo bows.
remove himself from here, from the room. He'll be gone for like probably maybe 2 minutes or so, giving you guys a moment to like discuss.
Mikhail,
Before he leaves the room, though, he does look back at Mikhail and he says, I
take a few steps back.
Huh?
Take like a few steps back when he looks at me as if like, okay, I won't be so close. Even before he says anything.
Okay. And then he goes to he goes to go get the drink, giving you guys maybe 2 minutes of talking. So feel free to speak freely, whatever it is, for the 2 minutes, but then snip it off.
Then as soon as he's gone, Mikhail goes, "Warn me," and then we'll go obviously much closer and try to examine the books.
Aldo puts his will like motion at you. No, like he's like, "Do not move. Go back.
It's right there.
Don't do it."
It's gotta mean something, though. When are we ever gonna see another full collection?
If this goes well, we might be invited back.
I trust you.
The sword. Good promise.
Yeah, I kind of just went with it in the moment, but anything that makes this work, right, Koa? He says through gritted teeth.
Joel will kind of like nodded, like he's also following your lead at this point, because clearly you went from 0 to hero. You're the Hercules right now.
Yeah.
Also, Aldo, let me just say, I've watched people study enchantment spells their whole life, and they're not near as effective as you.
You get a smile from Aldo, and he'll then bow at you.
You're like, fuck, he's doing it to me. He's doing it to me. I feel it. I'm feeling excited. Stop casting your shit on me.
Counterspell. Oh my god, it's Pathfinder, not 5e. I can't do that. Anyway, yeah.
That's so funny. That makes me think of the Game Changers from Dropout. They did the one where they made Brennan Lee Mulligan, like he was supposed to talk shit about like billionaires, something he likes to do, but they specifically chose Beyonce and Rihanna or something like that. And,
wow.
And he was like trying to get out of it the whole time. It was just so funny. And he's like cast teleport, and so it was like counterspell. Anyways, funny.
We do have. I'm looking. We have another sword, but the other sword's just a rusty old mole sword that had no edge left on it. I don't know if that one would matter or not. I don't think we even tried to get that one restored. It was just in such rough shape. I'm just trying to see what other mole artifacts we might have to tempt this man. Well, that's pretty much what we've got, the coins and what we've shared.
I'll let you keep looking and thinking. You guys can talk about it also in Discord on the side. He comes back with a tray. And the tray has 3 glasses in it, and 3 glasses on it, and a bottle. Now, this is actually would be insulting to most people, but with your 23 history check there, Mikhail, you actually know that this is not an uncommon thing to do. So he has come with 3 glasses, even though there's 4 of you. So he is definitely going to grab one of those glasses. And 2 of you are going to take the other glasses. The third one is clearly the lesser of the 3 of you. So it's one of those things where you know what this is, Mikhail, because this is old shit. This is not stuff that hobgoblins do nowadays. This is like old tradition, the hoity-toity bullshit. So you know that whoever doesn't get one is the lesser. I don't know how you could try to convey that without saying shit, because he's standing there in front of you. But he comes over, and you have like a second to make a quick decision as he's popping the bottle and starting to pour drinks.
Mikhail will turn to Koa and says, "I've already offended our host. You should go next."
I'll look at you kind of confused, but like walk up and grab a glass. And kind of like honestly, he'll follow Aldo's lead at this point, because I imagine Aldo's the first chosen one. So however Aldo treats him, he'll treat the same thing.
So after he takes his glass, Aldo definitely will walk up to take his.
Yeah,
we're prostrating. We're prostrating.
Yeah. Cool. So he takes his own glass. You guys each take one of yours. He says like a quick little phrase in Tal to like a quick cheers or toast. That's what I'm looking for in Tal. And you guys are good to go. Fun fact, linguistics check for those of you that speak Tal and have linguistics. That's a really fucking good roll, Keegan.
Okay, yep.
Don't you have a cheek?
I have linguistics, but I don't speak Tal.
Oh, okay. My apologies. That's why I was waiting. I'm sorry. So, yeah. Keegan, for you realize his little phrase that he says there, you understood what he was saying, which is, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But you actually realize either you've misunderstood things the whole time, or his sentence structure, and to a degree his pronunciation, is off. So either your education has been off and it served you well so far, or he's off. Like the right words, but like It's almost like if you were to say the Red House in Spanish, you don't say that. You say like, you know,
La Casa Roja.
yeah, exactly. La Casa
the House
Roja,
Red.
exactly.
So,
but it's like him saying in Spanish La Roja Casa, and you're like, huh, like that's like completely throwing you off. By the way, so he says this toast to you guys in Tull, and you know they take a sip, you obviously don't, which is kind of funny, and then he says, "Story, tell me, where have you been? What have you seen?" And Jake, feel free to RP what you would like. Feel free to skip what you won't.
Yep. Well, Aldo just goes into telling tales about how, you know, our trek through the mountains, how we stumbled upon and found the little outpost there, and then our like flight from the knolls and all that stuff. Then he'll go into how we went into the keep in the mountains, in the Valley of Doom, and he'll like discuss and relate like the architecture and how it compares almost like with the traps in the keep, like with the traps in his estate. Things just like that. He'll tell of. He won't tell about the. He'll say that, you know, there was a giant bird and things. Won't go too far into it. Won't bring up anything to do with the Elder or anything like that. So he probably finishes that story. And then you react how you want, and then I can continue from there.
He's quiet listener. Doesn't ask questions. Not until the end. He just listens.
Yeah.
If a glass gets emptied, you know, he will either, if it's his own glass, he'll fill it. And if it's one of you guys' glasses, he'll gesture to the bottle. He won't fill for you. He poured you your first one. That's kind enough. He gestures to the bottle, giving you permission if you would like. Anyways, you finish the story, and he says, "Where's the ring?"
I was going to ask if you would ever mentioned the ring to get in.
Yeah,
Wait,
or the
I wouldn't have went
and
into.
everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't have mentioned I wouldn't have mentioned the details of the traps. Just that there was them, and like I said, relate them almost to his. I wouldn't have told how we got in because we, you know what I mean. That's a bit.
Well, the outpost I'm talking about, because you mentioned the outpost, which obviously you talked about this where you got the swords.
Oh, okay, yeah.
that is where we got the ring.
I mean, Aldo probably wouldn't have gone into it because he'd want the stuff. He wants these things, right? But if you say it's a slip of the tongue, I'll roll with it.
No. I don't want to force you to say a slip of the tongue. Let me think. Roll me a performance for your storytelling.
Yeah.
This is like oratory, I think you have, right?
Yeah, it is.
If you rolled abysmal, then you might slip the tongue, but... Oh, you almost slipped him the tongue. Hey!
20.
Nice. A really good check. You tell the story. If you didn't want to slip that, Jake, you don't. So you finish the story, and he says, and that's where you got the swords.
It is, yes.
Hmm.
I think there might be more outposts dotted throughout the mountains there, but that's the one we come upon.
Thinks for a moment. Perhaps time for another expedition.
Didn't want to talk business, but there are things that could be very beneficial to you, Counselor. In fact, we're planning another expedition.
Are you?
This one closer by.
Oh, good. I was going to say the mountains would be difficult to do without a closer place to rest your head. Where are you thinking now?
There's actually a mole outpost, and he looks to Koa and he says, the forest, whereabouts again?
He ignores
produced
Koa
kinda
and
like-
says to you.
Cole posts the shitty map anyway.
Yeah,
I'll just hand it to Aldo when he realizes he's being ignored.
Yeah, as you're like presenting the map, he says, because like you're more or less being treated like a servant that's taking care of other matters. Anyway, so he says to Aldo, you discovered this in your retribution time in the woods.
I did, yes.
I wonder if you have Hobbin blood.
At the end of this campaign, Aldo's gonna be from every fucking nation.
Oh my
Be a
god,
dwarf next week.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me to go off about my Hobbit ancestry right now. Aldo says,
at every port.
"Oh,
The
you honor
Goldarian,
me,
Tall, Bell,
Counselor."
Asian Dale.
But yes, although we do have a slight problem in reaching it. You see, around here, and he looks at the map and he kind of like gives a rough area. He says, the terrain is impassable. Thorns on the bushes there are like this long, and it seems to move with the land. I wonder if you'd be willing to assist us. Obviously, anything we find in there will definitely make its way to its rightful owners. But the only way we think we can get there is by barding the horses.
Indeed. You would need to protect them. At the very least, to ensure that you can get in and then get out. The beasts can suffer. No, he doesn't say. He says, if the beasts fall, then at least you have more meat. But if you are not able to survive the trek yourself, it's fruitless. And there is no defoliant, no means of just destroying the plants, burning them, perhaps.
No, Counselor. I believe it's something to do with maybe ancient mole magic.
Well, then no amount of fire is going to help against that. Maybe even armor won't either, at least armor that's not crafted by... I've got a plan. You see, there are no better craftsmen than my people. I'm sure you've noticed this, if you've ever had the opportunity to meet... Oh, yes, she's cleansing a blade now. You've seen Hinta's work. You know what quality we offer. Drazstone, the best armorers in thousands of miles. In all of Eroth, I reckon. That's where you need to go. Barding from Drazstone. Either they'll have something prepared for you, because they're always prepared. My people are always ready. You've seen my lawn. Or perhaps they can custom make it for you. Yes. And you'll go in, and I will get the treasures therein.
Of course, anything pertaining to the mole, it's only right that it
My
goes to its
heritage.
rightful people. It is.
Very well. I will fund it.
Aldo bows at this and says, Counselor, you are too generous.
No. It's long past time. My people's things are returns. Not for me to fiddle over, not for me to sell for coin in my pockets. We need to finish collecting them and rebuild the first keep. That's what we need. And then from there, the rest of them. Yes, that's what we need to do. Start with one and then he kind of like looks up and realizes he's not alone. And he's like, I'll fund it. I'll make sure that your damned horses don't die. At least they live long enough to get you back out of that place. There might be other things back in Drazstone that could be of value to you. But we can't wait too long for this expedition.
We can't, Counselor, and that was why I was rather hoping that maybe Hinta could help. I know that you have a good relationship with her. I don't think going all the way to Drazstone will help in our current situation. And not only that, if I may be so bold, we also have some other business where I think you may be of help to us, in which would expedite the expedition itself. if you'd permit me to speak on it.
He looks down at the bottle, which is nearing empty, and he frowns, and he says, business without drink is poor. He looks over at Koa. Koa has a glass and he's been drinking. He frowns at Koa. Then he looks over at Mikhail and he says, go fetch another bottle.
God, I have to point out this is like the second or third incident of you.
It's not my fault. He's the one that screwed up. It could have been you.
I'm just saying, Scott, a pattern is being established of your treatment of Keegan tonight.
Thank you for being a good ally, Wade, and not making me point it out.
Kind of interesting.
I know it too. I'm not pointing it out because that's not the... He was first rude to Aldo. And he was actually finest with Mikhail at first. Thank you.
Was he?
Yeah.
Well, he had a funny way of showing it.
He's an asshole to everybody.
That is what his types say.
That is
all right.
true.
So I don't know where the fuck to go.
The worst part is
I just kind of bow and
Mikhail's
walk
character
off
is
where
actually
he walked.
from Paradel too. So so the closest to Del, if you will, or Parad, if you will, and he's Maul, so it's actually really bad. But anyways, sorry, but he's actually human. My apologies, Keegan. I interrupted you to respond. You were saying what, sir?
Mikhail will just go where he saw the councilman go before.
Oh, sure. You don't know the...
You
saw him go off in that, but you weren't like watching him, right? But no. Your character's not an idiot. You could easily find your way to the basement and find your way to where the bottles are and grab one. However, would you go directly there and come directly back grabbing just a single bottle along the way? Or would you get lost along the way, or maybe just spend time looking around?
He definitely isn't in a hurry. And there's definitely a couple of like, oh, I could just go take a peek in here, but he's trusting Aldo, so he will take his time and just kind of look around as he goes, but he doesn't like wander into anything purposely that he's not supposed to.
Cool. So, roll me a perception check. I'll give details, but then I got to cut back to them for what happens while you're gone.
Yeah.
Are you happy with your 12?
Not particularly, but I don't want to use any more luck. So.
Okay.
That's just gonna
we save luck for Gwen.
For Gwen, we need it.
Gwen, we need luck and hero points all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep the 12.
I use that phrasing all the time. I'm like, when is it bedtime? When are we gonna have dinner? No, because obviously I love my baby girl. Anyway, so you are walking around and trying to take in sights. Unfortunately, there's not a lot to see. Any furniture has a draping over it, right? Even if there's like clearly a picture hung on a wall, has drapings on it. So there's not much to take in, and you can't be like, well, is the architecture of this place small? It's like, well, no, it's wood, and plaster or whatever. So it's not mall because you've never seen that kind of architecture, because like everything's either stone or gone, right? So unfortunately, if you're not touching anything but a doorknob down and a bottle of wine while you're there, you're not really going to see much more. Would your character have any interest in, while not going off course, as long as you find the correct way, would you have interest in, like, say, lifting a draping to see like the kind of furniture that might be beneath it, or seeing any details?
Yes.
Like that? Oh, okay. Cool.
Yes. Yeah. If it's on the way, then he's definitely going to snoop. He'll go that far.
What? Wait.
Of people.
Now, just to be clear on, because if you're moving these things, you would need to make sure that you are putting things back as best as possible, so it doesn't look like it was moved. Just well enough that some old guy's not going to notice, even if he's suspicious. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand check?
This place is covered in dust.
Okay. Yep. Oh, Oh, that would have been a better place for a better roll.
So,
I'm gonna go ahead and roll luck on that one, guys, just so I don't fuck this up too bad. Okay, it's 8.
Okay,
that's
with an
better.
8, what I would say is this. While, unfortunately, it's a little obvious that you are, made, like, a movements or whatever it was after you move the first thing, the good news is that high of a check, I'd say, you recognize this. And so while you moved one item, you probably stop there just to make sure it doesn't look bad. Because then it could have been an accident, tripped it, whatever the case may be. Either way, as you're like looking through and you go to like lift up to see what's there, underneath it, and they'll say like the blanket slides off. You're like, oh shit, you gotta put it back on. And that's what makes it so obvious or whatever. As you lift it up, I'm sure you've seen this before either in movies or in your own personal home. I think it's actually more common, at least as far as I've seen in movies, in like southern homes anyways. But like in the hallway that you're walking down, because the hallway is kind of wider. It's not like a super narrow hallway like you find like in New York or a Boston. It's a bit of a wider hallway. Off to the side, the furniture piece that you look at, it's like a dresser, like a dresser, if you will. Finely crafted, so on and so forth. You can imagine inside the drawers, they could be who knows what, maybe some sort of, what is it, plateware or some, flatware, whatever it might be is inside it. You don't know. But it is very fine looking. And on top of it, it was a bit lumpy because on top of it, there's actually a couple of items. One of the items happens to be there's a bowl. The bowl itself is carved beautifully out of the mole stone. This is actually a bowl that's sitting there carved in the mole stone. And it's cool looking because like you see the bowl, you see the filigree and all that stuff inside there. The filigree almost tricks your eyes to the point you almost didn't notice. But sitting inside the bowl, you find a ring that looks like the one you found before. After it had been polished. It looks like one of those Electrum rings right there. You want to investigate it further, or?
But I said I don't take it, but I am gonna look at it.
Sure. So you pluck the Tash. Cool. So you pick up the ring and you look at it, and you notice a couple of details. For one, there's a symbol on the ring that you're not familiar with. Either that or maybe it's too small for you to recognize what it is. So it's hard for you to see what the symbol is. You'd need like a magnifying glass or maybe even the jeweler's tools to be able to properly see it. Just unfortunately, the lighting in where you are, you got a bunch of torches lit. The amount of time that you have, how small it is, you just can't make out the symbol. But when you look inside the ring, like just kind of like holding in your fingers for a second, you see there's an engraving in the ring. And the engraving in the ring says, "By thy service and by thy loyalty, all paths open to thy sovereignty." It's written in tall, of course. That is certainly not the house motto of the Muharib. Sorry, Muharib.
Muharib, yeah. By thy service and by thy loyalty. What was the rest?
By thy service and by thy loyalty, all paths open to thy sovereignty. See, it clearly gives the vibe of some house that serves the throne, serves the empire.
Okay. Interesting. Loyalty, sovereign. Because we're okay. He puts it back after that if there's nothing else that stands out.
Yeah, the symbol that's on the face of it, there is that written text on the inside. But other than that, just the fact that because it's Electrum and it's inside of a bowl of the Electrum or whatever it is, it almost gets like lost in the bowl. Even though it's literally the only item inside the bowl, it almost gets like lost, like it just effectively blends in.
You barely saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. I'll move on after that.
Okay, so you toss it back. Well, you gently place it back in the bowl. You do the best you can to recover those blankets as they were meant to. Yeah, and then it go well. And you just make your way downstairs to the basement. When you go down there, there's a lot of wine and liquor. Looking at the labels, for the ones where the labels are still on there or still legible, It's cool that he likes to collect these old things, but there's no way these are still drinkable. Like, these have to have turned to vinegar by now, right? Let's not even fuck around with those bottles. Let's just go ahead and grab one of the ones that's more of a modern vintage. Your character's not exactly a wine connoisseur, but you know well enough to be like, this should be fine. And you grab one and head back upstairs. Sound good? If there's anything else?
Yeah. I was gonna say he might look around a little bit more just to see if there like any of the labels stand out, if there's just any other stuff down there that seems interesting other than just the wine. Did that weird bottled blood have any labels or anything on it, or were they just these like bare bottles?
Bare bottles.
Anything in that same shape, or is it too generic?
Too generic.
Okay. Then yeah, otherwise I look around for a little while, then I'll select something and go back.
Yep. So you look around for a little bit. If it's not like intentional searching, you look around for a little bit to see if anything immediately jumps out just as a casual look. And unfortunately, nothing does. Aside from, like you said, most of the wines down here are literally hundreds of years old. So,
you know what? I will cast dancing lights to look around though to make my visibility a bit better. Dancing lights.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, you can actually see that the foundation of this house, now they have dancing lights up, are also electrum. It is that same
stone with electrum, or just electrum?
Well, the stone with the electrum mix, woven through it. This house, his house, maybe wasn't originally a house. You think it was something like this building's old, clearly is old, and then a house is built into it or around it or through it. Like maybe the house is bigger than the original building was, but he built or somebody built this house around these ruins.
So his house is ruins or built into ruins.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. Anything else stand out when I look around with the lights up?
That's what stands out for you. You wouldn't have seen it otherwise.
That.
Yep. Cool.
Okay. Then yeah, I grab a bottle and head back up.
Cool. And you head back up. And in the meanwhile, while he's gone, for you guys, he you can't do that with an empty bottle. You still have a little bit left there, so you can keep talking. He goes, "Go on. What's this other interest?" Even biting at you.
Yeah. Aldo will go on to say, well, as you know, part of my punishment was to go into the woods and track down those people, and that turned into something bigger. And long story short, actually Aldo goes into it, and then he goes, however, after we ended the organization, there are a few members that remain, and our focus is with ensuring that they stay, the justice is brought to them and it stays that way. We have information that after their sentencing, 4 of them may be willing to sell, looking to sell them to face justice elsewhere, and we're concerned that justice might not be found in somewhere like Hod Gwen or something like that. So we're looking at if possibly Loshev were to bring these people to justice and have them moved here.
I see. And I understand why you're asking for this. What they put you through. Be honest. You're not doing this for justice. This is a vendetta.
Aldo looks at him square in the eyes and his face drops and he says, "It makes me so angry what they've done and what they did to me."
A wicked smile goes across his face.
Yeah.
A wicked smile goes on his face.
They can't be allowed just to go free. You can see like Aldo's face is like there's hate in his face.
He says, "Very well then. I can't promise this. There were a lot of spineless members of the council. There's reasons to clench the coffers. There's things to save the money for and things worthy of spending. And I can't promise that proper justice will be served. Because like I said, there are those that can't stomach what need be done. But I'll sponsor for it. I'll ask for this. And I'll be happy to sponsor for you to be the executioner. I imagine Aldo needs to roll a bluff check.
Yeah.
Fuck you! He's like, good.
He's just stone. It's just stone cold. As Aldo's like in his mind, he's screaming at himself. But he says, "Well, councillor, we all know." He mentions the council that seems to head the council. He says, "We all know what he called is the face of the council, but you're the real power behind it."
Oh wait. Oh, okay. Rook is, but he's the real power because he's the one that always fights with Rook. Gotcha. Understood. Sorry, I misunderstood you. But you're the real power behind it. Was there something else you're saying? Wait, Jake.
No.
Okay. He with that, like, you don't get too much of a reaction because like that's typical prostration, right? Like you're saying like a compliment that you can imagine those kind of compliments fall on deaf ears to him, or at least to his face, but probably do actually stroke his ego in the background. On the back end. But he thinks for a few moments and he says, "Yes, this could work. Trade with Drazstone. Gets the necessary goods. Finds the keep and clear it out. Collect what's needed. And procure. Let's close that loop. Let's finish them off. It's been so long." While we're at it, he thinks, perhaps we finish it with Dan too. He's been taking space. Want to talk about those complaining about coffers being dwindled? I've never seen a prisoner eat so well. Makes me sick. He wasn't saying that to you guys. He was saying it more to himself, and you happen to be there. What's up?
Koa disagrees with so much that's going on. He's just like slowly sipping his drink and like praying that Aldo's just doing all this to help them get their thing. But like he's selling it so well that even Koa once again is like, I don't know.
He says, "Your friend is taking quite a while."
I'll look to the open, wherever he went.
And he walks through the doorway at that point.
Yeah.
Come over, set the bottle down with a quick bow. Say the name of the whatever it is. Then step back.
Yep.
Don't say anything else.
He'll pop it open and he'll pour like the 3 glasses, whatever it is, so on and so forth. He doesn't say thank you, nothing like that. He's guy's a dickhead. He doesn't say thank you or anything like that. And then after you guys finish the drinks, he says, "Anything else?" He says,
Mikhail's like eye twitches a few times, but there's not even like a thanks nothing, even though he expected it.
Yeah.
But nothing.
Oh, we'll try to make like a quick eye contact with Aldo, like to see if he's gonna push for anything else because the books were mentioned. But like at this point,
Aldo won't push because he's gotten so much. So what he'll do is he'll say, "No, councillor, I believe we've taken up enough of your time. I'll pop by tomorrow after the council meeting. Maybe we can discuss some things further."
He nods. He says, "Please do." And he looks to the other two and says, "You may come as well."
oh, will bow. That's very gracious. Thank you.
Mind you, you don't have to go as well. Just he's saying
He likely won't.
Yeah. Cool. I imagine Mikhail has no interest of it. You know, this is
Nope.
poor Mikhail.
Koa is also like in hell here because he's not hated, but like he hates everything he's hearing.
Yep. And so you guys are able to
It's like if Yoda was sitting in while Palpatine was like fucking stroking Anakin's ego.
So you oh, you're Anakin. You're the chosen one, Jake. Not Aldo. Sorry, not Koa. Anyways,
This house,
so
it's definitely Jake right, or it's definitely Aldo right now.
there's really no
I'm a
small
fucking droid.
there's really no small talk that happens. I don't know if your characters would try to bring up anything else, talk about anything else, or if you just kind of like, even if it's just basic gossip, because sometimes using gossip is a way of staying on somebody's good side, or if you just like let things kind of drop off pretty quickly from there.
Koa would marvel at the different mole stone he's talked about. Like he'd bring up the bridge and the places in Hodgwyn and so on and so forth. Like he'd bring up some of that stuff that's kind of like common knowledge, and maybe give some more descriptions of the things they've encountered inside the keeps, as far as like some of the traps or just cool mole architectures. Basically basic stuff, but still just trying to follow Aldo's lead of kissing ass. Appreciating mole culture. But nothing worth RPing.
Anybody else?
Nope.
Cool.
Mikhail is just trying his best not to show that he is gravely offended, but
I mean,
so
he can
he's
probably
staying
show it all
quiet.
he wants. It'd be
He doesn't
one
want to
thing
give him
if
the
he-
satisfaction.
Oh, fair. That's a good point. I was thinking it's
Being
like,
stoic.
if you're not saying anything, it does not make a deal. But if you just like look pissy, the guy's resting, dick face. So, but anyways, so very quickly, so you have a very minor conversation, maybe another drink, and then you end up leaving. He does not escort you out of the house. One of these things, he goes, "Perhaps it's time," he says, in a none too kind way. Yeah, okay.
I'm guessing he kept the coins. And
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Absolutely. And you guys get up and they're able to walk over to, you didn't have shoes on this whole time, to put your shoes, unless you do anything along the way over there. You will put your shoes on, get your cloak on, and leave. And of course, everybody here noticed he doesn't have a servant or somebody in here. He has no hired help.
On the way out the door, Mikhail will call back a general like farewell in Glen, but using the correct dialect and phrasing and sentence structure. Or sorry, in tall. He used tall earlier.
Yeah, no,
So,
I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Ooh, how do I want this to play out?
Oh, I don't wait for a reply. I just say that and then leave.
The impact, like it's almost like a fuck you.
It is.
No, I get that, and so I'm trying to decide if I want this to be like an intimidate, like because it's an aggressive diplomacy, and so I think intimidate's the appropriate, because there is no fuck you or coercion. Like that's the closest thing to it. Technically, you could do aggressive diplomacy. No, let's go intimidate. I like that one. You cool with that, Keegan?
It works, yeah. Either
Okay.
way. I don't think I can use that's for bluff, yeah. So just intimidate. I'll take it. I'm not gonna roll luck on that.
Nope, makes sense. It was just like a satisfying, like a fuck you to him on the way out. Something for him to chew on. Like, did he say wrong? Did I say wrong? Like something for him to chew on, and you don't really care for the response, and you leave. Cool. You guys leave the estate and leave the grounds so that you're safe, and you're welcome to talk to one another from this point.
There was no happiness in that place.
Fucking prick.
Not a shred.
Ugh. I'm so glad you had control of that, Aldo.
Aldo, you see, has both his hands on his head, and he rubs his face, and he says, "You have no idea how difficult that was." I mean, I've faced some challenges in my time, but holy.
I felt like a dog just sitting there watching you two talk while I sipped water, and Mikhail You and Aldo really switched roles from the beginning to end there.
We sure did. Man's offended. He's got the thinnest skin. Like a grape. For all of his pride that he has in his people, he can't... You can't ask a simple question. You can't inquire about why he made certain choices without him getting a fucking stick up his ass.
I said from the
Treat me like
start, this
help.
guy was terrible. Terrible.
Studied for years to go fetch a bottle. Like, that's my goddamn skill set. Bastard. Not giving him anything, right?
We have to. What I've managed to do is give us quite a bit of power in the council itself. If we leverage contacts with Fox, Gemsmith, and even Curverock in his own way, right? We've got opposing sides there that we can get to agree.
That is true.
Maybe
the only
sword, but
the sword was a hell of a gift for that.
I mean, yeah, once we go to the Twisted Grove, he's not still getting everything we get out of there. Not even half of it.
No,
probably none of it.
We'll give him the scraps if there's anything.
Fuck him. We tell him we didn't find any.
Yes, we can do that. However, if there is something of minor importance, it's good to... of course he did. As soon as you hand them over... Listen, we're in an advantageous position.
It was a shiny copper piece, and I liked it very much.
That's good. Look, I need both of your help though. Koa, please talk to Gemsmith and have him convince everybody not to vote for execution. I'm not doing that. But I knew that was the way to get him to commit. I'm going to see if I can talk to Fox and have him do the same. We're in a good spot, but it cost a bit.
That it did, but
yeah.
At least we'd have to pay for the body,
in the long run, and we made faster friends with Curverock than I expected. As unpleasant as that was, it still went better than I think literally everyone we've talked to expected it to for us. So, well done, honestly, Aldo.
You know, I really incredible spell.
I really wanted to leave when he called me a criminal. It was so close, just to...
I bit my tongue.
Now you're his best friend, I think. And I think he still hates you.
Probably his only friend, yeah.
He really took a shining to you. Or at least the role you played. God. Yeah. I'm glad I bit my tongue. I almost said something. Many times, in fact. I
sat there sipping that drink as slowly as I possibly could, because if I'd started to say anything, I would have disagreed with everything that man was saying. But I knew Aldo was handling it, and man, I can understand now how the Mole were so evil, if they're like him at all.
Can I just say, Mikhail, just in the small things I've listened to you talk to Elliot about, I know nothing about the Mole. So, thanks for the little I picked up to be able to work with.
Yeah, glad it could help. I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than continue to be impressive.
I think that as much as I don't want to return, we should probably all return tomorrow, so that way if Aldo does need any help, or if you know any more things that Curverock brings up, Mikhail, that Aldo may not, and you speak up on it, even if you do so incorrectly, you can take the lashing so that Aldo can shine more. It may still help in his endeavor with moving us forward.
That's an
I can try. I can't. I'll think about it.
If you say the right thing, his opinion might flip on you in an instant. I mean, he wanted Aldo off of his property. Next thing you know, he's pouring him drinks. So
he
perhaps
doesn't
if you
know
say
as
the
much
correct
as he
thing,
thinks. I don't think my knowledge is going to necessarily impress him. He doesn't know as much as he thinks. He doesn't even.
You just have to pander to
tall
him.
Is incorrect.
just pander, and you'll flatter him, and that's what got me that far.
But I hate him. I don't usually. Yeah, I'll try. It's worth trying.
I'm just saying your knowledge and ability to understand the language may assist in ways that I cannot. I'm as neutral and still very hated as can be in his eyes right now, whereas at least Aldo's getting somewhere with him. Him offering to fund an expedition is wild, considering.
I know. When I started pushing for that, I thought I had him. I thought I had him, and I was right.
Yeah,
Well,
he was expecting something now.
Keegan, having the clear eyes in the situation, knows that his definition of fund and yours might be different, but that doesn't mean you can't continue pushing. Sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
We are gonna have to get details on what he means by he'll fund it.
We
Seems
could just
pretty
take him to the
miserly
mountains
me.
and let the boulder hit him. That was a joke, by the way. A dark joke again. Would actually do it.
I don't know how dark that one was.
It was supposed to be pretty dark. My humor off.
I'm gonna run past Foxes real quick and just see if I can give him one more. I'm probably gonna owe him a favor.
It better be quick. It's about time for dinner.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Cool. You swing away Foxes super fast.
Yeah.
Okay. You get the knock. Oh. Good evening, sir. I thought you were occupied this evening.
I am, but something urgent has come up which I must speak to Nathan about.
Please come in. If I may, he says as you're removing your shoes and putting on the slippers.
Yeah.
The color suits you quite well.
Thank you. It's from, and then he lists the crest something, whatever it is.
Yeah, Crestborn or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
He says, fine patterning. He says, but perhaps you should speak to a seamstress. You can take it in here and here and right here. I promise you like the way it looks. Guarantee it. No. What is it? You like the way you look, I guarantee it. So he points at a couple of spots to take it in, but he says it in not in to be a negative judgment way, but as somebody who doesn't usually wear that kind of clothing, giving genuine advice. And then he parts to go and get, and Nathan, comes to not to down the stairs, but he's at the railing at the top of the stairs, and he's up there, and he's like, "It's late."
My apologies, Councillor Fox. If I may have a quick word, it won't last more than a moment.
With your phrasing like that, he says, "You've already had a quick word. I assume you mean a quiet one."
Yes.
Up or down?
Discreet.
He gestures for you to come upstairs, and he'll lead you back to his office.
I do. Yeah, when he gets in there, he just says, well, things went rather well with Curve Rock.
God, I need to find a holy symbol. He starts gesturing like he's looking for something. I'm sure you've sold something important.
Oh, I have. He's definitely going to be in support tomorrow. Both with the trade things for Dresden and getting the prisoners. However, I would like to ask a favor, and I will owe you one in return.
Hmm?
Whatever that may be worth. Curve Rock is almost gleeful about getting the prisoners here and executing them and having me be the executioner.
Oh, that's that is out of the order. No. Executioners are by, well, unless he's looking to, because you wear a mask. That's unusual.
Yes, well, I'm not sure the exact influence that he has, although he does seem to rather oppose a lot of things. So this probably
Aldo,
councillors he has.
It's not even legal.
Well, that's great to hear.
Fair enough.
If for some reason something is brought up in the council, can you please oppose it?
Aldo, I don't know if that's something that would be brought up in the council. I think that's something that he tried to do outside of the council. That's almost a conspiracy.
Well,
What did you do? You know, honestly, in this regard, you keep that to yourself.
I complimented his fireplace.
Right?
well, Nathan, you've given me a little bit of confidence, at least. Well, thank you. That was my concern. I didn't really want to be forced by the council to have to do something again.
I'll do what I can if it's brought up at the council, but this sounds like something he's trying to do with you on the side. I don't think this will be a part of the council. And if I say anything, I could be playing both of our hands at once. Understands that unless this is brought up by him publicly or someone else publicly,
Of course,
I'm tied on it.
that's fine.
Okay.
If it is brought up in the council, not by you, but him or somebody else, please oppose it.
If it makes you feel any better, it's a 3-step process. The first is for the council to agree to spend the fee to acquire, well, even before that Forvin's truly Willie. And then if we pay the fee, and then they have to go through their trial, be found guilty, and sentenced to execution. And then the hood would have to go on.
Well, I'm hoping they're not sentenced to execution now. So, whatever that's worth.
He raises his eyebrow. Oh. Why is that?
Because I'm not doing it.
Well,
They may deserve it, but
of course not. I honestly think that if you, I'm glad to hear that you're not willing. Say that you're not wanting. That's good news. But in the meanwhile, you be confident that this is not something that would happen very easily, if possible at all.
well, thank you for the confidence boost. I needed that because when he said it, I managed to hold myself together. But look, it'll be an interesting council meeting for you tomorrow. But thank you, Mr. Fox. I appreciate your allowing me to bend your ear for the minute.
He nods and he says, "Besides, you owe me." He gives you a smile.
Aldo winks at him.
All right, you're already late.
I know. I'm on my way.
Okay, and you got to leave.
Yeah.
The other two of you arrive at the estates. Now, it's very late, so we're going to have to end this stream. But the one thing I did want to point out as you're at the estate is it's not just Leon and what's his name? Gemsmith that are there, both Yellen and Cleveland. The two of you characters, and showing up shortly will be Aldo, fashionably late, literally showing up after you guys are finishing your first course. He arrives. Maybe the last person is like still eating or whatever, the first course. So he arrives. It's not just you guys, but there's a couple of other individuals that are here as well. Captain of the Guard was invited because he's very well respected by Gemsmith. And what's his name?
Tarik.
What?
Is that the captain?
Tarik.
Tarik.
Yeah,
Tarik. Or the constable or whatever. Yeah.
What's his name as well?
Dan won't get lamb again. Bring him and make him watch in the corner.
What's the other one? No, that's it. Yeah, sorry. So we'll say one of the other counselors, one of the unnamed counselors, is here as well. But also, finally,
What's
Hinta.
their name? Oh, okay.
And Hinta is here too. And Hinta arrives. And she shows up or whatever, takes off the shoes, puts on the slippers, grabs the cloak, puts out a package, so on. She goes over, gives him a proper greeting and everything. And when she sees the group of you, she says, "Good. I was hoping to see you. I was told you'd be here. It's nice to know it's not a disappointment." When she looks around and sees that Aldo's not around, doesn't say anything. Looks to Mikhail. How's she treating you?
Very well.
She says, "See in action?"
Yes. now I'm trying to think.
I don't think you've actually gotten in
Got
combat
her.
since you got your new sword.
I got it. What thing?
We fought a hole.
We fought the slithering pit, and we fought the flame elemental.
Oh, okay.
And that's. I've drawn it. I haven't hit anything with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he will say yes.
And are you practicing with it? She starts the question looking at you, but looks to Koa for the answer.
Yes, and we're increasing that regiment twofold for the next 2 weeks.
Looks back at you with a bit of surprise.
It was my idea.
Now she looks disbelieving.
Koa gives her a look like,
Okay, that makes sense. She says,
He's like not trying to hide that it was a lie either. So
"Good. I put a lot of effort into that, and I'd hate for it to lie on the ground in a pool of blood."
as would I.
I would not allow such a weapon to lie on the ground for long, even if Mikhail were to die.
Oh, be quiet, Koa. It's not your turn yet. And she, looks to Mikhail and says, "If you need anything else, let me know."
I will. Thank you.
Then for Koa, she actually reaches to her. She put her cloak up and grabs the package she had brought with her. It's a long, slender package. Yeah. And she goes and hands it to you.
Oh, Koa's like a kid on Christmas. Is this what I think it is?
I had time. I was invited to come here and wasn't interested, honestly, until I was told that you lot would be here. And since you like to come and go flitting in and out of Forvin like it's in and out of Loshev like it's a checkpoint, I figured I would catch you before you forgot what you had ordered.
There's no way I would have ever forgotten this. It's been on my mind since the moment we left.
She
There's
doesn't
nothing
talk
I
about
look
it.
forward to
literally.
more.
He's talking about it literally every day. Every day.
That is the truth.
Well,
Unwraps it like carefully, but like quickly and excitedly.
Mhm.
And then kind of forgets where he is, like trying different things out with it, like aiming it out, holding it, feeling the weight. I'm guessing it's very nice.
yeah, absolutely. So not only is it crafted, sorry, let you finish describing. Not only is it crafted exceedingly well, not only is it crafted like very, 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 very well. The balance on it is absolutely fantastic, so on and so forth. The design on it is nice, similar to like how Keegan said a lot of design to it before, et cetera, et cetera. You're looking at the thing up and down, and then you realize that the blade itself down at the pommel seems a little no, sorry, not the pommel, my apologies. Down at the cross piece, as you're looking it over, there's a spot in the cross piece that just feels it seems off. It doesn't match the design on the other side. It actually looks like it's missing something. And then you realize, oh, it has one of those resting spots like the swords that you had recovered before that she was doing repairs on.
I can see and appreciate that the design is reflective of the blades we'd recovered.
I did what I could.
I didn't go unnoticed. As expected, you've exceeded expectations yet again.
Well, it's been a lot of interesting work with the items that you've given me.
You want to fight with it? Later, somewhere else.
As you say that, you hear a very intoxicated Yellen say, "Hey, Koa, having weapons out, it's not exactly good form."
Oh, how about this? He'll try a different pose with it.
It's a joke that maybe would be appreciated if you were inside of his house. Cleveland clearly doesn't laugh. Yellen is looks at it. He does a bit of a snort, but again, it's inside of his house, so he has to be a bit.
He puts it.
And unfortunately, Leon doesn't laugh at much at all.
I got him to laugh earlier. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're being unsafe with a weapon. That is not a way to get him to laugh. So you do it. I imagine Mikhail finds it funny, and absolutely Hinta does. But yeah, the old people don't do so. And you're able to put the thing away, and we can do the rest of this interaction next session. So 2.5 hours, guys. I think I hit it on the nose. 2.5 hours. Wrapped it up. Nice and easy. All the conversations are done.
Yeah. And we're through all of them. There's nothing else to do.
Nothing else to do? Yeah.
We started at Gemsmith's and we ended at Gemsmith's.
Yep.
All right.
We made it from breakfast to dinner.
Nice.
Sure.
I'm happy we got through all of that in one session, though. I'm not going to lie.
Right?
I thought it was going to be longer. And things, you know how things just always keep popping up?
Yep. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, like, because I'm curious if we'll have a moment where, what's his name? Curve Rock goes too far in the wrong time and place, and Mikhail gets a moment to, shall we say, share his mind.
Accidentally kill another fucking councilman.
See, it's up to you whether or not it was like necessarily murder. I don't even necessarily mean murder. You know what I mean? But like, you were a literal mage. You know, like there's so many things, and that guy's so awful. God, I hate playing characters like that because he's truly awful. And that's why I'm
Use
like
dancing lights while he's walking down the stairs.
Like, Mikhail was 100% just fantasizing about ways to kill that dude in like inventive Home Alone-esque ways on the way to the dinner.
Yeah,
Invent a skateboard and leave one on his staircase.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, well, he had his house full of all these traps, and one of them finally went off.
But,
Oh my god. Imagine if Aldo armed some of the traps. This dude's just gonna kill himself with his own traps.
Yep.
I mean,
I like how he was like, yeah, you seed my yard. It's like, none of this shit will work. Like, all of it is garbage.
I was unfortunately channeling a certain awful kind of person because that's why I warned well in advance. This is a terrible person. Aldo was supposed to get the heat though. He was supposed to be the one that got the pure hate, but somehow that flipped.
Yeah,
because
Jaaek was rolling in
loved.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, for some reason you've been after Keegan today. I don't
No,
know what it is
that's
that's different
bullshit.
about him.
That's really no different than usual. Yeah,
No.
you know?
Bullshit. I mean, dude,
Like a lot of times when y'all
always
succeed, somehow I suffer for it. You know, it just happened again.
I just want to say
I have
also,
done that
like,
in the past.
you know, you and I are both
didn't-
bald too, and he doesn't care about our birthdays. So, like,
I didn't give you the pants. Jaaek gave you the pants. I just played
You
with them.
narrated the pants. No one else mentioned them except you after that.
Jaaek did.
As
Jaaek
far as what
described them
happened to
as-
them.
I'm hoping Von Berg comes back at some stage. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, Doxy, please beat Scott up. I'd
Doxy
appreciate
can
it.
actually find me. She just needs to drive to my sister's house and then say, "Can you bring me to Scott?"
Bring a weapon. He strikes me as the type who, like, he doesn't play fair. You know,
I do have weapons.
he'll start
he's
like
very small. You
biting
don't
at your
need much.
ankles.
Like a spatula would probably do him in.
He'll start like biting at ankles and stuff. Like, you don't want that.
I'm taller than Doxy.
Sure.
We've seen
We're
each
not
other in
counting the
person.
forehead, Scott. Jesus, like,
I've
that
given
doesn't matter.
Doxy hugs on multiple occasions. I'm taller than Doxy.
You're so defensive over it.
Every
Very
time.
Napoleon syndrome of you.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm exhausted.
Anyway, we've met the asshole NPC now. That's nice.
Yeah, worst one so far.
We haven't actually met Beltran, so yeah. Well, and we did. We
I
did.
feel
meet-
like
fucking-
Thor
we met
might have been
Tor.
a little worse.
Yeah, it's like, we did. We met Tor. Yeah, that was. We met Captain Stranger Danger. Watch him do his thing.
Bird streaming.
Wow. Good observational skills.
Well, we're gonna read Bird.
Oh.
All right, what's our raid message gonna be? Happy birthday, Wade.
What's he playing? Split fiction? I'm sure. Why not? Make it about me. That's fine.
Yeah. All right, everybody. The stream message is happy birthday, Wade, or something like that. Happy B-Day, Wade.
He's just in the credits of a game he's playing with his wife.
Wait.
It's a good time to make it about me.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. He's not in the middle of doing something
They're not
important.
married, are they? Girlfriend?
Great.
Uh-huh.
All right, everybody. Remember the message. Happy birthday, Wade. See you later. Bye.
Thanks. See you in a week. Probably. Unless I quit.